Chapter 26. The leader of darkness took off his wide-brimmed hat and pulled off his ceremonial cloak, handing them to his Black commander, who sealed them away and handed him a chalk-white mask with a red and black painted beastly, gnarly grin and wide-open eye-holes. She did so with a deep bow. The man collected the mask, but he did not wear it. Instead he fastened it to the top of his head, a bit messily inclined to the left. He adjusted his black half-mask on his lower face and his eyes steeled over as he stared down into the darkness inside the manhole in the sand. He rolled his shoulders and his commander ran her hands over his bandaged forearm, checking for any loose bandages and making sure it was clean, before the masked man jumped into the pitch blackness of manhole. The white-haired woman followed suit half a minute later. Not a minute later, for black-clothed Black ninjas crept out of the hole and squatted down around it, facing outwards to the vast, empty desert. The 4 ninjas of Team 20 remained professionally silent, vigilant, watchful, patient. They were not going to let their leader down. 2 more Team's 8 ninjas flowed out from the hole in the ground and ran ahead into the desert. There was scarcely any sound, aside for the muted crunch of sand beneath their feet, and the featureless night merged with their dark clothing, seamlessly making them slightly darker spots in an already dark night. Ever so gradually, the sounds of insects chirped, adding their voices to those insects 50 miles away from the manhole, as if they had never been silenced. The Suzumabachi wasps could imitate sounds from some insects, but what they could do was rub their hind legs against their bulbous abdomen, flicking their venomous stingers ever so slightly, creating a creatively similar chirping and hissing sound of crickets and desert snakes. 4 of the 8 ninjas that had come out of the manhole were from the Wasp clan, and they had trained long and hard with their colonies in order to replicate the sound as closely as the wasps could, spreading out smaller wasps from their colonies around the 50-mile radius and adding their chirping to the other insects. The remaining 4 went ahead to a minor road connecting Suna and Darkness, one that was smoothly tarred and majorly used by ninjas of both shinobi settlements for going to and from missions between their homes. This road was private and civilians were not allowed to travel along it without permission from the shinobi division, the reason being that it was this same road that Suna and Darkness exchanged precious goods. Like Suna sent over dozens of carriages filled with hundreds of barrels of crude oil, and Darkness, a few weeks later, sent back hundreds of barrels of the byproducts of crude oil, to be divided between them and sold to their different buyers. Darkness would send hide and animal skin to Suna, and Suna would return it as clothes and shoes that would most certainly stand the test of time. That too would be divided equally among the 2 closely allied shinobi settlements. Basically, anything that needed to be closely guarded by many ninjas and of which the road should not be blocked for security reasons, was the purpose of the minor road they were on. Aside from the 6-lane major road leading back and forth from Darkness to Suna, there were 2 other minor roads between them. One that entered the southwestern region and gave allied merchants easy access to Ghost Town, one that entered the northern region, and the main road led up to Darkness's main western gate and Suna's main eastern gate. Merchants, traders, travelers and tourists were at liberty to use the main road and the 3 minor roads, but the exchange road was off-limits to all but authorized ninjas charged with transporting precious goods. The exchange road was not constantly being in use, reason being the items transported on it sometimes needed weeks to be processed once they reached their destination, but it was maintained by Suna and Dark Shinobi alike. There was a slightly smaller road than the major road going out of Darkness and connecting it with River. This one was at the northwestern side of Dark Country and southeastern end of River, and this road wound right into Darkness, branching off either into the capital or Ghost Town, also branching out into other reaches of the Silent Nation. On the other end, in River, the road led to the Merchants Guild and smaller markets around it. The connection between Uzushio and Darkness was by sea, and the same was with Kiri, for the most part. Going by boat from Kiri to Darkness was faster and safer than circumventing the continent around Fire Country. The port in the southern region was very hospitable to seafarers, primarily those from Uzushio and Kiri. Naruto and his allies guarded these roads that connected them individually or as a group to Darkness very diligently. There had been no reports of bandits or kidnappers, and there was hardly ever any missing ninja or group of them that had set up shop near those important roads that survived after a joint operation. Those roads, 5 roads going out of Darkness, were not exactly a secret from non-allies, the problem being that those roads major and minor were watched at all times and no one but citizens of Darkness or allies could walk on them at ease. Allies that used the road for their own purposes feared nothing. It was the entrance/citizen seal that had allowed the Defense Corp to catch impersonators. The 4 black operatives met up with their Gato counterparts in Black, also assigned to the mission, and those mask-wearing clay users flagged for the fleet of carriages to follow them as they seamlessly created a clay path for the wooden wheels of the carriages to silently roll through the Suna part of the tarred road. The horses that drew these large carriages, six-eyed beasts that were clearly domesticated demon horses from the night forest, huffed slowly behind the Gato shinobi laying down clay on the tarred road. The clay was somewhat soft beneath their hooves, though not so soft as for their legs to sink in or for the carriages to lag behind them. The Gato ninjas formed hand seals and whispered the jutsu under their breaths. Hidden art, clay release, earthen walkway to the stars. When they ran out of chakra and clay, some 10 miles into the journey, other clay release users tapped in and swiftly took their place. As the Black ninjas did this, Naruto entered the main hall. The Kurama people were gathered in, all packed up and ready to move out. Oh! Lady Umara Kurama exclaimed and dropped onto her right knee. My lord Naruto. The Kurama people couldn't follow suit fast enough, murmuring excitedly as they saw their master's bright, beaming face enter the hall. The atmosphere in the hall visibly improved at the entrance of their legendary leader. The masked man glanced into the crowd of people, catching a few masked faces walking about here and there, some of which wore the animal masks of Black while the rest wore the blank masks of Root. The others that didn't wear masks were the elderly, children, young teenagers and adult caretakers. Naruto noted to Sueki, his assistant for that moment who also doubled as the Black commander, that he would dissolve Root and incorporate those willing to join Black into the illustrious ranks of the elite shinobi. There would be those that would want to retire, want to join any other military branch in Dark Country or would simply want to perform lesser roles, and Naruto accounted for that as well in his mind. The glasses-wearing man smiled gently. Stand, feel at ease everyone. Yes, my lord. Umara said humbly. Naruto reached forward with his left hand to the clan head and the woman eagerly took his hand with both of hers, bowing her head slightly. The leader asked. How has Konoha been treating you, Umara? Very poorly, my lord. They tried to starve us by not sending funds. Without your support, she smiled beauteously. We might have all perished. Oh, don't say that. We the people of the dark are very resilient, we know how to survive. Naruto said with a smirk. Agreed, my lord. Umara grinned outright, reluctantly releasing his hand. We don't know how to die. The masked man laughed and patted the woman's shoulder. That we don't, Umara. He fixed her a secretive eye. And we'll take our pound of flesh from Konoha, soon. The woman, feeling both elated that the leaf would get what was coming to them and suspicious at how her leader phrased it, bobbed her head and lowered her gaze respectfully. The man, still keeping a hand on the slightly shorter woman's shoulder, looked around at the throng of Kurama people, muttering with a mysteriously faint smile. Thankfully, you and your people will be far away from the carnage when it happens. Umara's eyes steeled over and, bowing her head. I want to fight, my lord. Wherever you fight, I want to fight alongside you. The corners of Naruto's eyes crinkled pleasantly and he patted her shoulder once, dropping his hand back to his side. We won't be doing the fighting, Umara. We'll be watching. The Kurama clan head left it at that, acknowledging that her master had given her permission to stay back and watch the carnage, nodded once again with a pleased smile. This time Naruto turned to Carrot and Onion. The last time he had seen them was just about 10 months ago, when Minato had ambushed Kushina and Kisame's team during a routine rescue mission, and even then he didn't get a good look at them. He would meet them only a small handful of times but only when route missions happened to cross his path. Quite frankly, the last time he looked at the really looked at them was when they were still kids. The man stood back and looked at the two Kurama siblings, a warm, fatherly smile lifted up on his face. Look at you two. They weren't the skittish, nervous kids from all those years ago. You two are taller. Naruto joked with a wide smile, lifting his fists and bumping them against the younger ninja's own, flicking his left hand into Kurono, just as Onion and Carrot did. The siblings laughed, amused when their master exaggeratedly looked up into the domed ceiling of the underground hall, squinting behind his glasses and blocking the non-existent sunlight with his right hand. Much taller. Onion was in a dark long-sleeved shirt and black pants with a black, featureless flak jacket over his torso and black sandals on his feet. His hands weren't covered, Naruto noticed thankfully. Onion wasn't ashamed of the concentric circle birthmarks he had on both of his palms. The young Kurama man oozed self-confidence, though not to the extent of being overly prideful, and the same could be said about his older sister, Carrot. The orange-haired young woman didn't have an overbite anymore, one reason being that she had worn braces for the majority of her teenage years, to align her teeth properly. She wore large, thin, circular glasses, a dark gray battle kimono, reaching slightly above her knees, black sandals and her black root flak jacket over her trunk. Naruto, as he spoke to the siblings, chuckled at how Carrot was still the awkward, bashfully praise-seeking kid he had known back when he first met them. Onion too for that matter. Onion did not use any weapons aside from the standard kunai and shuriken set, and this was because he was a genjutsu master. Carrot wasn't a frontline kind of fighter, rather she preferred to stay back and make strategies to aid those at the front, though this didn't mean she was in any way weak. She had been able to fight Mikoto Uchiha on equal footing, and while she went about Konoha, she had been able to fool more than a few people for information, for she was also a master of disguise. The two children had grown up well. Naruto was glad. As he listened to Onion tell him about a mission, he went on to Iron Country, detailing how Carrot had managed to convincingly disguise herself as an intermediate samurai. Sueki slipped out of the crowd of people and said to her leader, "Exactly 52,561 people, sensei." 52,561 people, the same exact number of people his BLAK had accounted for during their initial head count. The vampire, in her bat mask, pointed over the crowd to the exit hundreds of yards away from their current location. "There are 4 more rooms." The blonde man hummed in thought, then asking, "Is there anyone left?" He directed this question to not only Bat but also to the Kurama clan head, Umara. Umara replied, "This is everyone, there's no one left." Bat nodded in agreement. "Hi, sensei, I went back and checked." She saw the question her leader was about to ask. "Hi, I went into Konoha with 4 teams and searched." Bat and the 4 teams she had gone with had stretched the bare limits of their sensory abilities, spreading out over the blissfully ignorant hidden leaf, and they had confirmed with a perfect 100% certainty that no Kurama, not even one with Kurama-like chakra, remained in Konoha. Technically, there were still Kurama in Konoha, seeing as the base they were currently in was still within Konoha's borders, but the BLAK commander held nothing back and searched for any stragglers that might have either lost their way inside of Leaf or were forcefully taken away. "Your ninjas are now in the vacated compound," Bat supplied. Those that were in the former Kurama clan compound in Konoha bore similar chakra types to the vacated clan, but they were not able to use paint release. Umara and Onion had personally erected their strongest illusion over the whole compound, making it seem like there was life inside of the mostly empty compound, while in reality, 20 BLAK operatives and their shadow clones were hunkered down all over the inside. From an outsider's point of view, looking at the closed-off Kurama compound, all they would see were small stacks of smoke caused by fireplaces, lights and faint murmuring sounds, some laughter, some vague chattering. The gates were closed, as they had always been to all of Konoha, and the paint illusion very well nearly altered reality itself, as sensors would find it doubly hard to detect anything amiss. Bat tilted her head to the side as the seal on her arm vibrated lightly. "The Konoha sentry posts are under our surveillance, Naruto-sensei." Outside of the 2 posts looking into the desert, both of which wisely stayed 1 foot away from the Sunagakure border, was a team of black operatives, split into 2 groups, 2 people for 1 sentry post dash. They crept up the sides of their assigned post and peered in, their eyes glowing in the dark as they watched the Konoha Chunin watching the desert, unaware of the presence of Naruto's elite shinobi. 1 person from each divided group held out a device in both of their hands, slowly turning one of the 10 dials on the face of the device, while the other person faced the antenna of the device into the building. Jamming their signals, now. The radios of the Konoha sentries buzzed and flicked off. The Leaf Chunin ran to their radios and cursed when all they heard was static. Bats nodded to her teacher when her subordinates reported success. The person holding out the large, radio signal interfering device, shuffled back and stored the device into their backpacks, while the animal mask-wearing operative that had been directing the antenna to jam the signals of the Konoha shinobi, crept into the sentry building, sticking to the ceiling using his chakra and staying in the shadows. These actions were happening in both sentry buildings by BLAK Team 50, 2 people per building. The signal-jamming ninja followed his comrade, doing so when the frustrated Chunin dropped his radio and went back to his fellow Chunin to look out into the desert. Since Suna allied with darkness, Konoha had distrusted them. Hidden Leaf no longer saw the benefits they used to reap before darkness came along, and it angered them. Suna didn't even bother giving them discounts for gas or coal or even medicinal herbs. The Sandaime was paranoid that Naruto would sway Raza into invading Konoha. When the 2 ninjas had made their way into their buildings, making sure not to even shift the air inside of the sentry post, they waited. Bat looked up her leader. Naruto nodded. The BLAK ninjas held up their arms, pointing their wrists to the backs of the 6 Chunin before them. They silently clicked Sunban onto the launchers, ensuring they didn't lose their balance on the ceiling. The 2 shadow-covered ninjas prepared 2 more Sunban, keeping them between their left fingers and keeping their left hand firmly stuck to the ceiling, as were their feet as well. They suppressed their chakra tighter. They steadied their breathing. They calculated the distance as compared to their upside-down position, the speed of the projectile and the spacing of each of their targets, adjusting accordingly. They narrowed their eyes. "Do it," Bat ordered through the seal. "2222222." The leaf ninjas crumpled down onto the ground as all strength left their bodies once the fired medical needles thunked into the base of their necks. Their eyes rolled up into the back of their heads and they died silently. Not even a whimper of pain sounded. The two ninjas waited there, silent, listening. They dropped down from the ceiling and ran over to the 6 dead bodies, the same being the case in the other sentry house their teammates were in. Bat turned to Naruto and said, "Targets neutralized." "Well done," Naruto said with a small smirk. "Clean it up." The BLAK commander asked her leader, as Umara, Carrot and Onion listened. "Food poisoning, alcohol poisoning, or drug overdose?" The masked man tapped his chin, as his ninjas all the way over in the sentry posts waited for their master's decision, and he answered. "Make it look like food poisoning for one post and alcohol poisoning for another." "Done." Bat nodded and relayed the order. Food poisoning was fairly probable for a group of 6 people, one of them could bring in bad food and share it with his comrades. A coincidental alcohol poisoning in the other post would raise a few eyebrows though. The elite shinobi went about making it happen. They pulled out their sunban from the necks of the dead bodies, brought out a takeaway dish of deep-fried sashimi and soy sauce, the dipping sauce being the one that was fatally bad and had been made with pungently spoiled wasabi. The food was promptly heated to just the right temperature, in case forensics pried, and, using their gloved hands, they dipped strips of sashimi in the soy sauce and dabbed it on the corners of the victims' mouths, artistically staining their flak jackets with the sauce and smartly scattering the food about the ground, in the general area of the dead bodies, to make it look like they had fallen down onto the ground from their hands. This form of death was slightly believable because the dead Chunin were mostly Akimichi and Yamanaka. As a finishing touch, the two ninjas assigned to that sentry post retrieved little bits of saliva from the dead bodies and dabbed them on their clothes, on their mouths and on the ground, making it seem like they had tried and failed to spit out the bad food before it could affect them. The other team forced open the locked-jawed corpses and poured copious amounts of sake into their mouths. They did so until the corpses' stomachs bulged, closed their mouths, turned them over and injected partly digested sake into their livers. They splashed a little sake on the dead bodies, on the ground, making sure to make small puddles of the alcohol on the ground, where it would look like the victims had thrown up. The lungs of the victims tightened and the BLAK shinobi arranged the dead bodies in such a way that it looked like they had choked for air, gasping for breath and falling onto their knees. The ninjas checked the whole sentry house again, damaging the surveillance cameras and throwing a light layer of dust on them to make it look like the cameras had been broken for months. They removed all trace of their presence, eyeing the infinitesimally tiny speck of their chakra on the ceiling. They doubted anyone would sense them, or even look there for evidence for that matter, but they didn't take their chances. One of the ninjas siphoned a little bit of chakra from 2 of the victims, rubbed the chakra over the invisible specks of chakra they left on the ceiling, masking it perfectly. They did this for seemingly random areas in the sentry post, so that it would look like the drunk or the food poison victims stumbled about in their delirium. In the case of the drunks, they would wildly sway about the small building, climbing walls and doing what dumb drunks normally did. The two ninjas examined their work. Textbook examples of assassination technique, suppression, misdirection, assassination, and cover-up. They allowed themselves proud smirks and a hearty high five, before they left the sentry posts and met up with their comrades. This all took place in the span of 10 minutes. "Sensei, they're done," Bat told her leader, saying as more information reached her. "The carriages are also ready." Naruto rubbed his hands together. "Wonderful, we'll get started." He looked over the crowd of eagerly awaiting people and asked Umara, "Where's your Suki?" "My daughter is over there." Umara pointed to her right, where the Kurama people were keeping a wide berth from, and seated there, wedged in the corner of the hall, was a fair-skinned woman in baggy blue pants and long white shirt and a headband covering her forehead. On her feet were a pair of blue slippers. The woman's orange hair hung over her shoulder and she stared blankly at the people her mother was speaking with. She then jumped when she noticed they were looking at her, as if she was lost in thought and unaware of her surroundings. Umara smiled brightly and motioned for her daughter to come. The holder of mania hopped onto her feet, slinging a side bag over her shoulder, and ambled through the empty path her clan mates creating, giving her roughly 15 feet of space. Umara, Carrot and Onion took 3 steps back as Suki entered their small circle. The holder didn't even seem bothered by it. She had grown up without contact, not by choice either. Mania, the demon sealed inside of her, would awaken and burst out of his jail if a Kurama touched her, and the demon would also escape if they were too far away. Sure, she had tutors and maids growing up, but it wasn't the same. When she had a nightmare of the demon slumbering inside of her, no one could hold her. She saw how much it hurt her mother to not be able to give her, Suki, a proper childhood. She didn't know that she had been staring at the outstretched left hand of the leader of darkness for 1 minute straight until she heard her mother's tickling giggle. Suki glanced up at the man, the legend, that wanted to shake her hand, wavering in place. Yes, she knew what handshakes were, but she had never been on the receiving end of one. The Kurama curse had been so serious that she was forced to tend to her own wounds, for healing chakra from a Kurama still counted as waking up the beast inside her. She looked to her mother for help, but the woman only subtly jerked her head to Naruto, encouraging her. Suki's hand tentatively reached forward, unsure. She flexed her fingers and she made a quiet, uncertain grumbling sound from her throat. She took his hand, his bigger paw covering hers almost completely, and he patted the back of her hand with his other hand. Suki bowed her torso forward as she shook hands with the leader of Dark Country. "I'm Naruto, nice to meet you," the bespectacled man said with an encompassing smile, one that washed over the holder of mania like a warm stream. His cool blue eyes bathed her soul in an ethereal light, one that not even her mother had been able to accurately describe. Suki giggled girlishly, relishing in the first ever human contact she ever had and could ever remember and from Lord Leader nonetheless. The woman scoffed. "Pshh, I know who you are." The way the woman was dressed, it looked like she had just woken up and was still trying to reorient herself with what was happening at that moment. Suki glanced at Onion, the person that the first Kurama clan head's chakra was reincarnated into, and who was also one of her few friends, and the man cleared his throat, doing so lightly but firmly. Suki, realizing herself, bowed deeply, still refusing to release Naruto's hand, and said, "It's nice to meet you, Lord Naruto. My name is Suki Kurama." The man chuckled good-naturedly. "No need to bow, kid." Suki straightened back up with a snap, refusing to let go of Naruto's hand, even as the masked man laughed nervously when she placed her other hand on his own. "If you say so, Lord Naruto. It's an honor to talk to you, Lord Naruto. My mom told me all about you, Lord Naruto dash." Umara's mouth flapped open, quickly interjecting. "Suki, stop dash." An evil glow shone from Naruto's eyes and Bat hid her silently amused smile. No, let the girl speak." The man looked at the holder of mania with a soft expression. "What has your mother said about me, Suki?" Umara contemplated whether the end of the world would be better, as she wished with all her heart to cross the distance between herself and her daughter and cover Suki's mouth. Alas, she couldn't. "She said you're the coolest, handsomest, nicest person she's ever met." Suki exclaimed unabashed, still not used to physical contact, not letting go of Naruto's hand and not used to talking to someone so close, as her attendants and clan mates stood at a safe 15 feet away from her at all times. She had to shout to them for them to hear her properly. "She also said that there's no one on this whole planet that can beat you, and it's not 'cause of smoke release dash." Naruto laughed as he saw the eyes that had long since been looking at their small group turn up and laugh politely, chortling behind their hands, both at the extreme bashfulness of their red-faced clan head and the now apparent extreme clinginess of the holder of mania, as Suki now not only held Naruto's hand but also held his elbow, doing so half a step from their leader but also holding it like it was her only anchor in reality. The truth, it was. Holding her leader's hand was Suki's equivalent of pinching herself. This couldn't be real. "I think your mother has suffered enough." Naruto laughed, patting Suki's head. The woman preened under his hand like a cat, something that reminded Sueki of herself. The bespectacled blonde motioned to his side and waved over a tomboyish redhead excitedly speaking to a gaggle of eager, enthusiastic orange-haired Kurama men and women. The kunoichi apologized to the group and rushed through the crowd to her uncle. Naruto placed his hand on her shoulder and said, saying, "Suki, this is Uzumaki Kushina." "Hey!" The Uzumaki waved. Suki smiled brightly. "I know you too, Red Reaper." The redhead laughed bashfully, scratching the back of her head and waving her hand flippantly. "Just Kushina is fine. I'm Suki." "Kushina here is the Kyubi Jinchuriki," Naruto said. "As you might already know. I envied your freedom once, yes." Suki outright said, adding a sharp, vaguely false smile. "But not anymore." She gasped under her breath and rubbed Naruto's hand, the vice grip on his elbow tightening somewhat. "Your hand is surprisingly soft." She placed his hand on her face and inhaled deeply. "Is that ramen? And a hint of, what is that, blood, maybe? Or is that despair?" She dragged her tongue up his hand, something that drove chills down Naruto's spine and an embarrassed chuckle from Suki's mother. "Yes, definitely despair." The masked man laughed nervously and scratched his cheek, turning to Umara as she covered her face in shame. "Curious kid you've got here, Umara." I am so sorry, my lord. Suki's antisocialness and lack of understanding of personal space had a sweat drop roll down the side of Naruto's head. The holder of mania blinked, slowly, realizing that it probably wasn't polite to lick people's hands without permission. Oops, sorry. She rubbed his hand on her chest, obliviously not realizing that she was unintentionally making Naruto grope her modestly sized breasts. Umara, poor Umara, face-palmed, and Kushina wasn't sure whether or not to growl at the unmindful Kurama for unknowingly making her man cope a feel or to gush at how innocent the young woman was at not knowing the basic tenets of public decency. It should be illegal to be this innocent. Though Kushina wasn't packing a lot of heat, she was fairly proud of the size of her chest. The other night, she found out that her aunt's breasts were somewhat bigger, though Sueki taped hers down. Kushina too also bandaged her chest, like most kunoichi, so as not to throw off her center of gravity. Not once had she felt insecure of her cup size. Naruto didn't complain when he felt them, so there wasn't any problem, but seeing the doe-eyed, innocent brown eyes of the orange-haired holder of mania, Kushina felt inadequate and that Suki was somehow, encroaching on her territory. Didn't she see the mark she left on her master's neck? Sure, it was now an invisible dent in his skin, but still, didn't she see it? Damn it if it wasn't adorable. Kushina felt guilty at thinking that Suki held impure thoughts of her master, though she also felt like she had to stake her claim on the love of her life. Naruto was hers. And Sueki's? But still. The tomboyish redhead snagged Naruto's other arm, wrapped her arms around it and hugged it to her chest, basically pressing herself into her uncle's side. Suki looked at her with a dully raised eyebrow and Kushina looked back, smug. Mine. She said inaudibly, correcting herself in her mind. Ours. Sueki though was giggling, discarding her emotionless facade, and laughing quietly into her hand as her husband's eyes widened in sheer shock at his hand being directed to Suki's chest by the girl herself nonetheless. Suki, holding Naruto's hand in one hand and his elbow in another, asked, "Is there something wrong, Lord Naruto? Did I do something bad? Your mother will tell you later." He wiggled his arm out of Kushina's monstrous grip, miraculously, but the redhead grabbed a firm hold of his black with white design flak jacket. Suki's grip visibly tightened and Naruto chuckled, uncomfortable at the possessiveness in the mania holder's eyes. "Kushina here will escort you above ground and to darkness in a few minutes." Suki glanced at Suki, barely even an acknowledging look, and looked back to the first physical contact she had since she was born. "Oh, that's nice." Bat was now directing the Kurama people to leave the hall and enter the tunnel, 100 people at a time. They were to go out at a 2-minute interval, so that the people that had already gone ahead would fill the carriages, be taken to dark territory and carriages would replace those that have already left, creating a cycle of silently moving horse-drawn vehicles filled with 25 people at a time. She got to the second batch of 100 Kurama clan members. "Why you can dash," he gently pried her fingers off his elbow. "You can let go of my hand now." Suki furrowed her eyebrow. "You're not coming with me?" "I have to stay back and make sure everyone leaves fine," the man said, sighing to himself as he managed to release the hand on his elbow and latch that hand onto Kushina's forearm. He went to work prying off the hand holding his own hand. "I kinda need my hand back, Suki." "Why though?" "Because my hand is part of my body." The man grunted, releasing 2 fingers successfully. "And I can't go anywhere without my body." "But, I want you to come with me," Suki pleaded, her eyes enlarging and her bottom lip quivering. Naruto dared not look at her face, for he knew he would succumb to her kicked puppy stare. She gently pulled his hand, 2 fingers latched on and all. "Please, Lord Naruto." The masked man finally came up with an idea that would suit him and the clingy Kurama. His whole arm shifted and warbled, changing into a smoky tentacle and slipping out of her grip. A copy of himself seeped out of the thick, misty black tentacle, just as Suki's fingers made to grasp the air for his hand. Naruto stepped back as his clone cleanly took his place. "There." Suki looked up at the clone, even as the smoke creation felt nervous beads of sweat pop up on its forehead under the scrutiny of the large brown eyes. Suki, taking her hand away from Kushina's forearm, grabbed the clone's hand and felt it, running the fingers of both her hands up and down his hand, lifting the limb up and delicately smelling it. Her tongue darted out and lightly lapped on the clone's pinky finger, then she took half of the small finger into her mouth and sucked. Bat gave her leader a hard look and the blonde man shrugged with a wide grin. The white-haired woman rolled her eyes underneath her mask. The clingy Kurama didn't even know it, but her actions vaguely resembled foreplay. Naruto wondered if Suki had ever gotten her hands on porn mags before. Was she even aware of what she was doing? "It's not the same," the mania holder said firmly, brining Naruto would of his mind. Then her eyes closed in resignation. "But it'll have to do, for now." "Perfect." Naruto clapped and rubbed his hands together. He directed his sky-blue eyes to the purple-eyed woman to his side, and Kushina, hiding her mixed feelings at Suki tasting the clone, smiled and motioned to the entrance of the underground hall. The ditzy holder of mania followed the Uzumaki, taking along with her the hugely unimpressive substitute for the first human contact she had. Now, Naruto had learnt under Orochimaru for a good 3-4 years just about dash, so he was fairly knowledgeable of the concept of creepy. Orochimaru was a creep, and little Naruto then knew very well that the Sannin teaching him was especially creepy. Creepy to the extent that Naruto would prefer not to have his back to his teacher and would preferably not leave Suiki alone with his teacher. Naruto knew creepy very well. Suki wasn't creepy, she was simply weird. It wasn't an irritating or disgusting kind of weird, but rather an endearing, quietly eccentric kind of weird that made Naruto want to impulsively pet Suki's head. Suiki, in her younger years, from when she first met Naruto to when she relocated with her blonde teacher to Kiri, was exactly the same kind of weird. The vampire didn't understand the concept of personal space, not very well when it came to Naruto or his personal belongings, and he felt like Suki, who had never had recallable physical contact up until he shook her hand, would go down that very same road until someone, anyone, told her that licking people's hands wasn't considered polite. A part of him felt like Suki knew what she was doing was weird, but when he looked into her swimming, dark brown eyes, he noticed the apprehension and uncertainty of what to do, basically going on instinct and not thinking much about those watching. Naruto could only hope that out of the hundreds and thousands of non-Kurama people in darkness, that the mania holder wouldn't limit her adorable weirdness to only him. His mind returned to the present. So as not to free the demon inside of Suki, there were to be Kurama people, safely inside of carriages, ahead of her and, as Bat called for the next batch of 100 people to go out of the tunnel, behind her as well. Outside of the route base, the carriage-drawing demon horses diligently clopped on the roads, egged on by their coaches. The sounds of insect life covered their feet, and the Suzumabachi wasps added the silent, background hissing of desert snakes to make the desert night sounds all the more authentic. Once the carriages reached Dark Country borders, BLAK stepped back and the Dark Country Defense Corps took control. They entered the carriages comfortably filled with 25 people and registered each person into the Dark Country Citizen Database, adding tiny drops of their blood into the seal matrix and providing temporary Fuinjutsu markers for each person until they came by any of the DC offices for a permanent painless and invisible until needed to be seen tattoo on the back of their hands. This was so that the security seals didn't harmfully repel the Kurama people and also made sure not to raise any alarms for DC officers that weren't stationed to welcome the Kurama clan back home. The whole process took over 5,000 DC officers, required at least 20 minutes per carriage and handing out pamphlets to each adult in the carriage, explaining to them what to do, who to meet if they needed help, important branches of the Dark Country military and giving them locations to the nearest DC office in either the northern or southern region, took an extra 20 minutes. This including detailing how much darkness had changed since the Kurama left and addressing each end. Every question thrown at them. It was stressful. Though it was also fulfilling. BLAK had given the DC's 2 directors a heads up in the night operation, and in turn the directors of the North and South DC units informed their subordinates, temporarily merging their offices and assigning officers to the Northwestern Exchange Road entrance to welcome the people of the Kurama clan. Makoto Gato and Nanako Hogo, directors of the North and South DC units respectively, were even there with their officers to help with the short reorientation. Those willing to learn more about how much darkness had changed and improved were always free to come by any of their offices. There will be a small lecture hosted by the Dark Country Council in 2 days. The knowledge the border defending branch of military were bestowing was so that the clan of painters could better navigate their environment. The DC officers were ready for the stress. It also wasn't easy for the Kurama people either, but this process made them feel like they were a part of Dark Country again. Their leader and their country were holding nothing back in the reorientation, showing their intention of actually wanting them back, instead of begrudgingly accepting them. They were going to make sure to attend the lecture. It would take a short time to fully incorporate the Kurama clan back into the fold, but Darkness was willing to go all the way. The clan of painters felt safe migrating out of Konoha under the security of Darkness's very own elite shinobi, as well as a few of their own that were wearing root masks, but the feeling of passing through the great gates keyed into the seal matrix and bearing basic knowledge and entering their home once again was indescribable. It couldn't be put into words. By morning, the rest of the country would learn of the return of one of their own clans, and Naruto would enact a week-long, countrywide festival to celebrate it. For now, in the partial silence of Dark Country's nightlife, among the joyous chatter occurring inside the carriages, the herd of caravans trooped to the eastern region. Oh! The emptied Kurama compound. Konoha. Perched on the roof of the former house of the Kurama clan head, peering out of the high A-rank painting illusion covering the vacant clan compound like a dome, Naruto hummed pleasantly to himself at the ignorance of the Hidden Leaf village. Droves of over 50,000 people had slipped out from under their noses and not a single alarm had gone off. Well, no, not completely. The seals on Konoha's walls had detected several waves of people leaving, about 100 at a time and at an unhurried pace towards Sunagakure, though the Black ninjas watching over the border security team, mainly ninjas from Darkness's Fuinjutsu user clan, had altered this report by making it seem like the seal had confused human beings with a pack of rats running in the sewer, and that they weren't heading to Suna but rather going in the complete other direction, rushing over to Wave Country, prompting a frustrated exclamation from one of the Leaf ninjas that the seal was due for updating. From what the Chueinku elite shinobi could understand, the seals on the walls hadn't been updated since the death of the Nidame, whilst the seals on Darkness were revised every 5 years and improved exponentially. It was reports like these that made Konoha look even worse in comparison to Darkness. How were they still the greatest major hidden ninja village on the continent? The alarms went off but the Konoha shinobi ignored it. Until it finally stopped roughly 3 hours later. Presently, Bat was coordinating her subordinates impersonating Kurama clan members to create shadow clones and leave the Hidden Leaf through the manhole a stone throw away from the clan compound, hidden in a copse of trees and an assembled cluster of shrubs. The clones aimlessly walked about the clan as Team 11 and Team 12 entered the clan compound and perched themselves strategically around their leisurely sitting leader, hidden in spots here and there, in one shadow Orin Komodo Dragon and Phoenix's case playing a game of shogi with one of the other clones under a softly glowing, overhanging lantern. Umara sat on the edge of the roof, looking out into the bright lights and slight murmur of Konoha's night. Lord Naruto, she called, turning to her leader and realizing that he was now laid on his back and reading a book. Since the roof was inclined, he wasn't fully lying down and his feet found purchase on a few roof tiles. It was a different book than the one he had been reading and a different one than the one borrowed Koyuki Kazuhana, which he was yet to get back, though the Snow Princess had said that she was near the end when he had left her country for Suna. She told him, doing so formally and visibly swallowing her pride, that the story was riveting and most times, when she was forced to drop the book at any point in the day, it hurt her soul. She could relate to the main character, a young man that had seen his parents murdered by their grandparents during a private dinner party, so that they could steal their vast fortune. The grandparents left the boy in the hands of a blind hag. Naruto grunted, turning a page. The name of the book he was reading was from a Snow author, it was called Ascension. He was using the small blips of light from the lanterns shining inside the near-empty clan compound. "Why are we still in Konoha, my lord?" The man lightly scratched his bandaged forearm and his eyes slowly slithered over each word, replying. "I want to watch the Hokage pick his successor tomorrow." Is that important, my lord?" "You're free to leave, Umara." The man answered factly. "Your clan might need your help settling down." "My council is representing me," the woman answered curtly. "I don't feel it's wise for me to leave my lord here in Konoha. I'm confident I can defend myself," he said airily. "What happened to your arm then?" "Oh this," he said, flicking his eyes to his bandaged forearm. "Prison fight." Umara almost fell off the roof. Her eyes bugged out and her mouth dropped open, more at how casually her master had said those words. "PP prison fight?" He looked at her with a raised eyebrow, as if he was confused by her reaction. It looked like he was honestly surprised she didn't expect him to one day get thrown into jail and become involved in an all-out brawl, so he clarified. "Yeah, prison fight." "How did you get into a prison fight?" He waved nonchalantly. "It's a long story, I'll tell you later." The shank wound in his forearm wasn't fully healed, likely because the prison medic hadn't done a good healing the wound. His regeneration wasn't accelerating the healing process, maybe because the wound had been sustained while he was devoid of usable chakra. A medic among his black operatives Black operative Pony of Team 12 had checked the wound, saying that it was infected and promptly cleaning it out as well as she could. Pony was just glad that as the short blade scratched both of those bones, his bones weren't infected. Kamuri bone density prevented any such thing. Naruto was reminded of what Dr. Yuma Nakamura had told him. He more or less had a non-transmittable skin disease that made his skin cells thinner and weaker than what they were supposed to be. He was to avoid chakra attacks and or weapons that cut deep enough to chip his bone, which the shank had very well done, sliding through his radius and ulna, deeply scratching both bones. The shank was dirty and made out of rusted metal. Pony, during her detailed analysis of his arm and after treating it, had said that the wound would heal at its own time, not at the accelerated time his regeneration was capable of or through the remarkable use of medical ninjutsu, but at a slow, gradual pace, where his skin cells, muscle fiber, bones and the cells in his blood would painstakingly repair the wound. There would be small scar, but Naruto could live with that. The masked man summarily ordered Pony to not tell anyone what she discovered, at the risk of corporal punishment. The elite ninja professionally didn't pry into her master's secret, though she did make sure to subtly check him for wounds each time she encountered him, plain-clothed or shinobi-garbed. Pony, and a large chunk of Naruto's people, also didn't know that his glasses prevented his eyes from burning and from his head thumping painfully. If somehow he got a headache, Yuma had prescribed a pill bottle for his leader to take then, and only then. Naruto's volatile chakra was hard to work with. The leader's family doctor was still working on a permanent solution for Naruto's headaches and eye pains, this time studying Naruto's blood as well as his chakra. Every day felt like he was getting closer to a lasting cure. Dr. Yuma Nakamura was a very smart man, so smart that he was the intended successor for the head of Dark Country's medical department. Not because he was the leader's family doctor and not because of the fame of the Nakamura family as being deeply entrenched in darkness, but because the man was genuinely qualified to become the next head. He started learning the healing arts since he could walk, enlisted in the rebel camp's hospital and moved about darkness during the Civil War, tending to the sick and the wounded. Yuma didn't have fighting experience, being a medic and all, but he was a brave man to have been able to sneak past dozens of Konoha and Kumo ninjas to get into a caged-in group of rebel forces so that he could heal their injured. He did so by himself. Naruto trusted his family doctor. If anyone could come up with a cure, then it was Yuma. Another errant thought entered Naruto's mind. His black operatives had said that the Kurama people were hesitant to enter the carriages drawn by the demon horse, their physical appearance being the main reason. They did so when they were satisfied that the six-eyed horses were properly tamed. Naruto choosing demon horses instead of normal horses was simple. The BLAK headquarters was located in the Night Forest, and as such the sub-organization of elite shinobi knew, just as much as the animal conservationists, which animals to stay away from and which to approach. Demon horses were stronger, more durable, and they were near mute. The six-eyed horses had been born and raised in the Night Forest, immersed in the diluted darkness that gave dark-born citizens their assassination technique, so the demon horses, as well as the other animals, were slightly further evolved than normal and more stronger than their normal counterparts. For long missions that required less finesse and more destructive force, demon horse were commonly used. Once BLAK and conservationist trainers reached a certain stage of taming demon horses, they discovered that demon horses were docile and more considerate animals, as opposed to their dark, ominous appearance. Demon horses, other domesticated and tameable animals of the Night Forest, were known to defend their trainers from the more feral and savage animals of the forest. Some tests on the demon horses and it was discovered that they were direct descendants of the five-tailed horse, Kokuo. Smaller, less bijou chakra saturated and bathed in the darkness of the Night Forest, the demon horses showed character traits the great demon showed: kindness, patience, and consideration. Other demon animals of the Night Forest that were smarter and less savage than most animals of the forest were cat demons, dog demons, a few species of bird demons, a handful of wolf demons and dens of fox demons or kitsune, as they were popularly known as within BLAK-. The kitsune attracted more of their curiosity, as they had created small dens here and around the Black HQ, though the small foxes kept a respectable distance between them, as did the elite shinobi to them and their dens. Kitsune were playful and the oldest fox among them, the second of whom Naruto's black operatives noticed had more than one tail. 5, in the elder fox's case headed a large den that controlled and influenced the smaller dens. The foxes were small animals that zipped around hyperactively, though the tamers recognized their potential for being reliable messengers. Naruto wasn't sure how to approach the kitsune or how to communicate with them, but he was considering taking Kushina to them to see how that would go. The leader of Darkness's schedule was full, though he would find time to meet the kitsune in a few weeks or so. Get some sleep, Umara. The ceremony starts at 9 o'clock sharp. Naruto muttered, flipping to another page, looking around the book to the bewildered and confused Kurama. His eyes twinkled mischievously. We don't want to be late. Oh. 7:10 a.m. Konoha Onsen. Mikoto Uchiha slowly stepped into the hot springs and a low, deep sigh escaped her lips as the perfectly tempered water soaked into her pores and loosened her tense muscles, easing her mind for a split second, able to take her mind away from the months of guilt she felt. Hanami Hyuga, Inarin Yamanaka, Yoshino Nara, Enko Midarashi, Korean Ayuhi, Yugao Yuzuki and Lin Akimichi found their place in the large onsen and settled inside, sinking down to their shoulders and melting pleasurably under the heat. Those in their circle either had their long hair tied or, like Enko, one of the newest addition into their group of friends, let it run freely into the water. Tsume Inuzuka plodded into the bathhouse. She dipped a toe into the bath and, grinning wolfishly, unwrapped the towel around her trunk and fell into the bath with a large splash. Some of the women laughed at the dog woman's antics, mainly those in the circle, while those that weren't close friends with Tsume tooted at the woman's immaturity. Wasn't she a clan head? Tsume rose out of the water and doggy paddled to a free corner in the bath, where her friends were soaking in. Mikoto cleared her throat and asked, once Tsume fitted herself between Anko and Yoshino. Didn't you say Minato's in the village? Yup. The Inuzuka answered shortly, leaning her head back and relaxing, allowing the temperate water and the steam in the closed-off room to do its magic on her body. Been here since last week. Well, the Uchiha trailed off, uncertain. How come, we haven't seen him? Beats me. Tsume shrugged. The big-boned woman of the group, Chuza's wife and a recently retired kunoichi, piped up with a concerned frown. Doesn't he want to see us? Chuza said he hasn't seen Minato either. Shikaku too. Yoshino murmured, tapping her chin thoughtfully. And Hayashi. Hanami said, her voice quiet and worried. Anko added her voice sitting up ever so slightly. Matter of fact, Kakashi hasn't seen or heard from Minato either. Yugao and Kurenai nodded their heads in support of Anko's statement. The 16-year-old copy ninja had confided in them on that, saying if they saw Minato, they should let him, Kakashi, know. Isn't Minato Kakashi's teacher? Inorin questioned. More than that, isn't Minato Kakashi's brother? They grew up in the same house, didn't they? Yoshino wondered. The wife of the clan head turned to Tsume, the only single their age in their group, seeing as Anko, Yugao and Kurenai were 16, this not in their age group. Yoshino narrowed her eyes, something that Tsume ignored with peacefully closed eyes. He's staying at your place, Tsume. Why didn't you tell him to come see us? Why didn't you lot go see him? Tsume countered, a reply so swift that it had the women taken aback. Besides, he's avoiding everyone. But, we're his friends. Mikoto said in a small voice, looking away from Tsume as her eyes flicked open and fixed on her. Aren't we? If you say so? The Inuzuka shrugged. Yoshino sat up abruptly, offended. And what is that supposed to mean? Tsume, the least bit intimidated, placed her hands behind her head and relaxed further into the bath. Her reply was honest. When he came back from chill, Minato had nothing. She said coolly, though her words stung, eliciting a wince from even the hot-blooded Nara, who sank back down. Nowhere to live, no money and no one to make sure he was okay, but me. I went to see him made sure he was fine, after everything he went through in chill. Their small group knew what had happened to those that returned from chill. Most had killed themselves, others had jumped head first into alcohol and drugs, abandoning their families and sleeping nights unend in seedy bars, brothels and ditches by the road. Those people, those tormented war veterans, had it easy. They had families to come back to, homes to live in, warm beds and clean clothes as well as hot food to eat, waiting for their return. Minato had nothing. Nothing. They knew that. They knew about his building being demolished by Kumo ninjas, reportedly, and they knew how the Sandaime had sent him to chill for 10 months without pay as punishment for not retrieving the Kyuubi. They couldn't imagine what Minato had gone through. No, they couldn't. Minato needed a friend, and someone that had suffered half to what he went through in chill. Tsume had been there for him. The dog woman, vaguely aware of the dip in emotions in the onsen, said. He drank himself sick, you know. Could barely even walk on his own feet, so I let him stay over at my place for however long it took for him to find his feet. Even if the Inuzuka clan compound was fully rebuilt and Minato still didn't know his place in the world, then he was always welcome to stay over at her house in the clan compound. Why you? Hanami said quietly. You went against Lord Sandaime's order. Tsume scoffed. I don't care. She looked to the stuttering Hyuga. You should have seen him, Hanami. The dog woman shook her head with a grim look, sitting back and closing her eyes again. He wasn't the same guy. Tsume was still facing punishment from the Sandaime for not following his order to not communicate with Minato, a long week of demeaning D-rank missions with near no pay. The Inuzuka didn't care, the man staying over at her house, who went in and out as he pleased by her insistence, smiled at her whenever she came home, mucky dirty and humiliated, made a bath for her and cooked dinner, as much as she wanted to eat. The Namikaze wasn't in her apartment all day, but when evening arrived, and Tsume stumbled through the door with her tail between her legs, he was there, ready to help her vent out her frustrations. Tsume sniffed familiarly and a ghost of red floated over her cheeks. She whispered to herself. In some ways, he hasn't changed. Mikoto stuttered foully. But, Lord Third Dash. Pa! The dog woman scoffed again. Hiruzen Sarutobi, advised by Jiraiya of the Sannin, had advised Minato's close friends men and women to not meet with or speak to the Namikaze until the day he, Hiruzen, appointed a successor, a week later. His reason was so that Minato would acclimatize himself with the village at his own pace and with his own strength, something that would make him stronger as a person. To those that were unwilling to listen to him, he changed the advice to an order. Tsume didn't obey the order. They didn't know the reason for the Sandaime giving the order, nor did they know that it was Jiraiya that had supplied the same words Hiruzen used, convincing the third that the feeling of being abandoned in solitude after the unforgivable hell in Chill was somehow good for Minato. 2 days after the war veterans returned from Chill, Minato's friends realized their own mistakes and returned back to Konoha from wherever they were vacationing, searching high and low for the Namikaze. I need to talk to Minato, Tsume. Mikoto said lowly. Before the ceremony. She needed to explain herself. Why she didn't wait for him, despite she telling him to hold on for her. Why she didn't welcome him back to the village. Why she obeyed the Hokage's damn order. Tsume's shoulders lifted and dropped casually. Sure. Where can I find him? The Uchiha felt horrible. Her heart thudded hard in her chest, berating her for what she had done to her great friend, for betraying him, for breaking his heart. It took all in her to not cry. Why you need to help me, Tsume? Please. The Inuzuka looked at Mikoto with a raised eyebrow, seeing the tears glazing her eyes and her pleading, begging coal-black gaze. She looked to the other women, seeing similar looks of regret and despair on their faces, weighed down by their guilt. Tsume sighed. He told me he's going to look for Lord Jiraiya before the ceremony, he didn't tell me why. Their morning soak was ruined. Oh. Behind Konoha's onsen. Yuhi Jiraiya the Toad Sage giggled perversely, grinning lecherously and scribbling into a notebook as he stared into an eye-hole, looking into the women's section of the bathhouse, hunkered down in a makeshift bush and partially shaded by average-height trees. Blood streamed down the man's nose and he whispered to himself, feeling his pants tightening and his heart racing. That's it, Tsume. Stretch those arms. Oh. The dog woman arched her back and yawned into her hand, providing inside details on her and Minato's several nights together, although the Sannin was too distracted by what he was seeing to listen to anything they were talking about. Their previous conversation had flown right over his head. Oh you Mikoto you too, what smooth skin, what firm breasts. The famous pervert tittered dirtily, doing so quietly. You've grown so much, Miko, how I wish I could touch you, feel you, oh you. He groaned longingly. You've all grown marvelously. He ogled Hanami's large chest and panted, beads of sweat dripping down to his neck. Let me see those. He bit his bottom lip and groaned when he got what he wanted before he even finished. Nipples. Jiraiya. The white-haired man jumped and tendrils of fear rolled over him at the coldness and hollowness of the voice. The sage turned around and his shoulders relaxed, so much so he almost fell down onto his knees in relief. He bared his teeth and shook a stern finger at Minato, standing roughly 5'3" from him. Kami damn it, brat. Don't sneak up on me like that. The Namikaze's face didn't shift and he didn't recoil back under the finger. Jiraiya got a good look at his student. Minato looked paler, thinner and more unkempt. His jounin vest was casually unzipped to show his black, long-sleeved shirt. There were standard weapons on the left side of his hip and right thigh shuriken and kunai respectively, and his black shinobi pants, reaching his ankles, looked fairly used. Minato's shaggy blonde hair was grown out just a bit longer, spiking above his head and not kept together, unlike when he wore his forehead protector, which he didn't, now that Jiraiya got a good look. There was also a holstered sword on the right side of Minato's hip, though the thin black cloth covering the handle didn't clue him in on what the weapon looked like. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at the familiar feeling he was getting from the sheathed sword. He met Minato's eyes and winced at the soulless gaze that returned to him, akin to looking at a long-dead, long-buried corpse. The Namikaze's formerly sparkling blue eyes were dimmed with age, for one his age had seen and did many things that he would rather not do. Heavy bags were under his student's eyes and there was a visible sag on Minato's once proud, strong shoulders. Jiraiya almost regretted having Minato's friends leave the village for the week. Almost. Minato needed the time to himself, to reflect on what he had seen and done in Chill. It would make him stronger, prepare him for the path ahead. That was what Jiraiya the Toad Sage told himself. Hey kid, how's it going? The older ninja abruptly said as Minato stared a hole into his soul for 5 long, silent minutes. The blonde gave nothing away, standing rigidly ramrod and his face clean of emotion. I've been looking for you, Jiraiya. Minato said in an empty voice. His eyes looked over his teacher, slowly dipped down to Jiraiya's feet and took its time looking back into the sage's black eyes. You look, well. The sage placed his right hand on his chin and entered a pose, grinning widely. The corner of his eyes twinkled. I know, the great toad sage, Jiraiya of the Sannin, always looks good. The only reaction he got from Minato was a slow blink and a fractional dip of the corners of his lips. The man chuckled uneasily, a sweat drop fell down the side of his head. You look alive? Minato hummed mutely and answered. Just barely. Jiraiya exhaled heavily. I wanted to see you back, but I had to be Sarutobi-sensei's bodyguard for the Kage's summit in Kiri, you understand, right? Minato shook his head once. No Jiraiya, I don't understand. He breathed out quietly and closed his eyes, centering himself as he felt his dormant emotions well up, saying. I wasn't paid for 10 months while I was in Chill, you know that right? He took half a step to Jiraiya. I didn't have a place to live, you know that right? Wakono, the Fire Lord, made sure to stuff his mouth with as many biscuits as she could before he disappeared in a yellow flash each and every time he came by. She would notice his hollow cheeks as he instructed her to leave something in his vault for him, and she would push bread or bottles of water into his hand, imploring her with the pride and entitledness she was known for. Jiraiya winced and shrugged. Well, the past is the past. He waggled his eyebrows. I heard you were staying with that hot dog lady, Tsum. Lucky bastard. He furrowed his eyebrows at Minato's sharp flinch at his last statement, struggling to remain his perverse grin again. On a scale of 1 to 10, how is she? I'd think she's a good 9, probably dash. Is Tsukumo Hatake my father, Jiraiya? Minato asked, cutting his teacher off before he could begin rambling. The white-haired Sannin briefly stumbled back at the question, looking like it had been a slap on the face. He regained himself and promptly replied, smiling gently. No, Minato. Naruto is your father. Minato's face lowered and his unkempt blonde hair cast a shadow over his upper face. There's no use lying to me, Jiraiya. What do you mean, kid? Jiraiya faltered. I told you, Naruto is your father. He pointed away from the onsen, towards Konoha. He's the reason people have hated you. He hurt people in the village, tore families apart and made Konoha look like a fool. We've lost too much to Naruto dash. Stop. Minato muttered once, refusing to look up at his lying teacher. Just stop talking. Jiraiya frowned, hard. You don't believe me? He jabbed his thumb to his chest and barked, doing so under his breath and harshly, trying not to make the women in the onsen notice his presence. I've never lied to you, Minato. Not once. Minato shook his head, a quick twitching motion. My whole life has been a lie dash. The Sannin's eyes then suddenly widened. Naruto, he's brainwashed you dash. I told you to stop, Jiraiya. Minato said with finality. I know the truth. Naruto isn't my father. Tsukumo was. Jiraiya then sighed, giving up with a hefty shrug. And so what, Naruto is still our enemy here. Whether or not you're his kid or Tsukumo's doesn't matter. What matters is that Naruto faces his crimes and Konoha gets justice. No, Jiraiya. It does matter. Minato muttered, his voice laden with sadness. The blonde frowned slightly, his hair still shading his face. My whole existence was built on the thought that the person you claimed was my father, that Naruto was the most evil man in the world, only I can kill him, to restore balance in the world again. I was the person that would bring justice to Konoha, return what was taken from us, take back what is in darkness that is rightfully ours dash. And you will dash. That Konoha really is innocent. Minato said, as if he hadn't been interrupted. His head twitched again, this time more visibly and accompanied with a quick flex of his fingers. Konoha, rape darkness. Jiraiya paled at the blunt, painfully honest statement. We raped darkness, blamed them and Naruto for fighting back, and once we lost to them, we swore that we have never done any wrong, that we deserve justice. Minato slowed to a stop and his lips screwed to the side. Justice. Now, Minato, listen to me. Jiraiya said, motioning for his student to calm down. Think about what you're saying dash. Konoha invaded a country, raided their lands, raped their women, forced people to fight a war they didn't even believe in, drained their lands, stole their resources, Konoha took from them, and we blame them for fighting back. Minato finally looked back, his eyes hauntingly wide, reflecting Jiraiya's pale, surprised face. Minato's soul had long since left his body. Why would Konoha think it deserves everything Dark Country has, Jiraiya? Minato asked. Why? Jiraiya's face, ever so slowly, twisted with anger. Because their daimyo signed a deal with us. We own them, Minato. Their lands, their people, and their money. It is all Konoha's by right. He spat harshly, saying in a grating voice. Then that fucking brat came along with that his pest called a student, took our right from us. Naruto, the ghost, is the reason Konoha is the way it is now, and you should know that most of all, Minato. He pointed at the stoic Namikaze again, his finger trembling with rage. Naruto is the reason people hate you, you just so happen to be from his clan, took after his face and inherited a good chunk of his abilities. Specifically his chakra affinities and assassination techniques. Minato had been born in Dark Country, smuggled out by Tsukumo when they were being driven out of the country and stolen from the Kamuri woman the Hatake had assaulted. You're a Konoha ninja, brat. Act like one. Why did you take me to Tsukumo? No one else was willing to protect you while I was out of the village. He didn't want to protect me. Jiraiya scoffed. Of course not. Kurino, his wife, had just passed away and it was my chance to leave you with your father. Your real father. The older shinobi said with brutal honesty, giving up on taking it easy on the blonde before him, laying it all out as it was, unfiltered and unhindered. Tsukumo and Kurino's marriage was never the same when she found out about you, and I never forgave Tsukumo for betraying Kurino either. She never wanted to see your face, that's why Tsukumo left you in the orphanage. Kurino Hatake died of a broken heart. She didn't even want her husband near her anymore, not even when she was dying. The Sannin shrugged. Her death was the best chance I had to have someone capable look after you. He didn't want to look after me. Huh, no. He hated you, Minato. Minato's head twitched. He hated you. You are his greatest sin manifested. Minato's head twitched again. Maybe, somewhere in his head, he thought raising you would atone for his sins, for what he did to your mother and what he did to his wife. Naruto's head twitched, his eyes flicked to the other side. Jiraiya huffed and his shoulders lifted up and down, coming down from his rant, realizing and acknowledging that he had exposed himself, Tsukumo and Konoha to the boy that had believed that there was nothing Konoha ever do wrong. No matter the situation, Konoha was always right. Right? It was, right? Konoha is always right. The Toad Sage clarified, stepping up to Minato, a quarter of a head taller than his student, and glared down at him with dark eyes. I nominated you for Hokage dash. Minato's eyes widened fractionally, he was just hearing about this now. Now. Of all times. I'm sure Sarutobi-sensei will give it to you, instead of Orochimaru and Danzo, the other two candidates. The teacher placed his hands on Minato's shoulders and his grip tightened, still not eliciting a reaction from the silent Namikaze. Now, get your shit together, brat, and get ready for the ceremony. Minato breathed out. Get my shit together. Jiraiya beamed brightly. Yeah. Minato bobbed his head slightly. Okay. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Okay? Minato nodded. Okay. The sage grinned, patting his shoulders once. Okay. Now get lost, I have research to do. All right. Blue light shone from under Jiraiya's eyes, briefly blinding him. Rasengan. A million burning hot knives ripped into his stomach, tearing apart his skin, shredding his muscles, rending his intestines, liver and bladder into pieces and severing his spine. The blue light illuminating from below, between him and his expressionless student, dimmed as the source entered his body, pushing outwards. Minato's arm was elbow deep in Jiraiya's gut, the blonde stared deep into his teacher's eyes as the ball of blue chakra wreaked havoc inside of him. Jiraiya coughed, blood dribbled out from his mouth and his eyes shook. What the dash da? He whispered in horror, clawing at Minato's shoulders. He hacked. Gunk. The Rasengan expanded, cutting through his diaphragm as he made to scream for help. Air escaped his nose as the bottom of his lungs got torn into, his mouth being too clogged up with blood. Cack. Jiraiya coughed, feeling the strength in his body leave him as the blood either pooled inside of him or pulsed out from his mouth and back. Ack. Minato didn't speak, peering into his dying teacher's eyes with the gaze of a dead man. The pain, starting from the sage's gut, set all his nerve endings on fire. The chakra attack targeted his chakra coils as well, dismantling any chakra control he had with the accurate strike on his internal organs and spine. Hank. Some blood sprayed on Minato's face. The man struggled to get his arms up, cupping his precious student's face. Tears streamed down his eyes and his hands trembled, unable to find purchase on the blonde's stony face. Mina, why? The attack had taken him completely by surprise, and he couldn't do anything until it was too late. His chakra coils were destroyed and his internal organs were being grinded by the spiraling sphere of chakra. No ninja, no matter how renowned or powerful, was invulnerable to an attack from the person he least expected. The younger shinobi didn't reply, only twisting his arm and cutting through more of Jiraiya's lungs and ripping open the diaphragm more. The Namikaze then suddenly pulled his arm out of his teacher's gut. Jiraiya's legs gave out and he fell down onto his knees, his head defiantly staring up at the impassive blonde. His hands went to his abdomen, vainly trying to keep the near-liquid guts in his stomach from spilling out. Why you'll regret dash. Shishing. Raijin no Ken lopped off the Sannin's head, and in his last few seconds, he saw his headless body fall onto its side and more blood pour from the neck, soaking into the grass. The man standing over his headless body flicked the lightning sword noticeably without lightning dash, ridding it of the blood, and smoothly sheathed it back, this time not covering the handle with the black material. The white-haired man's eyes remained open, his face twisted in a mixture betrayal and mortified horror. Dead? Fear the man whose belief has been put in doubt. The place he once thought was his home turned out to be a prison, the people he once learned from and trusted turned out to be his slave masters. Naruto quoted those words from Jiraiya's book to his subordinates after Konoha's failed retrieval mission, unknown to both Minato and the Toad Sannin. The ghost knew this would happen. Minato blankly looked down at the corpse, the soles of his feet drenched in his teacher's blood and part of his face spattered with the red liquid. Silent tears ran down his eyes at what he had done, and he spoke, as if talking to himself. "Are you satisfied?" The air shifted and Naruto, sitting on a branch with his back to the tree, gave a slight smile to the soulless murderer. Very. The yellow flash wasn't under the ghost's instruction, never was, and now the younger didn't hold any grudge towards the older ninja. Rather, he respected Naruto for making him see the light. Konoha was corrupt, through and through. A cesspool of putrid, foul humanity, and he could finally see that now. One thing had Minato curious though. "What are you doing here?" "I came to watch the show." Chapter 27. 8:58 a.m. Minato Namikaze was a smart man. A prodigy, for that matter. His mind might have solely been on him discovering the truth about Konoha and the reality of how much his life had revolved around a lie, but he wasn't so blind to his environment as to not notice other things. His roommate, Tsume Inuzuka, had been performing D-rank missions, specifically the dirty, demeaning, humiliating D-rank missions, since he came back to the village a week prior. She would return to their shared apartment, wearing either a long face or gnashing her teeth angrily, ranting and raving about how terrible her day had been, how condescending the D-rank mission contractors had been to her, and how utterly frustrated she was for even doing them for a meager 10 ryu per 5 jobs. Minato would ask her, as he drew her a nice, hot bath, giving her his complete attention and using his cool blue eyes to soothe her frayed nerves, why she bothered collecting D ranks. The world was fresh out of the Third Great War, and so, no matter which village or country on the continent, there was an abundance of high-rank, well-paying missions. Quite frankly, Jounin don't collect D ranks unless they were supervising genin teams. Supervising, not participating. She would give a vague answer and turn to him in the bathtub, her eyes wide and a light sweet smile twitching on the corner of her lips, and ask him how his day went. Minato wasn't stupid. Tsume was being punished for something. Something that she had done a week ago. Minato could put 2 and 2 together. The fourth day of the Inuzuka returning to their apartment late in the evening at sunset, sopping wet and stinking of cat piss, her ears drooped sadly and her shoulders sagged in resignation, Minato Namikaze resolved to himself that Tsume's intentions were real. She was a true friend. The dead-eyed Namikaze entered the crowd of people milling before the Hokage's tower and looked around, his hollow gaze sweeping from person to person, holding back the urge to just touch the ground and track Tsume from there. He finally caught sight of his roommate and a ghost of a smile slide up his face. It quickly cleaned off once he saw who the woman was standing with. His friends. Minato's head twitched and his right hand gripped the top of the handle of Raijin no Ken. The yellow flash walked up to her, suppressing his presence little by little as he came closer. Shikaku Nara turned around, the sleepy man's eyes brightened once he saw his blonde friend approaching, and Inoichi Yamanaka raised a hand, ready to wave. Minato's eyes didn't meet theirs, only grabbing Tsume by her wrist and dragging her along a way, pushing through the crowd a little bit away from their friends. The dog woman, affronted by the hand that had grabbed her wrist, turned to the person to chew him out but halted when she realized who it was. A wide, bright grin cracked on her face and her sharp canines glinted teasingly. "Sup?" Her expression dimmed when he didn't return her smile, meeting her light brown eyes with an empty look. Tsume's eyes widened when she saw the small red splotches on her roommate's face and his shirt. She gasped, her nose instinctively sniffing. Blood dash. The Namikaze pulled out a palm-sized scroll from inside his open Jounin flak jacket and pushed it into the hand he was holding. "Take this and go back to the apartment," he told her in a dull, though strong voice, looking down at her with an expressionless face and churning blue orbs. He pushed a tri-pronged kunai into the same hand as the scroll, on top of the sealing scroll, and added as the woman opened her mouth to object. "Tell no one where you're going and open the scroll once you get back. Make sure you're alone, understand?" The woman frowned and her eyebrows furrowed, concerned. "What's going on, Minato?" Her eyes flicked over his unkempt form and saw that the bottom of his feet was red with blood, some of his black shirt was speckled with blood and the side zip of his casually open vest was now fully undone. Not his blood, from what her nose told her. Why Ryu covered in blood? Her eyes widened in surprise and she looked frantically around, realizing that their friends weren't near them, though she could see the tall Akimichi, Nara and Yamanaka spot them, bringing the others over to them. Are we under attack? Minato made a displeased noise in his throat and bent down so that his face was near hers. Tsume gulped at the seriousness in his eyes and how stronger his grip on her wrist had gotten. The man narrowed his eyes and glared at her, his blue eyes glowing with deadly light. The dog part of her mind whimpered and shuffled back, tucking her tail between her legs and flattening her ears to her head, though she couldn't move back, for Minato's hold on her was too strong. He said only one word, a low bark that chilled Tsume's soul. Go. He released her wrist and Tsume ran. The Hokage stepped up onto the assembled stage, walked to the podium and called for the attention of the people of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage, beamed widely to his people and said in a loud voice as a hush hastily ran over the crowd not too long after he had walked onto the stage. Let me not waste any of our time with a speech and skip ahead to the good part, I'm sure we all want to party. He chuckled warmly at the round of cheers from the sea of people before him. In the crowd, Mikoto reached for the back of Minato's flak jacket but the blonde walked out as Hiruzen Sarutobi began calling the names of the Hokage candidates. Shimura Danzo. The one-eyed man took his time ambling up the stage with a stoic look, still feeling the effects of Minato's savage beating from all those months ago. He was in his usual kimono, covering his right side and the bandage over his limbs and his eyes were devoid of even a speck of dirt. Two plain-looking men stood at the bottom of the stage from where the one-eyed man had ascended, watching him with fake smiles plastered on their faces. No one saw the brief flash of blue in the man's coal-black eyes as he took his place behind the third Hokage. Orochimaru of the Sannin. The pale, snake man smirked sharply and stepped out of the crowd, wearing a long-sleeved dark green shirt and black pants with white tape around a small section of his right thigh, no visible kunai or shuriken in sight but with what they could all identify as the kusanagi, grass-cutter long sword, strapped to his hip. Minato Namikaze. The blond man already had a foot on the bottom step before his name was even called. The Sandaime frowned at the blonde's shabby appearance, sniffing and hiding his displeasure with a large smile, despite Minato not reciprocating and standing behind him with the other candidates. His eyes sparked when he saw that the yellow flash also had a sword strapped to his hip, though he couldn't get a good look to identify it. A round of applause followed each candidate as they walked onto the stage. Orochimaru looked at the youngest candidate, belittling Minato with their condescending eyes. Minato lowered his face, his spiky blonde hair throwing a shadow over his upper face. Everyone he wanted was either on the stage or near it: Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, the Konoha Council and the Konoha Elders/Advisors. Anyone that got in his way or blocked his path, shinobi or civilian, would be cut down. His eyes flicked up when the Sandaime raised his voice amid the applause. Now, my successor, the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, would be. He turned around with a flourish and motioned with his right hand, saying in a booming voice, Minato Namikaze. The cocky smirk on Orochimaru's face disappeared. Danzo looked unfazed. A silent, twisted grin crawled up Minato's face. The Hokage turned to the side and held out his right hand for a handshake. Minato walked up to the smiling man with quick, clipped steps. Instead of holding out his own hand to grasp Hiruzen's own, Minato pulled his right hand down to his left side, grasped the handle of the Nidaime's lost blade and Tsunade, standing at the bottom of the stage, cried out in horror. Sensei dash. Shishing. Raijin no Ken was coated in whistling yellow lightning and elongated to twice its length in case its prospective target opened his eyes and tried to dodge it. Hiruzen didn't. Veteran shinobi like the Sandaime and the Sannin had trained many years to be able to detect killer intent, which was a sure way of determining the place, time, and strength of a particular attack. Everyone that intended to kill or maim had killer intent. It could be weaponized, like how the ghost used his unique chakra to make his killer intent induce horror and hesitation in his victims, and killer intent could also be used as a way of predicting telegraphed intentions for the target's death. Against that popular notion of killer intent, Minato had trained himself long and hard to suppress his only until the very, very last second. This suppression, unknowingly channeling the assassination techniques of Dark Country, had saved his skin on many occasions in Chill and while he was researching the two-faced nature of his home village. Hiruzen Sarutobi only detected the younger ninja's killer intent after the blade had bit into his arm, swiped upwards and exited his shoulder, a mere quarter of a second due to the lightning coating Raijin no Ken and also on the refined speed Minato was known for. The Nidaime sword, now Minato's blade, cut through the man's right elbow, diagonally carving through his chest and leaving from his left clavicle, burning a path of hot, crackling destruction at the path its holder had created. The top half of the sandame fell onto the ground with a wet plop, and Minato had already turned around as the Konoha Council, as well as the people of the village, began screaming, fleeing in all directions. The older man had already bled out long before he realized the attack, roaring in agony and gnashing his teeth as he looked down, seeing his split-open ribcage and his sluggishly beating heart. He panted raggedly, his arms unable to move to cover his fatal wound and his head unable to look away from what he was seeing. He went into shock. His own heart. It stopped. Hiruzen's eyes rolled up into the back of his head. The soulless shinobi hopped off the stage, landing on the ground with a firm thud, and blindly slashed his sword sideways, cutting off a woman's head. On the stage, ANBU were futilely trying to revive their Hokage. Toryun Uzumaki's remaining lifespan, a good 100 years or so, wasn't enough to keep the third Hokage alive from such a wound. The civilians were running about screaming in terror as Minato looked about for where the Konoha Council had fled to, his eyes trained on two civilians, and he blurred over to them, as the ninjas of the village overcame their shock and pelted towards him in a flurry of limbs and chakra, forcing their legs to run towards the sandame's assassin. Traitor! Minato mercilessly stabbed his blade down, cutting into the lower back of a civilian man that had made the mistake of tripping on his feet. He tore the sword out and cut off his lightning affinity chakra from the sword, returning it back to its normal length and stainless steel color. He bent under a kick to the back of his head, slashed upwards and cut off the attacker's arm, catching the arm from the air with his free hand, as the attacker went down on his knees, screaming, and used the severed limb to backhand the kneeling man clear across his face, smacking the downed man's head into the ground and still using the arm, now apparently fractured at the upper arm, to bat aside a flurry of shuriken honed at him by another faceless shinobi. Minato dropped the arm and blurred towards the 4 Konoha civilian council members. The shinobi council, and whoever wished to die, would come to him. Blood spattered across the blond man's face as he cut his way through 2 of the civilian council members, bathing his lower face in blood. The dead-eyed man spun on his heel and smashed a roundhouse kick to a kunoichi that attempted to use the cover of genjutsu to wrap ninja wire around him. He realized, with a hum and a brief sweeping look, that the person he had just concussed was Korean Ayuhi, slamming the now ragdoll of a teenager into Yugao Yuzuki as the latter tried to catch her in her arms. Anko Mitarashi vengefully barreled to Minato as Yugao tried to keep the aspiring genjutsu from falling asleep with a concussion. Minato had already cast the remorse from his mind as soon as it made to emerge. He had other things to worry about, like killing the council, and whoever got in his way. He crossed the sword over his torso and blocked a Tanto strike from a familiar-looking teenager. Kakashi, baring his teeth under his mask and his Sharingan eyes spinning, trying to find Minato's, cried out as his older brother figure and his teacher smashed his knee into his stomach, grabbed his head, cracked his knee into his forehead, swept his feet out from under him and was about to slice off his head while Kakashi was trying to collect himself, trying to understand how one moment he was on his feet and the next he was on his back and his teacher was about to decapitate him. His ears rang as blood poured freely out of it, effects of Minato's knee to his forehead. Epic entrance. The sword honing for Kakashi's neck was kicked Minato's back, and the emotionless blonde, flowing with the momentum of the strike to his hand, rolled back and lifted his head to look at who had dared to interrupt him. Guy bounced on the balls of his feet, narrowing his eyes as the Minato got back to his feet. The kick had been strong, but Minato's hold on the blade handle was stronger. It throbbed a little. The Namikaze frowned, hard, and sheathed the blade in a smooth motion, clenching his fists and cracking them chillingly. He silently motioned to Guy. "Come on. Leave it to me." Guy yelled heroically, though Hayashi and Hizashi swept in with him towards Minato, coming in from before and behind their target. The yellow flash lowered himself into his fighting stance, the flying hummingbird, and his head shifted aside from a brazen straight punch. He slapped the attack aside and slapped down a knee to his side, slipping under a palm strike to his chest from Hayashi and lifting a foot as Hizashi made to block the tenketsu of his feet. Clever. Take out the legs of the fastest man in Konoha. Hizashi's mistake was not being fast enough to do it. Guy came down on him with an axe kick, and Minato surged away from a palm strike to the center of his back, wise enough to know not to block a Hyuga strike. Konoha's foremost taijutsu master made to spin and drive his elbow into Minato's head, though Blonde slipped around the attack as a poke to his other legs made to trip him, and drove the base of his palm into Guy's chin. Crack! A broken jaw didn't seem enough to drop the taijutsu master, so Minato smashed the sole of his right foot into Guy's gut and shoved him in the way of a palm strike to the middle of his back, courtesy of a shocked Hayashi. Minato was on a warpath. His cerulean eyes, though devoid of emotion not to talk of common human empathy, looked absolutely insane as a Rasengan spiraled in his left palm and he pushed them to Hizashi. Rasengan. Kaitan. The Hyuga defensive clan jutsu clashed brightly against the ball of blue energy in Minato's palm, creating a spark of light that very nearly blinded Fugaku and Hayashi, who were bull rushing back to Minato. The clang of both chakra abilities, strongly negating each other, created light from the contact, and thus the light, saturated in the chakra of both men, served to negatively affect the two Jujutsu users, whose eyes could see the chakra in the air at their high level. Half a minute later, blinking away the blips of light from their vision, they saw the ball of chakra in Minato's hand shredding apart the Hyuga defense, and Hisashi was only quick enough to move to his right, though the Rasengan took a chunk of his left thigh in process. The jutsu Minato had perfected and mastered was truly something to fear. Minato grabbed Hisashi by the scruff of his shirt and yanked him up, punching him back to the ground and effectively breaking the Hyuga's nose. The yellow flash, quick to get back to what he was doing, flicked his wrists and 6 tri-pronged kunai appeared in his hands. He threw them to his sides, just as his body froze. Hidden art, shadow imitation technique. Shikaku, grinding his teeth and visibly struggling against Minato's vast store of chakra from breaking out from the shadow bind. Minato's empty blue eyes then glanced to the side, noticing that Shikaku's shadow was split into 7 parts, 1 to hold him in place and 6 to successfully capture the 6 kunai he had thrown away. Those Hiroshin seal tags couldn't be used while they were bound to Shikaku's shadow. Minato, this is madness, the Nara clan head bellowed. His father, and the fathers of the other clan heads, were back with the Sandame. Inoichi was powering through a long set of hand seals and Chuza as well. I have you restrained. Stop this at once. You choose to die for Konoha? Minato mumbled under his breath and, ever so slowly, a demented smirk crawled onto his face. You will die for Konoha. There's nowhere to go. Shikaku's hands jerked and closed into a fist, as Minato's own did. The Namikaze flexed his hand and the Nara, almost afraid to think of what his friend had up his sleeve, begged for the blonde to not resist. Don't dash. Inoichi finished his string of seals, calling. Hidden art, mind-body switch technique. Minato timed it just right. He focused chakra to his core. The blonde was gone in a yellow flash and the shadow bind came undone at the absence of the Nara's primary target. Inoichi's soul soundlessly impacted on the bare ground, about to leap back into his body, though one of the recently released tri-pronged kunai briefly flashed yellow as Minato reappeared once again, throwing his arm out and sending the Hiroshin kunai out to Inoichi's body. The Yamanaka's soul raced back, entering as Chuza used the back of his enlarged bear paw to block the kunai, chuckling as the short blade bounced off. Minato, as Shikaku made to bind him again and before the kunai could fall, clapped his hands together into the ram hand seal. Katsu. Boom. The heat enveloped Chuza's arm, furiously surging up and covering his whole bloated form as he used his body to shade his Yamanaka friend. The Akimichi didn't honestly believe that the 6 Hiroshin kunai Shikaku had captured in his shadow were the only ones Minato had in his arsenal, none of them did. The 6 was merely a diversion. To lull them into a false sense of control. Minato was a smart man, Chuza remembered as the fire covered his whole body, holding Inoichi before him and protecting him from the flames. Shikaku, and any ninja in a half-mile radius, had been blown off his feet by the explosion. Chuza had successfully prevented Inoichi from roasting to death, though the shockwave of being closest to the blast zone didn't spare the Yamanaka either, jarring the Mind Walker's body and dislocating more than a few bones. Being closest to the blast from the powerful exploding seal Minato had specially made for his Akimichi friend, the clothes on Chuza's torso and his body effectively became charred. Any other person would have been disintegrated. The ground around the big bone shinobi was now ash, and the stage before the Hokage Tower was on fire, forcing medics and the shinobi council to flee. Minato wasn't done. The Namikaze whipped out Raijin no Ken and pointed the blade at Chuza's smoldering back. Lightning release, lightning dragon. The chakra creation thundered out of the tip of the now bright yellow, whistling sword and rammed its tri-horned head into Chuza's bloated form, both electrocuting the Akimichi and the Yamanaka, as well as tossing them to only Kami knows where. The short-winged, snake-bodied dragon bellowed, loud enough to shake the ground, and scampered on the ground on its short, stumpy legs and snapped at Enko and Yoshino, driving tendrils of electricity into their bodies. Chuza and Inoichi, wherever they were, would be lucky if they were dead. Enko and Yoshino were smashed back by the tail of the lightning dragon. It wasn't likely they would survive from that many volts of electricity, not especially when it came from Minato's Raijin no Ken. Minato sheathed his sword once again and ran with his head lowered to where the shinobi council were gathered, waiting for him. The first person he brought down was Shimura Danzo. The war hawk cracked his cane into the ground, catching it in his hand and swung the now revealed short blade at the end of the stick, though Minato swatted the blade aside with a hit from a Hiroshin kunai and tunneled a blow into Danzo's chest. Thin smoke wafted out of the older man's mouth and nose as soon as the punch hit home in the center of Danzo's chest. Curious enough, though Minato didn't dwell on this for long. Minato faced his attention on the Shinobi Council. Oh. Comfortably perched on the roof of a nearby cafe and merrily munching on a muffin, Naruto laughed with muted glee at the chaos laid out before him, caused by the vengeful blonde slaughtering the council. The blue-eyed assassin chewed on the tasty treat in his hands, muffling his laughter with a mouthful, as Minato jammed his fingers into the eyes of a Hyuga councilman, slapped a paper flashbang over the eyes of an Uchiha councilman and cracking his foot to send the Sharingan holder back as the seal tag exploded with light over the Uchiha's face, just as Fugaku arrived to tear it off. Mikoto's father's eyes overloaded with light and chakra, popping loudly, and Fugaku, his son-in-law, was once again blinded by the saturation of chakra in the light. On her knees at Naruto's side, Bat held up a tray of sugary delights for her master, rolling her eyes when Naruto slapped his knee in amusement as he saw a grown man shove through a mother and child in his bid to get away from the ravenously stoic murderer, separating the parent and child in the ensuing bedlam. Funny how chaos can bring out the best in us. He nodded his head and Komodo dragon threw down a kunai, nailing a woman in the top of her head and allowing mother and child to see each other, reuniting after one hopeless minute. The panicking citizens of the Leaf dared not stop their hasty escape, not wanting to find out whether it was Minato or some other invader that had killed the unknowing woman. Bat cleared her throat and muttered, "Don't talk with your mouth full, Naruto-sensei." Naruto's head fell back, his grisly jaws creaked open and peals of laughter flew out from his mouth, drowned out by the hysteria below him. Any person that so dared to look in their general direction, even if it was to look for a friend or a member of their family, would be brought down by any member of Team 11 or 12, eliminating a potential witness to their presence in Konoha. The Jounin painter in Naruto's entourage stood behind her leader. She had a seamless paint illusion cover them to make it look like the roof was unoccupied, though killing any person that looked was a backup measure. The Kurama was busily painting on a canvas, slashing her hand here and there, dipping the tip of her brush on a palette for colors, mixing it with the poise and experience of a veteran artist. Her leader had commissioned a painting. Umara had tried to insist on not being paid by her master for her art, for Naruto could demand anything and everything from her and she would readily provide without reluctance or hesitation, but the masked man didn't want hard work to be rewarded with nothing. Before finding the spot on the cafe and securing their position, Naruto had already signed a check of 350,000 ryu to Umara. The man wasn't skimming from Dark Country's reserves, even though he had every right to, and even if he did, no person would oppose him. Naruto had a fair bit of money, as his monthly salary for being leader as well as a weekly allowance for when he traveled out of the country on official business or just for a vacation if he ever took one, and so he had enough money saved up in his personal bank account to serve him long through his retirement. Then there was the joint account he had with Sueki, of which the paperwork for Kushina to join was already underway in Darkness National Bank, personally handled by Amara Chueinku, the director of the Fourth Wealth Nations Bank. He and his wife, and Kushina soon enough, regularly pooled 10% of their monthly salaries into the joint account, and the account was merely there for family matters. Sueki was also receiving a monthly salary, as BLAK commander and director of Dark Countryside of Darksand. The people of the country were content with how they and their country were progressing, seeing as they had nice sums of money in their main account and in their emergency funds. 350 ryu was dirty cheap for a piece of art, especially one that was made by an artist as famous as Umara Kurama. The woman had begged on her hands and knees, tears streaming out of her eyes and blubbering almost incoherently, for her leader to not worry about payment, as Naruto had at first wanted to pay 3 million ryu for her work, which was adequate compensation for the amount of paint, chakra, and plain expertise to be used for the moving artwork, but had bumped it down to a measly 350,000 ryu. Naruto wasn't a fan of how his people wished to give him things for free, despite how long and hard they worked to achieve it. The leader of darkness was a firm believer of rewarding those that needed to be rewarded, like a delivery boy that delivered food before the 30-minute mark, or the baker that had crafted a new flavor spending months doing so. He understood that his people were grateful for what he had done and what he was planning to do for the years that he wished to remain leader, but it had reached the stage where Naruto would force the money into their hands for whatever he or his wife buy. The painting that Naruto had commissioned was a moving piece of art. Splashes of emotional colors. In the background to the top left was the Hokage's monument, with the faces of the Shodame, Nidame and Sandame proudly overlooking the village. To the right of the monument were clusters of dark green trees and foliage. The rest of the piece was utter anarchy. The sea of humanity rushing on the ground, selfishly stampeding in their bid to escape the carnage, of which most was caused by their negligence and self-regard. Families were torn apart in the waves of the mob, young children were trampled underfoot, the elderly were shoved aside and pressed to the ground, their bones snapping agonizingly under the weight of the stronger cowards. When one tripped, they weren't helped up, not unless someone that dearly loved them was close enough to even help them back onto their feet. A few ninjas were keeping their head in the disorder, helping to direct the flow of traffic and help those that hadn't already been trampled to death, but the bulk of the Konoha ninja force had flown to Minato in a rage in order to avenge their assassinated Hokage. The masked man specifically told Umara to leave Minato's fight out of the landscape, focus on making the calamity and catastrophe of the disaster beautiful and memorable. Naruto wasn't going to display the moving painting in his office, but it would be safely hung in his private library in his house in the Dark Library, to commemorate this very day. With Tsume. Before the ceremony. Tsume Inuzuka flew through the door of her apartment, slammed it shut, snapped the locks twice and finally exhaled in relief, leaning her back against the wooden door and regaining composure. The woman grabbed her hair and tugged madly, angry at herself for how quick she obeyed Minato's order and how she had not warned anybody as she ran through the streets. Whatever it was that was happening, shouldn't others know? A part of her mind, the dog part, reared up and said that it had been Minato that had instructed her. If it was him, her friend, then his reason must have been for her good. He wouldn't want harm to come to her. Tsume plodded into the main room of the two-bedroom apartment, living room and bedroom, with a bathroom, and she dropped the tri-pronged kunai onto the kitchen table as she proceeded to a chair, unrolling the scroll her roommate had pushed into her hand. There were 4 arrows pointing inwards, forcing her attention to Minato's near illegible chicken scrawl. Look here. Poof! White chakra smoke burst in her face, making the woman drop the scroll and stumble back in her surprise, coughing. She fell down on her butt, hard, sitting down on the chair and wobbling precariously, teetering as if she was about to fall onto her back. Tsume coughed again, trying to lift her arms to wave away the smoke but unable to. The smoke left as soon as it came and her eyes bugged out when she looked down to find out why she couldn't use her arms. The woman was bound by ropes and chains to the plain wooden chair, and these ropes and chains were weighed down by seals, preventing her from using her brute strength to break out. Kuramaru wasn't in the apartment for that moment, as he was back in the Inuzuka compound to watch the reconstruction efforts. It was supposed to be her that would supervise her clan mates, but the Sandame's punishment took up all available time during the day. The woman thrashed and snapped, biting the air and lowering her face, trying to grab onto a chain with her teeth and chew it with her sharp, strong teeth. Yerurf, she shouted in frustration, only amounting to shaking the chair she was tied on more and teetering even more, stopping so that she didn't fall back and crack her head on the edge of the table. Minato! She panted angrily. When I get my hands on you! Her eyes flicked to the table, where the lethally sharp tri-pronged kunai silently laid. Her expression brightened and she hopped on the chair, attempting to get closer to the table so as to snag the kunai in her mouth, and saw her way out of her bonds. The extra weight of not only the metal chain and the ropes but also the weighted seals drawn on them made it hell for the naturally strong woman. Tsume saw something move on the ground and she froze, sighing when she realized it was only that kami-damned scroll that had tied her up. She was just about to ignore it until she saw a kitchen timer pop out from the same trap seal that had captured her. It was counting back from 30 minutes. Her eyebrows furrowed curiously, understanding that her bonds would come undone at the 30-minute mark, though she didn't understand Minato's reason for restraining her. The small jolt of the kitchen time being unsealed rolled the scroll back, revealing 3 storage seals on the back. Poof! 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 The dog woman closed her eyes, ready for the worst. 1 minute passed and she didn't feel any pain, loss of her chakra or even a mild discomfort, so she cracked open her eyes and her jaw dropped at what she saw. 3 chests were now before her, 2 of which had fallen forward, throwing about gold and silver coins on the ground, too many to count. Bars of gold and pieces of sparkling, precious, expensive metals reflected the light coming in from the living room window. Jewelry, piles and piles of precious gems, luxurious stones and lavish clothes made of soft, watery silk, though somehow still looked like they could hold somewhat well against a clear stab to the body. These clothes, about 5 battle kimonos, 2 t-shirts and 2 black and white ninja pants, served to glitter more in the refracted light from the coins and the jewels, looking like they would fit her form perfectly. The last chest was helpfully labeled money. She didn't need to guess what was inside. What Tsume didn't know, as she marveled at the billions and billions in ryu of items formerly sealed into the scroll, was that this was all the gold and silver coins, jewelry and clothes that could and would fit her in his vault. In gratitude for Tsume being a true friend, Minato had scraped all the money and expensive items not including weapons or any kind and summoning contracts and gave it to her. All the money and jewelry he had encountered during his research for the truth was now hers. Tsume was speechless, more so when the small piece of tape holding up the handwritten note that said "money" fell off the trunk, allowing the bound woman to read the words her roommate had written at the back. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Tsume. I hope you aren't hurt. I know this isn't enough to repay the help you have given me. I am eternally in your debt. This is what I can do for now. You're a true friend, Tsume. Thank you for being there for me." Minutes later, Inuzuka Tsume jolted in surprise as screams ran through the air. Oh! Minato was covered in blood. Soaked head to toe in the thick red liquid, save for most of his upper face, his crackling blade dripped profusely of the bodily fluid, gotten from other humans. The yellow flash was panting for air, dragging in precious oxygen into his lungs to fuel his weakening body. His hollow eyes reflected the tormented souls of the lives he had ended that day. How many was it? He lost count after 53. It was all a mash of sounds and colors, primarily screams of suffering and various shades or red. Shibi Aburame was on the ground before him, curled up into a ball and sizzling with bright yellow electricity, one of the weaknesses of any insect, Kakaichu or not. The bug user had been wise enough to not come in closer for real hand-to-hand with Minato, rather taking pot shots and supporting Shikaku and Enko as the duo returned. Using well-placed Hiroshin kunai, Minato reduced the gap between him and the chakra-draining man and turned Shibi into a non-factor with a blast from Raijin no Ken. Huff, 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 huff. Minato bent down and touched the ground with 4 of his fingers, standing back up and staggering over Shibi's shivering body, making his way to where he had sensed the last 2 council members were hiding, civilians for that matter that had used the pandemonium to flee him. The body parts of the shinobi council were littered about the general vicinity. Orochimaru smartly didn't engage him, staying back with Tsunade to heal those he had maimed, though were unfortunate enough to not die. Koharu and Hamura were somewhere around here, cold and lifeless. The tortured sounds of the dying had dulled ever so slightly. Minato turned around quickly and pointed his sword at the Hokage's tower. Lightning Dragon. The short-winged, short-tailed beast of pure yellow electricity blasted out from the Nidame's lost blade and crashed its horned head into the bottom corner of the tall building, unsettling it. The extension of Minato's lightning affinity chakra wound around the Hokage's tower, ripping off large chunks here and there with each step and each crack of lightning from its yellow body, and propped its short arms up on the top of the building, lifting its head up and opening its terrifying maw. Arga. Anyone that wasn't dead, prayed for death. Anyone that contemplated facing the traitor, slouched back cowardly. The dragon looked down and opened its mouth again, firing down a beam of bright yellow electricity at the pale-looking shadow clone surging towards its creator, taking out 2, though Minato smoothly flowed under a haymaker, aimed to shatter his cheek and grabbed the assailant by her face, making sure to cover her eyes and use that grip to hold her off the ground. "Minato, don't do this." The Namikaze scoffed at Mikoto's plea and made to stab Raijin no Ken clear through her stomach. "I hope you're happy." He mumbled darkly, the tip of the unelectrified sword barely grazing the woman's flak jacket-protected stomach, shedding off small crackles of yellow energy to her, slightly shaking her and tightening her muscles. The Sharingan the Namikaze had covered with his hand spun to a stop and shifted back to her normal coal-black orbs. "You were part of the problem all along. No, Minato dash. You were part of those that played with my mind, turned me into a puppet." He grated quietly, the emptiness of the gaze cutting through her covered eyes and freezing her heart in terror, shuddering at his heavy tone. "I can finally see clearly." Mikoto was now flailing in his hand, fighting the muscle paralysis his lightning was causing. "I've never never dash." "Tell me the truth," Minato whispered, pressing the tip to her belly and squeezing the handle harder. "Did you ever care about me?" "You know I did," the Uchiha cried. She stopped her struggle and hug limp in his hold over her eyes. "I love you, Minato. I always have and I always will, no matter what happens. No matter what you do." The woman was no crying, guilt and regret overcoming her. "I'll always love you, Minato. I loved you too, once." Mikoto gasped as she was thrown back into a memory of them in the academy. A black-haired girl with a missing front tooth approached a boy with radiantly blonde hair, sitting by himself on a bench, watching parents come and pick their children from school. Mikoto sat down heavy next to him, making young Minato jump in surprise. The 8-year-old girl adjusted her red shorts and dusted off her white apron shirt, casually asking, "Who are you waiting for?" Minato spared her a short look, looking back to the entrance gate of the academy. "I don't know. Minato, I'm sorry." The woman whispered hoarsely. I never meant to hurt you." "It seems you did," the man said grimly, pushing a bit more and slicing through her vest. "You promised me." Minato sighed forlornly, staring at his classmate as she picked at her lunch. The fourth-year students were going to take their graduation exams the next day and Minato was a bundle of nerves, meanwhile Makoto couldn't look any cooler. Their friends often wondered what could ever faze the Uchiha princess. "Sekan," he stuttered, and the black-eyed girl looked up, discarding her frown at the bento tin her maid had put together for her that morning and smiling slightly at her friend. "See, can we keep being friends?" The girl giggled. A tear slid down Minato's right eye and he grit his teeth. "Why, you promised." Makoto had now taken to holding his hand, the one covering her eyes, and fully relaxed in his grip, not putting up any resistance anymore. I'm sorry, Minato." If her death could atone for abandoning him then she wasn't going to stop him. The tip of his blade touched her bare stomach and he halted. Minato's eyes widened when he realized something. "Why, you're pregnant." The hand on her face had not sensed this due to Minato's emotional turmoil, but, now that Raijin no Ken was an extension of his mind, the tip of the blade added to his touch sensor abilities. Aside from Makoto's own chakra signature, Minato sensed another one inside her, specifically in her gut and as small and unformed as a week-old baby. The horror-struck man looked up at Makoto's face, his arm frozen, about to plunge the weapon onto her. "Fugaku, he got you, pregnant." The woman's hand went to her stomach and she gasped again. "I didn't know dash. Why you let him get you pregnant?" Minato ground forcefully, gritting his teeth. His head jerked, violently. His brain snapped. "Am my father," Makoto whispered, holding her unprotruding belly and shaking like a leaf. "He was going to disown me, he was going to kick me out of the clan, unless I married Fugaku." The woman's hands dropped and she sobbed. "I had no choice." Being the clan head's daughter, Makoto had every claim to be clan head, but her father did not want a female to lead the clan, and Fugaku had somehow weaseled into her father's attention, convincing him of his worthiness of being Makoto's husband and the Uchiha clan head. She had proposed she marry Minato, but her father's sights were already dead set on Fugaku. Looking back on it, Makoto wanted to choose being disowned. She had broken her childhood friend's heart, knowingly, and she didn't put up that much of a fuss when her father forced her to marry Fugaku. Minato would have supported her all the way. She was scum. No. She was lower than scum. A lifetime of being with Minato, thrust out of the clan and disowned by her father, was better than any other person. Makoto loved Minato. She didn't voice it, never until now. "Minato." The man's head lowered and his hair shadowed his face, blankly staring to her stomach, sensing the life growing inside of her that she was now just aware of. The Uchiha Kunoichi now understood why her body had been betraying her as of late, limbs slowing down, she was getting more winded and her emotions were getting more frayed. She reached up and held the hand to her face. She whispered solemnly. "Minato, I'm sorry. I love you." The blonde killer gently lowered her back to the ground and withdrew his blade, sheathing it smoothly. Makoto now accepted that not telling him her feelings and not being more firm, more courageous, against her father and her clan, that she had led Minato on for years. She played with his heart and it hurt her now more than ever. The pain was unbearable. The woman clasped her hands together and wept quietly. "I'm sorry for hurting you." She closed her eyes and shook her head frantically, not wanting to look into the deep, empty abyss of Minato's eyes. "I never wanted to hurt you, Minato." The heartbroken man looked down at her with a vacant expression, then turned around without a word. "I'm sorry." Minato abandoned his search for the last two surviving council members and left Konoha. As the Namikaze left through Konoha's northern gate, the seals registered his exit. BBBOM. The bombs scattered all over the Hokage's monument went off. Another bomb went off, turning the Hokage's office to rubble and toppling the buildings unfortunate enough to be near it, taking with the lives of those inside the tower and those around it, scampering for shelter. The last bomb blew open the gates before the forest of death, releasing the animals from inside. Minato's cold, emotionless expression cracked and a wide grin etched itself on his face. Oh. After hours of running, Minato collapsed onto the ground in the last stretch of land bordering fire country and grass country. Raijin no Ken clattered somewhere in the ankle-height grass. He heard a soft crunch before him and he remained still, shaking ever so slightly. "If you're here to kill me, go ahead. I don't care," he said quietly, sitting back on his knees though keeping his head bowed. "I've done what I needed to do, I have no regrets." A pair of feet entered his line of sight, the toes were painted black and the ninja sandals were light purple, lavender. His eyes slithered up her legs, disappearing into the low-calf black cloak with red cloud designs, to her light brown eyes. "Why would I kill you, Minato?" Her magnificent paper wings flapped once and spread out wide, a single wing spanning about feet. How was she able to come to him so silently? The Angel of Aim smiled invisibly to the yellow flash, a look that seemed to make her pale face glow and the black piercings on her ears glint. She held out a hand to the fallen man, who stared at the offered appendage with narrowed eyes, and gently said, "I am Conan of Amigacure, and I am here to make you an offer." Chapter 28. 7 months later. Clover Mountain. Village hidden in the mountains. An axe fell down and split a log of wood in half. Thunk. Minato wiggled the tip slightly and yanked it out of the stump, pushing aside the short, halved log of wood and replacing it with another. He hefted up the heavy axe again, tapped the sharp edge on the top of the new short log and raised it. Thunk. One clean hit cut threw the piece of wood down and the shaggy-haired blonde pushed it onto the somewhat large pile he had been making since sunrise. It was 7 in the morning. Minato split his last log of wood in half and released his hold on the axe, allowing it to stay fixed on the stump he had been cutting wood on. The man grunted and grabbed the 2 halves and tossed them onto the messy pile. The child that he was paying to arrange the halves of wood and help sell them in the market at the bottom of the mountain would arrive soon. Minato could very well have done it himself, but the girl came from a poor family and what little conscience the blonde had forced his hand to help however he could. The girl helped clean his humble cottage too, so it wasn't like it was an inconvenience helping her. 200 ryu per day couldn't take the girl's large family far, but the girl was appreciative for what he gave her, so it was fine. The man groaned and stretched, sighing when his back cracked mercifully. Minato was in a short-sleeved black shirt and black pants with dark brown working boots and the same colored, thick gloves. Months of getting splinters for cutting would had him buy them one of the few times he went down the mountain. The man now sported a full, dark yellow beard, almost completely covering his pale lips, though connected to his shaggy blonde hair. He shivered when a cold breeze blew up the mountain. Winter was coming and chopped wood was in high demand in the market. Lumberjack, like him, had to venture out of Hidden Mountain to find the best trees to cut down and bring them back to sell in the market. He turned around when he heard a larger-than-life yawn at his doorway. He sighed. "Tsum, I thought I told you to take it easy." He went to her and placed a soft, morning kiss on her forehead, warming the woman up. The man felt a small smile come to his face when the former kunoichi grinned at him and scoffed. "I'm pregnant, not disabled." True to what she said, the woman had a large belly. She was 6.5 months heavy. The father of her child gently wrapped his arm around her waist and guided her to a deck chair in front of the cottage, easing her into the chair and placing his fists onto his waist, frowning tersely at her stubborn chin. "Saiko will be here to help with the cleaning and the laundry, just take it easy, Tsum." She huffed and sat back. "Oh, don't mind me, I'll just be here getting fat." She pointed a stern finger at the exasperated logger. "Don't forget, Inuzuka women don't make good housewives, you hear? Once I get this little fucker out of me, it's straight back to kicking ass." I know. The man grumbled, crossing his arms. The woman refused to be treated like a helpless damsel, and Minato could respect that. "What about your knitting set?" "I'm no good at it." "We'll go for a walk later, okay dash." The woman smiled brightly. "Okay." Tsum had arrived in his mountain-top cottage some 5 months ago, huffing and puffing. He remembered her words exactly. "Don't think you can just get me pregnant, go batshit crazy and run away from me." She grabbed the exasperated man by his collar and snarled in his face. "I will not be a single mother. Take responsibility for this, jackass." It was the angriest she had ever been at him, and the first few months of living with her had been torture, her constantly yelling for something, one insistent craving or the other, screaming that he didn't love her enough, snapping at him if her tea wasn't how she imagined it would taste, whatever that meant, and simply making it much harder for Minato to provide for their small family. At least she had warmed back up to him. She still hated him for getting her pregnant. In his defense, he wanted to use protection, but the woman insisted that she was on the pill. It wasn't her first time having sex, and she was fairly certain that, seeing as her previous experiences hadn't gotten her pregnant 5 times over, she would be fine. Guess it didn't work. Minato closed his eyes and chuckled. Tsum had given half of the money and jewelry to her clan to fund their efforts in rebuilding the clan, and she had given the rest of the money to the yondaime so that Tsum would be released from duty and not branded as a missing ninja. Speaking of missing ninjas, Minato Namikaze, as of the moment he left Konoha, was branded an S-rank missing shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato, to be approached with caution for only those with a rank skills and above. So far, no one had been able to track him, besides Tsum, and the reason she was able to find was because he had intentionally left a Hiraishin kunai with her, which he had altered so as to serve as a guiding beacon to find him. It was his trust in her to not betray him that prompted his decision to leave the tracking beacon. Before she left the village, Konoha ninjas had interrogated her on her involvement, and she had denied ever knowing about Minato's plan, allowing a mind probe to show that she had been tied up for 30 minutes, throughout the massacre, though they thankfully didn't look further back to when Minato had ordered her as her alpha to run back to the apartment. Her alpha? The woman wasn't sure exactly when it had happened. A small, insignificant part of her mind wanted to rat her friend out and tell the leaf shinobi about the kunai in her possession, but she hid the tri-pronged kunai away from detection. Minato gingerly took off his gloves and sat down heavily on the deck chair next to his expectant girlfriend. He smiled wanly at her, the most he could honestly muster in months since the massacre, and he laced his left fingers with her right, content with his life now more than ever. Tsume smiled gently and leaned closer to him, softly dragging his hand to her heart and placing a small kiss on his lips. Minato lightly traced the back of her hand and kissed back, a loving peck on the beautiful Inuzuka's lips. The wind became harsher and Minato turned his head, just as his girlfriend placed a warm kiss on his bearded cheek, and he looked to where the logs of wood were still arranged in a haphazard pile, waiting for Minato's helper girl to organize them for sale at the bottom. Conan's feet lightly touched down and her massive paper wings flapped once more, before they folded up and disappeared into her back or wherever she kept those many sheets of paper. She briefly looked to the many pieces of halved logs and then proceeded to walk towards the cottage, where Minato and Tsume were lounging in front of, tucking a strand of her short purple hair over her ear and looking with expressionless brown eyes to the man she intended to meet. She was in her Akatsuki cloak and in her small, pale hands was a single sheet of paper. "Good morning, Minato." The bearded blonde nodded once. "Morning." He patted Tsume's hand and sat up, standing onto his feet and collecting the piece of paper from the Angel of Aim. "Another mission?" "Hi. This one should be simple for you," Conan said in her usual monotone, standing back as Minato murmured under his breath and read the contents of the paper she had given him, skimming his eyes on each word. Her hands went to her side, showing just black painted tips of her fingers. "Your payment is already sealed inside. All you have to do is provide support for one of our members during this mission." "Into the night forest," the blonde logger muttered and looked up at his mission contractor. "That's dangerous, Conan. I wouldn't have given it to you unless I was certain you'd succeed." She tilted her head back and met his eyes, pointing a dainty finger to the piece of paper. "Kisame Hoshigaki, the person Minato was to support during the mission, told us that there is no wall or seal barrier at the back of the night forest, only a barbed fence to keep the animals from escaping. The Fuinjutsu protection over the country might be advanced and versatile in its defensive capabilities, but it does not cover the back of the forest, hence the fence, to keep animals from escaping, was the primary function. It's more than that, the Namikaze said. Darkness won't just leave that place so unprotected. The Defense Corp, they're black operatives, there's a reason no person has ever infiltrated Dark Country. I'm sure many people have thought of entering through the night forest. Kisame has assured us that he knows a way. This is one of those days security near the forest is at its lowest. If we come across Naruto during this mission, I will not fight him. I'm aware." 7 months ago, Conan had come on behalf of the Akatsuki, not to recruit Minato but to contract him as a partial member of sorts to perform missions for them. The angel knew that the man wouldn't want to be confined to the secrets of the Red Cloud organization, as he had just attained his freedom from Konoha and wouldn't exchange that freedom with an organization he had just discovered. Conan informed Minato that Akatsuki wanted him to work for them and only them, whether on combat missions or to simply gather information. This was so as to keep their existence a secret and so that Minato wouldn't be used against them. She was assured of his silence at the promise that with his partial membership he would be exposed to more truths about the world they lived in. She had given him his black with red clouds cloak but no ring. No customary blood contract meant that all of Akatsuki's resources and benefits weren't open to Minato. Signing with his blood meant that he lived and died with Akatsuki, and Minato didn't agree with that. He and Tsume were a package deal, so the Inuzuka finding out was inevitable but ignorable. Up until that point, Minato's jobs had mainly been to gather information. When it came to researching and discovering the truth, Minato was the best in the Akatsuki. He was Zetsu's replacement. The pay for each mission made living comfortable, though being a logger and making a living with the cash from selling logs of wood made Minato feel more accomplished. Minato hummed and turned to his pregnant girlfriend. "I'll tell Saiko to stay back a bit longer after she sells the wood. He'll pay her another 200 ryu to make dinner for Tsume and watch the house until his return, and then he'll escort the girl back home. Fine by me." Conan's body disintegrated into paper and blew away with the wind, just as a young girl no older than 13 with long, black hair and dirty cheeks ran up the trail to Minato's house. She was in clean, though old, hand-me-down blue shorts, pink top and brown sandals, jogging up the road, a bit out of breath but ready to work. "Mistu Minato, Mrs. Tsume," she waved and ran to the logs of wood waiting for her. "Mornin'." The man grunted with an expressionless look, as the girl bent down and made to fill her arms with pieces of wood. "Where are your gloves, Saiko?" She hastily dropped the wood and jammed her hands into the back pockets of her blue shorts, pulling out a pair of worn-out brown gloves, yanking them on so that they reached close to her elbows. "Here they are, Mr. Minato, sir." "All right, get to work then." "Yes, sir, Mr. Minato, sir," she saluted and began picking up the pieces of wood. The cart she hired that morning before climbing the short way up the mountain, a 10-minute climb on foot, would arrive in a few minutes. Saiko was streetwise and she was sharp. Minato could leave money with her to take care of his home and Tsum for a short while because she was an honest child. The black-haired girl was scruffy though trustworthy, and despite being so young and having virtually no shinobi training, Saiko was smart enough to know her way around most situations, like traders attempting to rip her off while she and Tsum were out shopping for groceries. 13 she might be, but the girl was determined to help her family however she could, hence why she pleaded with Minato all those months ago when he began living on the mountain and cutting wood for a living, to employ her as a servant. Minato could trust that Saiko would get the job done. The little girl earned her pay at the end of the day. The blonde logger scratched his cheek and turned to his girlfriend, kissing her once more and murmuring, "Let's go take a bath." Tsum couldn't get out of her chair fast enough, giggling girlishly as her boyfriend slyly dragged her into their humble cottage. Huffing and puffing as she carried the half pieces of wood and loaded them onto the cart that had just arrived, Saiko rolled her eyes. Oh. The Shodame's personal study. Empty Senju clan compound. Konohagakure no Sato. These days, it was always best to stay busy. Keep the mind and body distracted and constantly engaged. Don't give yourself time to remember, was the unspoken rule in Konoha nowadays. Tsunade was breaking this law as she sat behind her late grandfather's former desk, blearily sifting through paperwork and casting only less than a quarter of the rest of her attention to Fugaku, Hayashi, Inoichi, Shikaku and Chuza as they squawked in her ear. Something about returning the village council, and not ruling with absolute power. She wasn't sure anymore. Konoha had fallen from grace. After the Konoha bloodbath, as outsiders mockingly called it, things for the village went from bad to worse. With Danzo's death at Minato's hands and discovering Jiraiya's mutilated and beheaded body behind the onsen, the next best person most qualified to lead the badly beaten and battered village claimed the seat. Orochimaru's first order of business as Yondaime Hokage was to bury the dead, declutter the corpses laid out around the blown-up Hokage tower and to salvage what they had left. He dug deep into the village's accounts and found nothing. Not spare change, not scraps of Ryu. Absolutely nothing. Orochimaru then had to investigate where the hell all the money that was meant for the first greatest hidden village on the continent had disappeared to, and found out that each of the council members had been steadily siphoning cash from the village reserves, the shinobi councilors as well, though theirs was less than the civilian and went into their clan's reserves. The Snake Man ordered the Bank of Fire Country, as the Hokage, to return all money back to the village, but one of Konoha's 10 accountants in Fire Country's national bank shrugged and said that none of the council members had accounts with them. They traced their accounts to as far as Iron Country and Hidden Chill, and at that point Orochimaru might as well have forgotten the money, as those accounts had been investigated and dissolved the moment Minato defected, sharing the dirty, stolen money into the economy of Chill and Iron. Orochimaru, roaring for blood, turned to the clans and ordered for every single penny to be given to the village, no matter where it came from and whether or not it was clan money. The new clan heads refused, citing that support from their clan wouldn't reach Konoha until the council was restored. Orochimaru had previously dissolved the Konoha Council, as one of his first acts, as he had known all along of their dubiousness and had plans to rein them in. He didn't know that their corruption had cost the Leaf well over 890 billion Ryu, 890,000,000,000 Ryu, and basically handing that money to the already vastly rich wealth nations of Iron and Chill. He nearly had heart palpitations looking at how many zeros Konoha had lost. His coughs became haggard and tortuous. Clans, what remained of them as most of their members had been slaughtered by the vengeful Namikaze, withdrew to themselves and focused on rebuilding their clans, leaving the clanless, orphan or otherwise, to their own devices. The Snake Sannin saw that the village he had inherited was splintered. Broken. He stepped back and took a breath, returning 30 minutes later with a cooler head and a firmer resolve to make sure the Konoha Council never exists again. He dug into his own pocket and funded the rehabilitation of the village, focusing on paying medics and builders to do what they could. He reached out to Konoha's prosperous ally Suna and Waterfall, asking as humbly as he could for their help. Waterfall did what it could, sending money and shinobi, but Suna was another story. The Kazekage, Sabaku no Raza, did indeed intend to send medicine, medics and builders to help reconstruct Konoha, though at a cost. The Sand Leader had no intention whatsoever to help Konoha out of the goodness of his heart. That thought made Tsunade scoff. Konoha had sapped life and hope from Suna before. She had been present with Orochimaru when he went to Suna to request for help, and she saw the glee in Raza's shaded eyes in telling them that they would pay for every single thing he gave them. There was a contract signing, a formal meeting with the Suna branch of the National Bank of Dark Country and everything. Now, Konoha owed Suna over 50 million Dark Ryu, 50,000,000 Dark Ryu, not Fire Ryu in medicinal herbs, food, supplies and shinobi, and as of then 1 Dark Ryu was equal to 200 Fire Ryu. The value of Dark Ryu had gone up to 1 Dark Ryu equaling 400 Fire Ryu, reason being the Konoha bloodbath and discovering the widespread corruption of the tattered village. Dark and allied traders, merchants, travelers and tourists were throwing more weight around, increasing the value and preciousness of Dark Ryu. Snow Ryu was finding it difficult to maintain its highest valued Ryu position. Fire Ryu wasn't in the top 5 anymore, and Lady Wakono was livid. Orochimaru had to bite his tongue during the contract signing, especially when the deputy director of the National Bank of Dark Country arrived in Sunagakure to personally broker and witness the deal. Wind Country had its own national bank, as any respectable, fairly wealthy country did, but Suna was not on good terms with the Wind Daimyo, and so it didn't have an account with the Wind Bank. Seeing as Suna had adopted Dark Ryu as its currency meaning darkness printed more Ryu notes for both itself and for the nations using its currency dash, then a branch of the Dark National Bank was built in the desert oasis to make money transfer and printing easier and faster. The Yondaime had a coughing fit throughout the meeting, as everything inside the glimmering, perfectly maintained bank branch in Suna reminded him of his former student. He died inside more and more when he realized that the place he had been standing in was just a muted reflection of the main bank building all the way in the fortress that was the country hidden in the darkness. Suna's expensive aid helped. Raza-proud, headstrong Raza held nothing back and rubbed Suna's wealth in Konoha's face. The Fire Daimyo didn't extend the same courtesy, even going as far as sending a letter threatening to have all of Konoha dissolved and absorbed back into her power if business didn't return back to normal in a year. The stakes to get back to their usual life went up. The next blow came a month after the bloodbath, when Konoha was notified about the shift in power on the continent. They were no longer at the top of the list of major hidden villages. They were 5th, only being on that list at all because of their large land mass and Fire Country's already well-known influence under Lady Wakono, the present Fire Lord Dash. The new arrangement went like this: Kumo, Suna, Kiri, Iwa, and then Konoha. It became worse, as not only had the Hidden Leaf lost the respect of the other hidden villages and countries, and not only were their ninjas defecting in droves, but countries around the continent began investigating any former mission or association they had with Konoha, always and rightly finding some sort of two-facedness, cheating or outright stealing somewhere and somehow. The businesses and investments of the murdered counselors turned out to be fraudulent fronts for illegal trading. Outside of the counselors, there had been discoveries of Konoha's ties with the Fire and Snow Country Yakuza by the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Past clients diverted the flow of missions and requests to either Suna or Dark Country, Konoha's western and southern neighbors, respectively, forcing the Yondaime to sign another deal with Raza to send missions over to Konoha to get the discouraged shinobi population working again. This would last for 2 years, when they hoped Konoha would re-emerge as a superpower once again. Their loan with Suna increased to 70 million Dark Ryu, 70,000,000 Dark Ryu, and some change. There was no Hokage Tower, and there weren't any plans to rebuild it soon. His office was wherever it was convenient to sit down. The Hokage's monument was wrecked, and they had better things to worry about. Animals from the Forest of Death were picking defenseless civilians off one by one, and they were still rounding them up, back to the forest. The number of Konoha's shinobi drastically reduced, as if Minato hadn't already killed them and the escaped animals of the forest hadn't eaten them alive. Then they ran away from the village, choosing the life of a missing ninja than remaining in such a desolate and hopeless place. Civilians were losing faith in the few ninjas that didn't flee, vacating the leaf themselves and vying for entrance into any of Konoha's neighbors, Suna and Darkness included, though the ban Naruto had put in place for non-allies was especially strict and unforgivable for those that had crawled out of Konoha. The 2 refugee camps within Dark Country territory was still occupied by those that had fled their countries or villages during the Third Great War, and denizens of Konoha found no safety hiding there, as those refugees would either expose them to their protectors or the Defense Corps would purge them out of the refugee camps. It became too much for Orochimaru. A Chunin stumbled on the yondaime, forcing himself onto and into a 10-year-old, orphan boy in a back alley, and an alarm was immediately raised. Orochimaru fled the village with Kabuto, his assistant, with all of his property, experiments, notes, chemicals, luggage and weapons, though unfortunately there wasn't any available ninja to give chase, so the rapist got away and disappeared in grass country. The depth of his crimes had yet to be investigated. The Snake Man lasted only 2 months as Yondaime Hokage. The curse of being Hokage was passed on to Tsunade Senju, who became the Godaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. None of her predecessors had died of old age or natural causes, so the Godaime wasn't so keen on her fate while she was in the seat of power. The Will of Fire had died, and it was unlikely to ever be reignited again. Finding out about the Kurama clan fleeing the village, probably back to their home country, was the final nail on the coffin. The Senju didn't have to willpower to get angry. If this was a competition, Konoha versus Dark Country, then the latter shinobi settlement had won. Konoha has had enough. They were bowing out. Darkness has won. Congratulations. They had tried to find someone to blame for their misfortune. They looked to Naruto and Darkness but found no involvement from them. They looked to Suna but the case was the same. They looked to the Fire Lord and their search ended when they remembered the woman wanted nothing to do with them. They looked to IWA but Hidden Rock was still busy licking its wounds from after the attack from the Gobi. Kumo couldn't care less about them. Kiri had better things to do, like having the exclusive Chunin exams with Darkness, the Chunin exams that wasn't participated by nearly all of the continent but by Kiri and Darkness alone. For a while, they tried to blame Minato Namikaze, though those wiser in the population brought down that logic, saying that Minato was the one that first saw through the farce and that he most likely snapped due to the pressure mounted on him by them. The only culprit was themselves. Lady Hokage, are you listening? Inoichi prodded, annoyed at the distant look in the Senju's eyes. The last Senju, as Minato had ensured during his murder spree. The woman looked back at the man, irritated. No, I wasn't. Hayashi cleared his throat. We want the Konoha Council reinstated. I won't do that. 5 months straight of trooping to her office in the Senju clan compound and you would think they would have given up. If you're not here to do something productive, leave. As you can see, she motioned to the papers and documents scattered on her desk. I'm busy. We have permitted our clan mates to take missions as they're supposed to. The Godaime fired back, sitting back with a sigh. The Konoha Charter said this specifically, clan shinobi or not, qualified ninjas are to take missions when necessary. Fugaku shrugged with a wide smirk. We didn't consider it necessary. It is the Hokage that determines when it's necessary. Tsunade grated. These clan heads had tried to get on her good side since she became Hokage 4 months ago, releasing their clan mates to take the missions that had been piling up on her desk once she took over from Orochimaru. You all are insubordinate. Then accept that clan heads hold the real power in this kami-forsaken village. Fugaku pushed. Tsunade felt like it was now her duty to crush his head. Though she contained herself with a slow, somewhat ragged exhale. Shikaku finally introduced himself to the discussion, placing a hand on the Uchiha's shoulder and pulling him back, taking his place before the Godaime, the only person seated in the room. What Fugaku was meant to say is that it is time for the council to come back, so as to legitimize the Hokage's power, because let's face it, he lifted his arms and shrugged. The reality of the situation is that the only people you command, as the Hokage, are scared civilians, orphan genin and chunin, and clanless jounin. Tsunade breathed out through her nose once more. The bomb Minato had detonated near Shikaku, Inoichi and Chuza had scarred them in some way. Shikaku bore slash marks here and there on his face. All of Chuza's right arm was a burnt black, splotched with red burn sores and wrapped in bandages, and Inoichi wore a neck brace, lucky that even though all his bones had been dislocated, he could still walk. The Yamanaka was due to remove that brace in another week. We've agreed that you will stay Hokage and that we will pool our resources to find Minato, capture him and bring him to justice. Shikaku finished. Tsunade stared into Shikaku's black orbs, then she replied. You're a smart man, Shikaku. Tell me this. She laced her fingers together, placed her elbows on her desk and propped her head onto her hands. What is smarter, pouring our resources into finding a man that had killed hundreds of our very own, who could very well still have that skill and who could disappear in a flash? She snapped her fingers. Just like that, at the slightest thought. Or, she held up a finger and paused, looking into the eyes of all the men before her. The Inuzuka clan head, 4 months into the job after Tsum appointed him in her place, raised an eyebrow at her particularly strong frown directed at him. Or using the very same amount of resources to put out this dumpster fire we call a village and rebuild our lives. She raised her eyebrows condescendingly and smiled sweetly. Do you want me to give you time to think? Why are you so against reinstating the council, Lady Tsunade? Chusa pried with a raised eyebrow. He had wanted to cross his arms but couldn't, not with the 7-month-old burn sores on his bandaged right arm. We've taken note of the past crimes of the old council, our parents, and we will see to it that history isn't repeated. The very moment the council was dissolved, due to the crimes of your parents, Tsunade said brazenly, not caring that Fugaku was offended on behalf of his dead father-in-law. You lot chose not to rebuild the Hokage's trust in your humanity and decided to order your clan mates to close their eyes to the suffering of the village you all had sworn to protect. The slug Sannin closed her eyes and centered herself. Like petulant children, you people whine and gripe. The problems of the village that could have been solved if you lot hadn't squeezed your hands would have been in the past. 7 months, the Godame held up 7 fingers. 7 months, and we're still in the same place. Millions of Ryu in debt, low on stock, low on manpower, and winter is on its way. Lady Tsunade dash. I've said it before and I'll say it again, if you're not here to help rebuild our home, leave. She looked down and murmured to herself. I need to think of how I can beg the Fire Lady to not dissolve this village. Uchiha Fugaku left the office, alone. 8 p.m. Back fence of the Night Forest. Northern region. Dark country. There was a reason security around the Night Forest section of Dark Country's northern border wasn't as stringently patrolled or guarded as the rest of the country. The Night Forest was the deterrent. Standing on the other side and looking through the 10-foot-tall, electrified chain-link fence and the roll of barbed wire spread out at the top, encompassing the whole back end of the Night Forest facing Fire Country, Minato felt dread seep into his being. On his and Kisame's side of the fence was moonlight, good, normal, natural moonlight. On the other side was darkness, a pure, lightless, soulless darkness. It was like staring into the void of eternal damnation. Their wind changed, a hint on the oncoming winter blizzard for Dark Country, and the bearded blonde saw small snake-like tendrils of darkness coil out of the fence and seemingly wiggle before receding back into the forest. They didn't hear any sounds, but they knew very well the kind of monstrosities that laid in wait inside of the fence, silently waiting for them to enter. Kisame and Minato were in their Akatsuki robes, far away from sight from the patrolling DC officers that night. Security was partially relaxed that evening because that was their leader's birthday. It was a quiet affair and Naruto was still in his office, outlining plans and arrangements that would span the period of tomorrow to the next 5 years, graciously accepting visitors and well-wishers into his office in the leader's tower and politely accepting their gifts. Naruto didn't go all out with his birthday celebrations. Each and every year the masked blonde went about his day normally, while those around him greeted him earnestly and gave him presents. Kisame told this to Pain, that the leader's birthday was Lax Day for the Defense Corp, a tiny window of opportunity for them to utilize. Simply looking at the sightless night behind the fence dimmed Minato's already dour spirit, though his stoic mask never cracked to show the apprehension in his soul. This was worse than the forest of death. Kisame broke the silence with a low chuckle, saying, "This brings me back, I used to train in here 2 times a week. Needed permission before I could enter and they gave us these nifty little beacons in case we got lost or attacked and we needed help getting out." He fractionally turned his head to the unresponsive blonde. "They can't see you. Normal lights don't work in here and sensory abilities are, how do I put it, suppressed in here. The books I read said that the darkness of the Night Forest is so thick and palpable that it quenches all light other than light reflected from obsidian steel, and that is almost impossible because obsidian doesn't reflect light." Black HQ was located inside the Night Forest, and the elite shinobi had adapted to the forest. The forest was a place other shinobi trained, to increase self and team awareness. Kisame hummed with a deep frown when his partner still didn't speak. "I know my way around this part of the forest," seeing as he had trained extensively inside the Night Forest, honing Samahata's sensory skills and truly finding a connection between his mind, his body, and his soul. "I'm not going to hold your hand, don't stay too far away from me." The Night Forest was a hopeless place to those not trained, finding your center while surrounded by evil, demented animals as well as an unforgiving, unbiased darkness served to train dark ninjas to keep their heads firmly in place during any situation and against any adversity. "The creatures on the other side are not normal," Kisame warned. "If you sense one, don't look back. Look down, hands raised, and don't panic, they can smell your fear. Or, if you want to try your hand at fighting them, by all means go ahead." If the zero-tailed beast was the one giving this sort of instruction to a first-timer, then the forest couldn't be taken lightly. Kisame grinned savagely and chuckled in a deep voice. "Shall we?" Minato whipped out a tri-pronged kunai from his pocket and threw it over the fence, grabbing Kisame's shoulder end. They disappeared in a yellow flash. Their feet touched down and Minato withdrew his hand, immediately placing his hands on the ground and searching for the Hiraishin kunai, tucking the blade into the seal on his inner right wrist. His right hand stayed on the ground, digging his fingers into the earth, and then it hit him. Vertigo. Up was down was up, left wasn't right, and there was no right left. Minato gnashed his teeth, keeping the hot bile from rushing out of his roiling stomach and fisting the ankle-length grass his hands felt, warring with his brain, trying to convince it that the grass he was touching was beneath his feet and that his feet were firmly on the ground. Urk. He choked, spitting to his side and hissing a sharp curse under his breath. Kami, damn it. Find Kisame. His confused mind bellowed and closed his eyes, focusing his frazzled senses all around him. The air stifled him, clogging his throat and placing a wall of darkness between him and the rest of the world. Fuck, shit, damn it. He heard a rustle to his right, or was it above him? Behind him? He pulled out a Hiraishin kunai, keeping his other hand wrapped around the grass on what he hoped was the ground, and bared his teeth, completely forgetting Kisame's lesson to not attempt to engage the animals of the forest. His mind instinctively went to link up with a Hiraishin tag in his cottage home, with his lovely, loving girlfriend Tsum Inuzuka, and his eyes bugged out when he couldn't get a good lock on it. He started panicking, his emotionless face never cracked and his empty eyes never shifted, but his mind reeled. He couldn't feel the seals on the kunai in his hand. The feeling of his touch sensor abilities being damped and his inability to locate any of his Hiraishin seals was akin to having a 500-pound blanket that had been soaked in ice-cold water for days, dropped onto his head. Dude, I am not going to hold your hand. Kisame growled, grabbing Minato by the back of his head, yanking him upright. Calm the fuck down and focus. How can he train in such a place? Minato's fractured mind echoed. This is Dash. Keep your eyes closed if you're feeling dizzy. Kisame barked lowly, making sure not to attract the attention of any wild, untamed and untamable beasts. A mischievous glint entered his eyes. You were born in dark country, weren't you? Minato's eyes didn't widen at that knowledge. He knew it, and it was likely that Naruto, the man that had first known this, informed his shinobi. Kisame must have known this before he betrayed his country. It's supposed to be easier if you have assassination techniques. Oh wait, no, untrained adults find it harder in here that Darkborn. He pulled Samahata off his back and gently tapped the tip of the bandage-wrapped, sentient sword on the ground, like the cane a blind person would use to walk, sending out short pulses through the ground and dragging the blonde with him further into the pitch-black forest. I've got a trace on what we're looking for. Minato's reaction to being immersed in the darkness of the night forest for the first time reminded Kisame of his own first time. He was 15 years old, and the moment he had gotten his Chunin vest from Naruto's office, after a successful competing in the Chunin exams hosted in darkness, he rushed to the night forest and met requested entry from the Animal Conservationist office, as he had now filled in the necessary criteria to gain access to the forest over 14, Chunin and a dark ninja. They gave him a handheld device, told him that if he needed help, then all he had to do was press the single button on the device and black operatives, or a shinobi that had already mastered navigating and traversing the forest, would come in and get him. The first 10 times Kisame was in the forest, he hadn't made it 20 feet in before called for help. Over time he found his own way of overcoming the vertigo of the forest, and his communication with Samahata became better. Kisame didn't regret his training in the forest. Though trained or not, the night forest was not a place to relax or have fun, not unless you were in the comfort and safety of the Black HQ, of which they were not. This place is the stuff of nightmares, Blondie. Don't go soft on me now. You're our way out of this hellhole. Minato didn't answer, and that was answer enough for Kisame. Akatsuki, having a dark country missing ninja as a member, had started to bear fruit. An hour of searching, blindly tapping Samahata on the ground and sending short pulses of chakra into the ground to create a sort of mental image of their immediate surroundings in Kisame's head, the shark man bent down and picked up a dry, brittle bone. Rubbing the fingers of his free hand on the small bone, and recalling past experiences, he recognized it as a human thumb bone, cleaned and licked of blood, though there was a faint, unnoticeable dab of chakra in the marrow, which was what led Kisame to it. He didn't doubt if he looked further, they would find a human skull and the rest of the unfortunate victim's bones. They had what they needed, no need to tempt the silently watching animals any more than they already had. We're lucky we weren't attacked. Kisame stated in a whisper. Get us out of here, Blondie. Minato had to take a crash course from Kisame then and there, when he was still unable to get a lock on any Hiraishin seal tag. The shark man pointed Minato in the direction they had entered the forest, instructed the man to throw the kunai over the fence in such a way that the blade jammed into the ground, got close enough to the chain link back fence of the forest but not close enough to electrocute themselves, and finally to use his touch sensor skills to find the kunai outside. Minato didn't want to ask how much information Kisame had on him to know he was a touch sensor. 6 kunai and 10 minutes of searching later, and the 2 Akatsuki members left as quietly as they had arrived. A pair of bright orange eyes shone through the darkness of the forest like headlamps, at a safe distance and out of range, safely nestled under a bush. Those vulpine eyes blinked twice, skittering out of the bush and nearing the fence, animatedly staring at the 2 fleeing S-ranks. The small animal had on a dark green vest with a large dark country symbol printed on the back and 2 tails that swayed rhythmically, in the deathly silence of the night forest. The fox silently allowed the figures to flash out from sight, before. Yip yip yip. It turned around and bounded towards the black HQ. Roughly 30 other foxes, small little creatures that wore dark green vests and bore at least fluffy 2 tails, skipped out from their hiding places, their orange, vulpine eyes shining in the depressing darkness of the forest. They were going to report their findings to BLAK Commander Bat, who would relay their message to Leader Naruto. The flak jacket-wearing descendants of the 9-tailed fox yipped excitedly as they found a black operative that could vaguely translate for them. Oh. Parting ways with Minato and walking without pause into the wall of rain, into Amigakure, Kisame grunted with his lips screwed to the side as the chakra rain drenched into his hair and soaked his clothes. For one bearing the shark summoning contract, Kisame wasn't disturbed by wet clothes or the overbearing weight on each drop of water raining down from the sky. The bloodthirsty missing ninja took his time walking towards the Amikage's tower, using that opportunity to think of his master's instructions. The masked man that wanted to recruit you in Kiri will meet with you soon, the supreme leader of Dark Country said to his Kiri-born, dark shinobi subordinate, soon-to-be missing ninja. The name of the organization you joined is Akatsuki, and Sueki and I were one of the 4 founders. Kisame nodded grimly, serious-faced and attentive to each and every word coming from his leader's masked mouth. The nutjob that's leading them now will call himself Pain. He is the Amikage and he calls himself a god. The goal of the Akatsuki used to be to strive to protect AIM and ensure AIM is united, but Nagato, or Pain, has changed this goal to attaining world peace through the use of force. Naruto sighed heavily. He was used by someone into thinking that that is the right path to take. Plant Man. Sueki filled in and Kisame nodded again, knowledgeable of how his leader had killed and incinerated the body of the pest that almost jeopardized the rescue mission in Wave. The creature that tipped off Konoha on Kushina's presence. I fear that someone else has taken the plant man's place in whispering nonsense into Nagato's ears. Likely the masked man. Sueki helpfully chimed in again. Though this is only a guess. Your mission is to infiltrate the Akatsuki, gain their trust, keep tabs on them and find out the person pouring poison into Nagato's ear. Lord Naruto, why not just destroy them right now? The blue-skinned man asked. Think of it as naive hope that my friend will see the madness of his goal before it's too late. With the deceiver dead, that mad idiot might come to his senses. If not, he clenched his fists and his eyes narrowed, shadows washed over his face, making his glaring cerulean blue eyes beam menacingly. I'll finish him myself. Kisame bowed his head, smart enough to know not to speak when his master was vexed. Akatsuki is the last thing one of my friends left, and Nagato is desecrating Yahiko's body and his dream. The blonde inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, closing his eyes and lessening the shadows gathered over his face to just under his eyes. I will take responsibility, when the time comes. Ketsueki cleared her throat nervously and quietly said. Akatsuki is made up of powerful shinobi, and Nagato would surround himself and Konan with the best of the best. S-ranks, if you will. The shark man nodded in understanding. The person deceiving Nagato might be S-rank as well, so if you discover him and you find your chance. Sueki looked to her teacher and the man grunted darkly. Kill him. Or else notify us and we'll handle it. The last part of her order sounded ominous and threatening. Blood, the vampire empress, student of the ghost and commander of the shadows of the Dark Country assassins, was certifiably a legend-class ninja. She might have been friends with Nagato and Konan and she might have grown up with them alongside Naruto, but if her teacher so commanded it, she would slaughter them both. Though she doubted she would go alone, if worst became worst, Naruto would take point. I don't want to kill my friend. Naruto admitted. But, when the time comes, I will do what I have to stop the end of the world. Kokuo told him what would happen once all the tailed beasts were combined. This could have been seen as self-preservation for the 5-tailed horse, but the tailed beast supported his lectures on the history of the world when the summoning seal on Naruto's palm didn't react. There was a non-physical connection between Naruto and the powerful demon horse. Nagato didn't know the hell he was going to bring. Naruto held out his right hand and thick smoke swirled on his palm, forming a smooth, tiny seed hovering over his palm. Give this to Samahata. The presence of the Gobi was still a dark country inside secret. The four allies of the Silent Nation also knew, though strictly their leaders and immediate subordinates, the news never went further than that. All the rest of the world knew was that Kokuo, the Gobi, galloped into the ocean and was never seen again. The fewer outside ears that knew, the better. Even if those ears were allied ears. Akatsuki knew this by mere assumption. Kisame was hoping to find out the person deceiving the Amicage. He grabbed onto the doorknob of the Kage's tower and turned. He grit his teeth and cursed. Kami in a bathing suit, Conan. The woman standing directly on the other side of the door cocked her head to the side, her paper-pale face clear of emotions. Don't just stand there. The origami angel felt a tingle of a frown come but unable to express it properly. I was waiting for your return, Kisame. The hulking shark man grumbled darkly and eased himself around the purple-haired Kunoichi, who silently watched him slide around her and trying not to touch her. I was going to meet you and Lord Pain anyway. Good, she bobbed her head affirmatively and, when the man finally got around her, she held out her hand to him. Can I have it? He dropped the thumb bone in her hand, wondering aloud. What do you want to use him for anyway? Conan shook her head. We don't want to use him, we want what he has. She turned her head to the right and called in a low, soft voice. Orochimaru. Kisame's eyes slithered over to where the infamous Sannin crept out of, a dark open passageway. The former shinobi of darkness narrowed his eyes at the smell of putrid blood and death floating in the air after the mad Sannin. The black-haired snake bowed to the angel of aim and held out his hand, his Akatsuki robes swished with each movement. Thank you very much, Lady Conan. The shark man grunted and slightly turned his head to Orochimaru, saying. If you were the one getting this guy, he said, referring to the formerly alive owner of the finger bone. Then why didn't you come with us? Because, my dear friend, Naruto hates me more than he hates you and Minato. And, quite frankly, the man hissed pleasantly, a chilling chuckle coming from his lips. I don't think I can hold myself back from attacking him and his dear home. We're not friends, Snake. Kisame growled. The Sannin held up his hands in surrender, his right hand closed so that the brittle finger bone didn't roll onto the ground. I want us to get along, Kisame. The Kiri-born only scoffed. I don't think so. Conan cleared her throat and Orochimaru straightened up with a smile, suppressing the irritated twitch on his eyebrow. You are certain you can get Kakuzu's Jiangu? The scientist nodded. Yes, Lady Conan. The Jiangu will go a long way in finding the cure to this accursed affliction Naruto so graciously gave me. Here, he painfully coughed into his fist and pointedly glared at Kisame, not caring to hold up his encompassing smile. The shark man felt his hackles raised and he growled lowly, facing his head to the man but crossing his powerful arms, making himself look and feel taller, an incredible feat for someone that was just as tall as his former leader. The shark man clenched his serrated teeth and the Sannin's lips twitched down. Enough, you two. Conan ordered and both men reluctantly lowered their directed anger. The origami angel, the spokesperson for the Amicage and an S-rank war veteran in her own right, spoke to Orochimaru. Heal yourself so we can begin gathering tailed beasts. You have 1 month. More than enough time, Lady Conan. The snake sage didn't like referring to the former student of the late toad sage so reverently, seeing as she was a constant reminder of the lung disease his former student had given him. Though he also couldn't deny that the woman had come a long way from the last time he saw her. He was really just glad that Conan had recognized his worth and offered him safe sanctuary and a state-of-the-art laboratory in exchange for his loyalty and his services. I'll get to it, he swiveled around and went back into the passageway. Kisame. The tall man rumbled in reply and looked back to the paper angel. Were you able to see Naruto? She asked the question timidly, reluctantly, and the man raised an eyebrow at the averted look in her dark brown eyes. No. Conan sighed quietly, almost unnoticeably even, and a frown showed on her expressionless face. That's too bad, today is his birthday. I'm aware. Kisame mumbled with curiously furrowed eyebrows. Has he ever spoken about us, or me? It's common knowledge that Naruto used to live here, if that's what you're saying. The purple-haired angel exhaled mutely. He hasn't. We used to be best friends. Him, me, Sueki, Nagato and Yahiko. The former dark ninja frowned. Why are you telling me this, Conan? You were close to him, she whispered dourly, looking down with furrowed eyebrows, questioning herself. You were close to him, were you not? He went to prison for you. I had hoped we could relate dash. He went to prison because it was on his bucket list, Kisame bit angrily. When we left Snow he wanted to seal away my chakra, take Samahata from me and throw me into a hole. He called me a psychopath, Conan dash. The woman bowed ever so slightly. I apologize for disturbing you, Kisame. She turned around and made her way upstairs to report to Nagato about Kisame and Minato's successful mission. Months of building up her courage to speak to Kisame about this subject was all for naught. She stopped at the firm hand on her shoulder, not looking at the owner. We can talk, Conan. Kisame sighed, rubbing his forehead and wondering to himself why he was even bothering with her. Some other time. The woman looked down and exhaled, an invisible smile tickling her lips. I would like that very much. Thank you, Kisame. She lifted her head and walked up the stairs, and the man at the bottom watched her leave, her black with red cloud cloak rustling quieter and quieter the higher she climbed. The origami angel didn't knock on the door, pushing it open and allowing it to swing shut behind her. The two occupants of the room briefly looked to her, then returned their attention to the pouring rain outside. They were successful, Nagato. Conan said and stood to one side of the room. As expected. Nagato replied deeply, his head perched in his hands and his purple-ringed eyes raptly looking out of the wall-large window before him, at the rain and at the people slowly milling about on the ground, going about their business. Kisame is reliable. It must be because he's from darkness, he filled in his head, seeing as mission success rate for Dark Country was 99%, from Jounin to Genin. He then frowned to himself. I do not trust that other one. Namake's Minato. Madara Uchiha, or Obito Uchiha, didn't speak once the doubt in his former teacher was voiced. He didn't recognize the new, full-bearded Namake's Minato. The post-mental breakdown Namake's Minato. The part-time lumberjack Namake's Minato. So as not to draw attention to himself and take apart his Madara Uchiha image, he didn't speak, because he truly didn't know whether or not to trust this version of his former teacher. He is not as efficient as when he was mentally unstable. Nagato murmured aloud, and Conan felt bile pool in her gut at her friend's statement. His loyalties are divided, his woman, his lifestyle, and Akatsuki. To be here, one must devote their life to the Akatsuki. Conan straightened up as the bad feeling became worse. I doubt his commitment to our cause dash. Minato is going to be a father, Nagato. The Angel of Aim interjected. He is loyal to whoever respects him and his family. Is him replacing Zetsu not enough for you? The red-haired man's head snapped to her and his Rinnegan eyes narrowed dangerously. Do not speak to me like that, Conan. He has performed outstandingly, Conan said strongly, standing her ground, even as she felt power gather towards the Rinnegan holder. We can now set our plan in motion with his support, faster than Zetsu ever could dash. His woman knows about our existence. The crippled Kage spat. What stops her from selling this information? She is 7 months pregnant, she exclaimed. She and him are going to have a child. Do not raise your voice at me, Conan. The man warned, and Madara Uchiha hid his amused smirk. If he is so loyal to our cause, then why does he refuse to accept the ring and sign a blood contract? He is a seal master. A level 10 seal master. The purple-haired woman emphasized. Taking the ring means death, when he now has so much to live for. The blood contract too. Enough. Listen to reason dash. An invisible force lifted her off her feet and slammed her into the wall behind her, hard. The wall dented behind her and she felt a worrying throb at the back of her head. She whimpered, mortified at what her childhood friend had done to her. Nana, Nagato. The man ignored her and turned to Madara Uchiha. Tip the Uchiha off on Namake's Minato's location. This should be enough to make him unstable. The woman fell off the wall and staggered onto her feet. She was already making her way out of the room as her friend finished his order. When it is done, have Sasori and Deidara convince him to take the ring and blood contract. Roger. There was a line one shouldn't cross. Everyone had a line. The Akatsuki had a line, the first leader, Yahiko, had drawn that line, no involving mothers or children, especially not expectant mothers. Akatsuki went out of its way to skirt around mothers, whether they encountered them in Konoha or IWA. That was the line. Conan was a prisoner, not Nagato's will. She wondered though, did she still have an opinion in the Akatsuki? Was there anything of the original plan for the Akatsuki left? It seemed like, the moment Naruto left AIM, taking Sueki with him, the thing they called Akatsuki became a puppet organization for the will of Zetsu and Madara Uchiha. Her biggest regret was not following Naruto when she had the chance. Conan found her way higher up the tower and onto the roof, allowing the torrential rain to wash over her soul. She closed her eyes, uncaring of the cold and the blood seeping down her neck from the open wound at the back of her head. Happy birthday, Naruto. She whispered solemnly, somberly, to the man that wouldn't hear her many miles away. She placed her palms together and prayed. I hope you're doing well. Oh. At that same moment. Leader's tower. Dark capital. Dark country. Naruto's hands went up to his masked mouth. Achoo! His two office assistants looked to their leader with worriedly furrowed eyebrows. They said in unison. Bless you. Ah, the blonde man grabbed an offered napkin to the female of the pair in his office and dabbed at the top side of his mask, where his nose was. Thank you. The male assistant stood from his small corner desk. Are you feeling unwell, Lord Naruto? No, don't worry about me, he waved flippantly for them to relax. Let's get back to work. Hi, Lord Naruto. They responded and went back to their jobs. Naruto's office was very large, with a wall-sized window to the right of his desk, a massive collection of scrolls, books, and items on desks and shelves to his left, and a dark country flag hung on the wall behind him, where paintings of former dark leaders would soon be hung underneath the flag in later years. His desk was situated near the back of the office, to the center of the room, and his assistants had smaller, though manageable versions of their leaders' desks pushed to the walls on the left and right sides of the room, though facing inwards. The two assistants handled minor issues, relieving most of the workload from Naruto's shoulders, while Naruto took care of the heavy, highly important work. To the left of Naruto's desk was a coat rack that held his neatly arranged leader's robe and wide-brim hat, and on the lower part of the rack was where Naruto kept his kunai and shuriken pouches. It was now 3 months before the end of the year, and the annual blizzard was gathering strength far east of the world, and the weather forecast predicted that it would be worst blizzard in the history of Dark Country. Naruto had a lot to do, and now that the center of administration for all of darkness had long since been completed, his office was open to the country and his tower was staffed with the best employees. The masked leader didn't have to move about the country to meet people and inquire about their efforts in preparing for winter. They all brought their reports to him. It was convenient. Though it was still work. Naruto rubbed his eyes tiredly. Oh yes, before I forget? He picked up the landline sitting on the left side of his desk and pressed in 3 digits. He placed the receiver near his ear and hummed as the line rang. Good evening, my Lord Naruto. This is Equinox Communication, how may I be of service to you? Evening, connect me to my house. Right away, sir. The transponder answered and promptly connected Naruto's office line with the landline at his home. The phone rang twice before Sueki picked it up. Hi, sensei. Hey, Su, he sweetly sang back to the chirping tone of his normally stoic vampire wife. How are you? How's Kushina? We're fine. The woman on the other line replied, tucking a strand of her blazing white hair over her ear and faintly blushing at her husband's warm voice. I hope office work isn't too much, sensei. Nah, I'm managing it okay. He replaced the receiver on his other ear and picked up a pen, tapping it on a thick document from the National Electrical Distribution Company. It's going to be a late night, Su. You two don't mind, right? Do your best, sensei. Was Sueki's faintly smiling response, one that made Naruto smile lightly. I love you. I love you too. There was a yell in the background. Tell him, I love him too. Sueki laughed softly at Kushina's exclamation and Naruto snorted in amusement. Kushina says that she loves you too. Tell her that I love her too. He loves you too, the vampire called and Kushina hooted. Yes. I'll see you tonight. Naruto chuckled and dropped the receiver back on the phone, cutting the call. He breathed out and a crinkling smile appeared at the corner of his eyes when he noticed that his office assistants were focusing much too hard at the papers before them, pretending as if they hadn't just listened to his conversation. One of the many companies that had sprung up in darkness, established by citizens of darkness, Equinox Communication was a relatively old one, being roughly 16 years old. They were the primary phone company used in Dark Country and they had branches in Uzushio and Kiri, setting up a joint branch with River and Suna's telephone companies. They connected all the landlines of the country together into a central hub in the western region, employing many men and women so as to work as transponders from one caller to another. The company was making active research and investments into inventing a handheld, more portable mobile device that was more versatile and more multi-purpose than walkie-talkies. Equinox, being a Dark Country-created company, was one of the parts of the inventors department that Naruto supported. There was plenty of potential and Equinox weren't afraid to dream big. Rolling his shoulders and preparing to get back to work, Naruto's serene blue eyes saw one of the few picture frames on his desk. One was of him and Kushina on a date in Suna's traveling carnival. At that time, she was 1 month pregnant. Now, she was slipping into her 7th month. Looking at Kushina now only brought a soft smile to Naruto's face. The Uzumaki was absolutely glowing. Radiant. Though hampered by her large belly and the aches in her joints, the redhead never failed to smile and laugh. It gave Naruto a warm feeling in his heart. Sueki could attest to it that, holding Naruto's child made Kushina the happiest woman in the whole world. Naruto couldn't be more pleased. Sueki was on temporary leave of absence from Black so that she could use all her time to cater for and take care of Kushina. The vampire devoted her time to making sure the redhead was well fed, exercised moderately, stayed active though not debilitatingly busy, and that she conversed with other expectant mothers as much as possible. Sueki loved Kushina with all her heart, and she was positive, whether or not she ended up having kids of her own, that she would also pour a world of love on Kushina's child, or children. There wasn't a parenting book that Naruto hadn't read, he was fairly sure. Any spare time he got, any break he could find, he would tuck his head into parenting manuals. He spent as much time he could with the two women in his life. He didn't want to mess this up. His eyes steeled over and he bent down to the document before him. To make a better, safer darkness for his soon-to-be arriving child, he would need to work harder. Winter was 1 month away and the end of the year was 3 months from now. The academies were rounding up classes and preparing for exams. The trading year was coming to a close and traders were summarizing their profit/loss. More and more mission requests were flooding in from all over the continent as the cold became worse and reliability on the high performance of Dark Shinobi increased. The director of the National Bank was preparing the yearly statement and would send it to him once she received word from traders outside the country and every single department in the country, and now until midnight, Naruto's more nocturnal/insomniac ninjas were coming to his tower to collect missions. Though to limit the risk of endangering themselves on a mission due to lack of rest, the people distributing the missions downstairs performed quick tests. Naruto was pushing through these late nights so that his next 3 weeks would be free, so he could spend time with Sueki and Kushina. The snowstorm wasn't going to wait for darkness to prepare. First, Naruto looked at the document the National Electrical Company delivered to him that morning. Dark Country used a countrywide hydroelectric dam to power houses, offices, and other appliances. The document detailed that all houses that were connected to the dam were firmly secured and would hold against the violent winds that were to come, though the problem lay with the fact that the blizzard would free the water that powered electricity in the company. Each region north, south, east, and west had regional generators, though those would need an hour of cool down and refilling after 20 hours of functioning. The head engineer proposed either temporarily moving the electrical grid from hydroelectric to solar, like those in Uzushio. It was easier to maintain during the blizzard, and if they installed the panels and seals on each house now, allowing them to recharge for a month before the oncoming blizzard, then the light would hold throughout the 2 months, after which the waterfall that powered the hydroelectric dam would thaw out and business as usual would continue. The other alternative was sending out a countrywide declaration for households to stock up on gas to power their backup generators. Naruto easily recognized the risk of the backup generators freezing and that the 2-month lifespan for the solar energy wasn't set in stone. Houses could use more energy than others, and whatnot. So Naruto proposed something other than what the engineer suggested, there being 2 regional generators for each region. This was so that when a generator was to be switched off and refilled, the other would be turned on and connected. People would barely notice the switch, and this way there wouldn't be much noise pollution, like when all backup generators are on at the same time. Hospitals that needed constant electricity wouldn't suffer in the least. He stamped his decision with the Leader of Darkness seal and dropped it onto the out pile. Next was a summarized report from the Uzushiogakure Fuinjutsu Research Facility in Uzushiogakure no Sato. Naruto's country had its fingers dipped in many things, whether they were from allied nations or unallied nations. It was one of the reasons Darkness was the 4th wealth nation. The UFRF were one of many places Darkness had put interest into. The report from the island of Uzumaki said that they had been able to craft a new, vastly useful seal simply called Preservation Seal. Reading into the report, Naruto's eyebrows climbed up his forehead. This is brilliant, he thought. The Preservation Seal was essentially a somewhat large seal that could preserve the freshness and nutrition of fruits, vegetables, and grains, though since the seal was still in its earlier phases, and as such it was massive, it could only be used at a large scale, for now. Another limit was that only crops that had been harvested could be preserved with the seal. It had already gone through the 5 stages of testing before it was given the seal of approval from the Yuzukage, Tamaki, and as such it was certified to work. It was still a level 7 seal that could be made by level 8 Fuinjutsu masters. Anyone not well versed in seals couldn't hope to replicate it, and not many people outside of the Uzumaki clan and the Chueinku clan were so close to Fuinjutsu as to give the widely complex, massive preservation seal a second glance. Naruto could already feel the ideas churn in his head. They could slap those seals on grain silos, storerooms, and storehouses. Daikiharu Pansasenshi, clan head of the people that populated most of Dark Country's farms, would have a field day with this seal. As one of their investors, the head of the research facility in Uzushio was cutting down the price of the seal by 50%. The leader of Dark Country stamped the document, scribbling a letter that would be expanded by one of his office assistants later that night. He wanted the seal research facility to mass produce 1,000 of those seals, with the probability of making more in the near future, and ship them to Darkness by next week. He also thanked their hard work and encouraged them to shrink the seal, so that it could slapped onto fridges and coolers. He stuck the yellow sticky note with the short letter onto the report and passed it onto the out pile. Sir, the female office assistant called and Naruto looked up. Lord Mizuki's has just entered the country and he would wish to know if he could meet with you tomorrow to discuss a serious problem. The masked leader's forehead creased. Yagura was a good friend of his, he didn't need to set up an appointment to come and see him, especially when he had a problem. It wasn't the first time Naruto was meeting with Yagura, in Kiri or in Darkness, and the man wasn't roundabout in how he spoke. I'm fine with that. My office is always open to him. Tell him to rest well. Yagura was still living in the house he had bought 15 years ago, maintaining it well even when he wasn't in the country. As the Mizuki, Yagura didn't have much time to go back and forth from Kiri to Dark Country, but when he came by, his house in the eastern region was ready for him. There was already an installed landline, stable electricity, and clean water. From what Naruto had learned, Yagura was paying one of his neighbor's kids to mow his lawn every week. The female assistant relayed his message and bid the Mizuki a good night. Naruto wondered if the problem concerned their biannual Chunin exams. The next exams would take place on February, next year, and requests to attend from Dark Country Jounin Sensei hadn't come yet, seeing as there were 3 more months before the year could even end. It could be about the unrest among the 7 swordsmen of the mist after Kisame's defection. Zabuza Momochi, the person Kushina had battled in the Chunin exams finals during her time, holder of the Kubikaribaku, head cleaver sword, and also the newest induction onto their ranks, was making bold threats, and the holder of Nuabari, the needle sword, was decidedly uninvolved in the arguments. The holder of the twin lightning fangs was trying to smooth things over between the swordsman and the Mizuki. The problem stemmed from Suna ranking higher than Kiri in the Great Shinobi Village listing, being 3rd and Suna 2nd. Yagura didn't care much about the ranking, but the swordsmen were outraged that they hadn't been ranked highest. Wisely not neglecting the training, advancement, and motivation of his shinobi after the passing of the former Mizuki, Yagura was capitalizing on the boost in their economy once Kiri reached an agreement and adopted the use of Dark Ryu. This agreement was signed by Naruto and Yagura's predecessor, Genjetsu Hozuki, but once Yagura took over control of Kiri he was blown away by how latent potential in using Dark Ryu Genjetsu had failed to recognize. The man had first began construction of Kiri's branch of the National Bank of Dark Country, so that printing money and distributing it in Kiri would be faster and easier. Then the man went about flowing the currency into small business inside of Kiri, renovating buildings, and maintaining clan compounds. Giving credit to Genjetsu, the man had raised the standard of living in Kiri over the past 15 years, so much so that there was almost no such thing as homelessness, but Yagura shot past this and fed the precious currency into the economy, creating jobs, more living quarters and more channels connecting Kiri to Darkness to give and receive goods. The present Mizuki used money to set up more targeted, more elaborate and more effective training grounds, regimen and equipment for his shinobi. Chunin exam success wavered from Kiri to Darkness and back again, though at the moment, Naruto's country was 2 wins in the lead. Naruto was jolted out of his thoughts when his phone rang. He picked up the receiver and placed it on his ear. Lord Naruto, you are receiving a call from Lady Sueki. Put her through. The man muttered as he tapped his pen on a thin report from the National Water Board Company. Sup, Su. Hey, sensei, Ketsueki began, using her shoulder to hold the phone up to her ear as she pulled on a pair of warm, woolen gloves. I just wanted to call to tell you that I'm taking Kushina to the hospital to see Dr. Nakamura. She says she's feeling winded and a bit sick. The black operative switched the phone into her other hand and helped Kushina put on a winter coat. She spoke softly. I might just be panicking, but we can't be too careful. Naruto was about to stand up. Okay, I'm on my way dash. No, don't worry, sensei. It's not that serious. She sensed that Naruto wasn't convinced, so the blonde's other wife collected the phone, whispering in an unusually quiet, tired voice. Don't worry about me, Naruto. Work hard for us, okay? The corners of the man's eyes turned down and he sat back with a sigh. Okay. Let me know if you need anything. Naruto didn't deserve to have these understanding women, and the regret grew in his gut. Give the phone to Sueki, please. The other end shortly rustled. Before, you wanted me? You're sure this isn't serious? Positive. The man sighed again, then he smiled cheekily. All right. Kiss Kushina for me. Idiot. The vampire giggled blushingly and cut the call. The man hummed pleasantly, glad he was able to lighten the mood, even just a little, and he went back to work. Sir, the mail office assistant called, holding the receiver of his phone in one hand, keeping the person on the other line on hold until he delivered the message. Lady Kamina Sutaku, Hyukage of Hidden Chill, is wishing you a happy birthday. She also sent a gift basket and a coupon for a free massage at the Suna Beach Resort. It has been checked for traps and poison. I could use a treat. The man mumbled to himself as he tapped his chin. Send in the gift basket and tell her thank you. The door opened for one of Naruto's chunin, bringing with him the gift basket, as the office assistant finished talking to one of Kamina's ninjas. The Hyukage was staying in the beach resort at that very moment, easing the stress out of her pores. There was already a large pile of gifts and treats near the male assistant's desk: hand-sewn clothes, homemade delights, shinobi collector's cards from some of the students of either academies, gift cards from business owners, and the head matron of the country's orphanage had compiled a book of pictures the orphans had drawn for him, laughingly saying that it had been their idea and they had begged her to go along with it. A small group from the orphanage came to his office that afternoon and sang for him. It was adorable. Naruto promised himself that he would cherish each gift. He idly munched on the Hyukage's gift to him, sifting through the water board company's report. Nothing was amiss, water was being properly filtered and waste was adequately disposed of. The blizzard wouldn't affect the distribution of water, as each pipe to each house was cold resistant, preventing the water from freezing over, and the sewers and drainage systems of Dark Country were just as reinforced. Naruto applauded their efficiency, increased the salaries of the workers from the water board company for being reliable and unflinchingly trustworthy for all these years, and he stamped his seal onto the document before sliding it onto the out pile. Makoto Gato and Nanako Hogo, directors of the Northern and Southern Defense Corps respectively, set up appointments that night to discuss with their leader about the recent infiltration of their border through the night forest by Kisame and Minato. The plan Naruto, Makoto and Nanako had crafted was to lure the Akatsuki into a false sense of superiority, entice the mastermind brainwashing Nagato to walk into a trap, escorted in by none other than Kisame. Look weak before the enemy, make them cocky and underestimate you. The problem being that, with the strength of their ninjas and the sturdiness of their border, no country on the planet underestimated the country hidden in the darkness. Nagato was never the strategist of the group. He was the power. Yahiko was the brains, Konan was the glue, Nagato was the strength and Naruto was their shadow. Naruto was meant to be the next leader of Akatsuki after Yahiko had passed, as accepted by all of the organization at that time, though he was content with his position as a background character. His friends should be the ones to shine, not him. Someone must be doing most of the thinking for Nagato, and seeing as Naruto had foiled more than his own fair share of plots against him and his allies, it was safe to say that the strategist wasn't doing a good job. The plant man, Zetsu, was dead. Danzo was dead. The Sandame was dead. Konoha was a burning trash pit. Iwa was docile and subdued. Kumo, though being first greatest hidden village, was wise enough to stay respectful and neutral with Naruto's country, even after the Raikage had changed from C to I. The doubt they wanted to create among his shinobi had been crushed. Minato respected Naruto enough to give him and his country space, and the older blonde reciprocated in kind. His allies were with him and his country 101%. The first three wealth nations, though skittish around darkness, smartly didn't prod the patience of the silent nation, which just so happened to be the fourth wealth nation. Whether those challenges were caused wholly or partly by the Akatsuki, they had fallen apart once Dark Country took active measures to squash them. It would take some time for Kisame to build proper trust with the Akatsuki and for the Red Cloud organization to begin to feel superior to darkness. They hadn't received word from Kisame since he had joined, but seeing as he had broken into the country through the night forest, Naruto could assume the Shark Man was doing fine. Thinking about Minato, Naruto breathed out mournfully and ghosted his hand over his masked lower face. The male assistant looked to him and asked, "Are you okay, my lord? It's that?" Naruto sighed heavily. I've always wanted to grow a beard." The two assistants' sweat dropped and chuckled at the sincerity of their leader's words. His uncle had a full beard when he was alive and his father shaved his own beard every day, hiding the smooth chin under a bandana, which was what inspired Naruto to start wearing a mask when he was young. So it was likely that if Naruto had a lower jaw to speak of, he would have had a grizzly beard as well. Going past his sorrow, Naruto hadn't been keeping much tabs on Minato, not all the time anyway, and from what his ninjas were saying, the Namikaze was living a peaceful life in Hidden Mountain with his pregnant girlfriend, coincidentally expecting at the same time as Kushina. Minato worked mostly as a lumberjack while doing Akatsuki missions on the side, says the report from Suiki's Team 11. The missions were research and strictly stayed away from Naruto's business as possible, only recently did the mission involve entering the night forest. Naruto was honestly glad that Minato had found his peace. The Namikaze was still very unstable, though Tsum was the glue keeping his fractured mind together. Naruto hoped nothing would shatter Minato's mental harmony. Going back to his work, Naruto read through the report from the directors of his shinobi and civilians academies, who said that the arrangement of squads and assigning of Jounin Sensei was going to change, now that the Kurama were back in Dark Country. The clan of illusionists were known to work well with the clan of Fuinjutsu masters, though they didn't want to build teams to only this limit, diversifying teams among the other 5 clans, the clanless and transfer students from the 4 allied nations. In the case of the civilian academy, a whole new class was open for creative arts in all classes, from class 1 to the advanced classes, for students that wished to become artists and musicians. This class was similar to the dance classes held by teachers from the Chueinku clan. The Kurama clan was settling in nicely and were gradually getting into the flow of things. BLAK, DC and the police had recruited dozens of them, and the Jounin and Chunin that wanted to be normal ninjas were presently out running missions for the country, while the genin familiarized themselves with the landscape and people of their country, as they were too young or not even born at all to remember when their parents were forced out of darkness and into Konoha. By far, darkness was preferred over the hidden leaf. There was a sense of belonging that they felt nowhere else. The problem was that Naruto made a slight miscalculation in their size, and so their clan compound was too small for them. It was an easy fix. There was plenty of land around and they weren't necessarily limited to living only in their main compound in the eastern region, though a sizable portion would have to live there with the mania holder. The walls of the small clan compound were knocked down, after collecting permission from Naruto, and they expanded by building houses to accommodate most of their clan that wished to stay there. Others that strived out on their own found housings and accommodations in the other regions. Dark Country might have been small compared to other shinobi settlements like Konoha and Iwa, but there was still vast, untouched land all around in each region, including the capital. His landline rang and he picked it up. "Hello, my lord Naruto. You are receiving a call from Dr. Yuma Nakamura of the Dark Country General Hospital." Naruto swallowed thickly. "Put him through." There was a faint buzz before the other end of the line clicked. Yuma's calm, polite voice sailed through the phone. "Good evening, Lord Naruto, I hope I'm not disturbing your work." "It's fine. What's the problem?" "Sir, will you please come to the hospital now?" His next words made Naruto's heart thud. "It is important." "Of course, I'll be there." He dropped the phone and rose off his chair, not bother with his ceremonial cloak and hat, and dusted down his Jounin flak jacket as he walked to the wall-large window of his office. He threw the window open, allowing in a slight breeze, and said to his curiously watching assistants, "Hold down the fort for me, guys." "Hi, Lord Naruto." They saluted and Naruto jumped out of the window, and Pumph! He disappeared in a burst of smoke. Oh. 2 seconds later. Dark Country General Hospital. Dark Capital. Dark Country. Pumph! Naruto's feet seamlessly touched down on the ground before the doors of the hospital and he rushed inside without missing a beat. Only a few people milled about that night in the hospital waiting room, reading magazines and waiting for their turn. The doctors and nurses on duty worked around the clock to ensure that the waiting room wasn't clustered with seriously ailing people. He passed the receptionist, idly nodding to her called greeting, and ran up the stairs, vanishing and appearing in random explosions of smoke here and there until he got to his family doctor's office door, where the man came out, jerking back when he saw that the man he had called not 5 seconds ago was standing before him. Naruto didn't allow Yuma to wrap his arms around how much distance Naruto had cut to get from the leader's tower to the general hospital. "What's wrong? Is it Kushina?" "Suiki?" "Sir, please calm down," Yuma said calmly, and Naruto took a step back, closed his eyes and exhaled. He didn't comment on how the family doctor was wearing the light green surgical wear of doctors in the country, except he had not rubber gloves on and the medical mask was over his chin. "It's about Kushina." He began slowly, holding up his hands for Naruto to relax. "The Kyuubi is reacting to Kushina's hormones. She has high blood pressure and her lungs are being pushed into her ribs." He then quickly stated, "It is not because of the child. The Kyuubi is using the weakened state of the seal, seeing as Kushina was heavily pregnant, to swell the size of her chakra coils more than normal." Naruto nodded hastily, looking around Yuma to see if either of his wives were in his office. They weren't. He felt the panic rising again. "All right, what should we do about it?" The man gave his leader a slight, hesitant look, before he said, "We have to induce." Naruto was taken aback. Induce? Isn't she due for another 2 months? He ran a shaky hand through his yellow hair when he realized he was shouting. I'm sorry. Where are they? Kushina is preparing for the operation and Lady Ketsueki is having her people seal off the operating room in case the Kyuubi tries to escape. Naruto rubbed his forehead and Yuma placed a gentle hand on Naruto's shoulder, saying, if the child is not born soon, then Kushina's life will be in danger. Naruto rubbed circles into the side of his head and his blue eyes flicked to a piece of paper on a clipboard and a blue pen. We need the permission of the father of the child before we can perform the procedure, and Lady Ketsueki and Kushina insisted we wait for your arrival, seeing as you are present and the father of the child. This is strictly routine, my lord. My comrades have performed this procedure hundreds of times. Nothing will go wrong. What if it does? Naruto asked quietly, looking up with sad eyes to his family doctor. What if everything goes wrong? Yuma shook his head. I assure you, it won't. Naruto grabbed the doctor's upper left arm and glared at the man. I'm trusting you, Yuma. I will make sure nothing goes wrong. You have my word. Yuma wasn't an expert in childbirth, but he had supervised his own fair share of inducing childbirth. He knew the best doctors and nurses that had done commendable work each and every time. The success rate was such that there was a 90% chance Kushina would bear children again, and those times would be less complicated with or without the Kyuubi sealed in her. Naruto scribbled down his signature onto the pad, providing his permission, and Yuma walked him down the stairs into a room in the maternity ward, where Panda and Polar Bear of BLAK teams 11 and 12 were sealing off the room from the rest of the world. Naruto. Kushina whispered, her sleep-heavy purple eyes unfocused and bleary. Hey. The man grabbed onto her hand and bent down, kissing her forehead. He looked to Sueki, who was holding Kushina's other hand, and the vampire smiled tearfully, barely containing herself. The man looked to both of them and said, Yuma knows what he's doing. Polar Bear came and requested permission to draw a small seal on Kushina's bed and Naruto nodded without looking. Naruto felt dread as a hand was placed onto his shoulder. My lord, please wait outside. No, I'm supposed to be in here. Naruto. The tired redhead whispered, out of breath. Listen to what the doctor says, please. Naruto bowed his head, placing his forehead onto Kushina's and he grumbled mutely, uncertain. He rubbed Kushina's frail hand in his own, soaking in the redhead's loving warmth. He then straightened up and said, Sueki stays. Yuma bowed. Yes, of course. A team of 3 nurses and 1 other doctor entered the room and the black operatives exited with their leader. The door silently clicked shut. 30 minutes later. Naruto paced back and forth in front of the room his red-haired wife was delivering in, tapping his fingers together and doing breathing exercises to calm himself down. He stopped and pressed his ear against the door of the room. No sound. Understandably so, there was a silencing seal and a suppression seal, in case of the Kyuubi escaping. Naruto's black operatives watched their leader march around, their eyes dimmed with worry. 1 hour later. Naruto was now seated on an offered chair, rubbing his face and tapping his feet on the clean, white-tiled floor. 2 hours later. The blonde leader asked one of his ninjas, Komodo Dragon, for a deck of cards. He distracted himself by playing with the cards, giving up 10 minutes later when the fear and paranoia became too much for him. Another 2 hours later. The man jumped out of his seat as the door opened. Yuma came out, rubbing his hands with a small towel. Naruto's eyes widened and waited in expectation. Well? Congratulations, my lord. It's a boy. The doctor smiled widely and laughed when Naruto dragged him into a bone-crushing hug, shoving him aside and speeding into the room. Kushina was barely awake, smiled sleepily as her husband entered the room. Sueki was almost as tired, using her bloodline to force her kidneys to produce adrenaline so as to keep her awake, a tiny amount to snap her eyes back open. The vampire placed a gently hand on Kushina's now nearly flat stomach, tiredly indicating that the Kyuubi seal was still intact and that there wasn't any threat of the tailed beast escaping. Panda and Polar Bear confirmed this. Naruto's grin was enough to light up the room. Words couldn't come to him. The doctor that had come to induce Kushina smiled modestly as Naruto kissed Kushina's lips, doing so over his mask and, strangely enough, the black mask shifted to form vague lips. Kushina used the last of her strength to lift Naruto's hand and hold it out towards the incubator on the other side of her bed, beside the half-wake vampire. The man went to the incubator, his smile dimming and replaced with apprehension. He looked down at the tiny infant inside and his blue eyes softened. He wasn't aware of the tears falling from his eyes, placing a delicate hand on the top of the incubator, afraid that even that light touch would destroy the transparent incubator. There were wires and tubes connected to his son's body. Born 1 hour after his father's birthday. Naruto touched his face, shocked at the tears and rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand, refusing to lift the hand on the incubator. He's so small, he intoned quietly, fearing that his voice would wake the child. I. He stuttered, and the occupants of the room silently watched their leader look at his first child. His son. The black operatives mutely ushered the nurses out and Yuma guided his fellow doctor out as well, quietly closing the door and giving the man and the two women their privacy. What if I mess up? He couldn't look away from the boy peacefully sleeping inside the incubator. No parenting book could describe the whirlpool of emotions he felt then and there. The man didn't realize that Kushina had fallen asleep and Sueki was seated next to her, leaning on the bed with her hand still holding Kushina's and quietly nodding off. The man smiled to himself as the little child twitched a little in his sleep. I wonder what you're dreaming of so soon. He breathed out and went down on one knee, so that he was level with the child, and he said in his lowest, softest voice. Your name will be Benimaru. Naruto didn't know it, but years from now, his children, his grandchildren, his great-grandchildren, and his descendants to come, whether they were from Kushina or Sueki, would continue his great legacy and write their own names in the stars. Naruto's story wouldn't end with him, but went on through his descendants. What Naruto was sure of was this, whispering to his first child and declaring to the entire world. You're going to do great things, Benny. Chapter 29. Clan Head's House. Uchiha Clan Compound. Konoha. There hasn't been peace in the Uchiha Clan Head's house for the past 7 months, and tonight wasn't any different. I am your husband and you will do as I say. Fugaku shouted as he stormed after his 7 months pregnant wife, who ignored him, as if he hadn't said anything. The man harshly grabbed her wrist and forced her to face him. Do you hear me, woman? Mikoto raised her eyebrows, unimpressed, and tore her wrist out of her husband's grip. Haven't you noticed, Fugaku, it's past midnight and I'm tired. Do you want the rest of the clan to hear us fight? If you are tired, then you sleep with me in the bedroom. No more of this petty rebellion. The Uchiha princess chuckled shortly and briefly looked at her black-haired, black-eyed attendants, who remained professionally stoic, though amusement glimmered in their eyes. Come this instant. Fugaku, dear, she gently cupped his cheek and smiled lovingly at him, saying, as long as I live, I will never lie in the same bed as you. She patted his cheek patronizingly and took a step back, preparing to turn around and leave for her room. Be glad I haven't aborted this bug you put inside me. The man grabbed her by the back of her neck and that was when her female attendant stepped in and stared with narrowed eyes at their clan head, standing to both sides of the Uchiha princess and daring their clan head to go further. The man, not intimidated by the smaller, half-Uchiha attendants, kept his hand on the halted woman's neck and said in a low, intimidating voice. The child you hold is testimony of our union as man and wife. Do not sully your clan by saying such disgusting things. He spat, shoving his wife away. Once our child is born, you will return to the bedroom and perform your role as my wife. I am your husband and your clan head. Let me stop you there, Mikoto said, holding her large stomach with her left hand and slowly turning around, shaking her head to tear her husband's hand off. You, Fugaku dear, are not the clan head. She pointed at herself with her free hand and growled right up into his face. I am. She jabbed a strong finger at the center of his chest as he opened his mouth to exclaim foul profanities. You are nothing but a figurehead. The man clenched his teeth and Mikoto jerked her head back. Her attendants wavered in place, before they bowed deeply and retreated deeper into the passageway they were conversing in, to prepare their mistress's bath in her room. The woman fearlessly looked up at her husband's eyes, spiraling inwards and shifting into a 3-tomo Sharingan, morphing once more and evolving into its advanced form. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. They were her father's eyes. She had attained Mangekyo level when she was a Chunin and had been unable to advance since, seeing as she was unable to find a willing Uchiha, living or dead, that wished to exchange eyes with her. Now that her father had died, at Minato's hand no less, Mikoto would admit that her morals became stunted. The pregnant woman's powerful jujitsu spun sluggishly as Fugaku activated his own eyes, though still at the Mangekyo level. This small display from Mikoto, though the woman being smaller than her husband and burdened with carrying their child, shortly silenced the Uchiha man. The woman began, jabbing another finger into Fugaku's chest, hard enough to have him take a step back. You don't hold any power in this clan. The clan council doesn't listen to you and our people don't respect you. Another proof being the half-Uchiha maidens that followed Mikoto around didn't bow to him as deep as they would for Mikoto. Half-Uchiha weren't given full rights in the clan and for those two to not show respect to the person that supposedly led the clan. The pregnant woman jabbed his forehead, pushing him back again, and said in a strong voice. That illusion of power and authority you have is merely the respect accorded to you as my husband. You represent me for the time being. She shook her head and flicked his nose, having him take another step back. Keep my seat warm for me, will you? Your father dash. Damn my father, Fugaku. The woman scoffed rudely, against the feminine morals drilled into her head during her upbringing. She whipped around and said over her shoulder, to the stunned man standing stock still, watching her leave for her bedroom. I'll leave you to your duties, Lord Fugaku. Recognizing from a very young age that as a female and the only child of her clan head father, she would have to put much more effort into everything she did, more so than if she was born as a male, Mikoto held nothing back during training and her time in the academy, as well as using any available time she had to be making connections with the clan council's families, and members of her whole clan. Still, her father had put his foot down on a woman becoming clan head, purposely not seeing how Mikoto was widely respected in the clan, more so than the person he intended to become clan head. Like for that whole day, Mikoto had been going round her clan and speaking with her clan mates, while Fugaku was screaming himself hoarse to get the Konoha council instated once again. Even when the Hokage had given him and the Uchiha clan the chance to redeem themselves, the thick-headed man walked out while his comrades stayed back. Mikoto wasn't too pleased to hear that. Fugaku was clan head in name only. The man closed his eyes with a terse sigh, displeased with himself for not being able to speak back to his wife, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a rolled-up scroll on the ground before him. He looked at it with his Sharingan eyes, checking it for traps, and finally picked it up when he was satisfied of its safety. It read, Minato is on Clover Mountain, Hidden Mountain. Oh. 7:59 a.m. Kushina's hospital room, maternity ward, general hospital, dark capital, dark country. Naruto exhaled in relief as he relaxed into his seat next to his recently slumbering red-haired wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Sakanomi Katsueki was sitting on his lap, her head nuzzled under his chin and snoring peacefully with her arms wrapped around his middle, as his left arm was around her as well, holding her to him while his right hand drew light, soothing circles on her thigh. Some 10 minutes ago, Kushina had woken up, as hungry as a bear and with a bladder ready to burst. Naruto recalled the words of Dr. Yuma concerning Kushina and the birth of their child. The Kyuubi had tried to swell its holder's chakra coils, finding a way around the seal to do so and therefore disrupt the pregnancy and somehow influence the child the woman was holding, and now that the seal had been tightened to the extent that Naruto felt some sort of pity for the beast, for the Kyuubi wouldn't even be given the luxury of breathing under the seal Panda, Polar Bear and Amara Chueinku had placed on Kushina. To deal with the excess Kyuubi chakra in her body, Kushina's Uzumaki genes were readapting and moving it around into her digestive system. The presence of the beast's corrosive, corrupt chakra would burn her stomach of every morsel of food but would end up being digested as if it was liquid, resulting in the Uzumaki waking up and running to the bathroom every few hours or so. Yuma had said that this would last for the rest of the day, but normalcy in her body would return. Amara and Naruto's other two top seal masters had sworn that the Kyuubi seal wouldn't interfere in any other pregnancy in the future. There was always the option of passing the beast onto another holder as well. Sueki mumbled sleepily on his lap and the man smiled softly, breathing out in content once again as the pale vampire searched deep into her husband for his warmth. The BLAK commander was so much as tired, more like now that her husband was there with them, she was using that chance to absorb the bonfire of warmth that Naruto apparently was. It was more than enough to lull her back to sleep. The blue-eyed man then cast his eyes to his firstborn son, Benimaru. The incubator was closer to Kushina's bed and Naruto and Sueki's seat, almost directly in front of Naruto, and the man couldn't help but stare at the child every time he looked at him. Benimaru was beautiful. The man bent his head down and placed a kiss on the top of Sueki's head, doing so somehow with his black mask, and the white-haired woman laughed breathily, quietly, still deep in the allure of sleep. The leader of Dark Country looked upwards, to the installed television hanging on the wall at the end of the room. Televisions were a luxury in Dark Country. They didn't come with the house and, depending on the price, there was a monthly bill sent out to houses for TV subscriptions, allowing them access to an array of channels all over the continent, from as close as Fire Country to as far as Hidden Chill. The TV station had cut a deal with other major network channels and the monthly bill for TV stations contributed to the money they paid other villages and countries for allowing them into their TV airwaves. Like how charges applied to calls made outside of the country, TV stations that weren't indigenous to darkness didn't come cheap, but the payment was well worth the service. There was a television in Kushina's hospital room because the hospital had deemed it important, until they discharged Redhead by weekend, which was 5 days from now. It was just about 8 o'clock in the morning and, right on time, the news came on. The newscaster was a young woman with dark yellow tresses that stopped above her shoulders, a healthily tanned skin and striking yellow eyes that drew the watchers in. She had on dark red lipstick and modest makeup, with a black pencil skirt, black suit coat and a white long-sleeved shirt suit underneath, though the views only saw her upper body and the few pieces of paper on her desk, along with her dark red nail polish. Naruto wasn't hiding it and he wasn't going to hide it. Darkness's only news channel was state-owned and controlled. There were some things that just didn't need to be made known, they weren't necessarily lying to anyone either. The news was honest and factual. Naruto could remember the exact day the newscaster presently on the television had applied for the job in his office. She was a dark-born woman whose father was from Kiri and mother from Dark Country. Her father was a member of the Kagaya clan, who held the Dead Bone Pulse Kekai Genkai, though there wasn't anyone that did have the bloodline presently, and her mother was from the Kamuri clan. The Kiri clan and the Dark Country clan believed to have shared ancestry in the fact that all members of both clans had strong bones, though the Dead Bone Pulse bloodline could bring these strong bones outside. The Kamuri though had powerful water and fire affinity chakra, therefore allowing them to have smoke release. Naruto was from the Kamuri clan. The Kagaya clan were bloodthirsty and were more likely to commit murders in Kiri. The newscaster had a passion for reporting and the producer of the news channel had put up job applications in the newspaper and on the TV. She had all the necessary qualifications and she didn't mind much that there was a limit to what she could say on television. Working in Dark Country was a dream of hers since she graduated from the Civilian Academy's advanced classes, and now that she was a newscaster/journalist, she had a good salary, nice benefits, and like other field journalists and reporters, she had security while on the field and all expense-paid trips to wherever it was she was going. These benefits covered those working on and in the news channel for Dark Country. Another tidbit about the Dark-born newscaster was that she was married to Ran Tomo, also known as Epic Mist, Kushina, and Shirmara Kuma's former teammate. Epic Mist had retired from active duty and took up acting, working as a martial arts expert on movies, a stunt double for prominent actors, and Naruto had heard that Epic Mist and Koyuki Kazuhana had released a movie they had co-directed and personally starred in last week. He noted to himself to watch it. The man gave the news his full attention. There was a report he earnestly wanted to hear from it. The intro chimed and the camera panned onto the newscaster. Good morning, Dark Country. My name is Ani Kagaya and this is the news at 8. The camera came a bit closer to her face and the headlines started rolling out at the bottom of the screen, under a bigger, more pronounced headline, which she read out for the country. The country celebrates as Lord Naruto welcomes his first child. Named Benimaru after Lord Naruto's late father, young Lord Benimaru was born around 1 in the morning and Lord Naruto's office has said that he bears a great resemblance to his mother, Lady Kushina Uzumaki. We at Channel 11 wish to congratulate Lord Naruto, Lady Kushina and Lady Sueki on this most wonderful occasion. Here, Ani Kagaya, the newscaster, smiled lightly and bowed to the camera, to Naruto, before she straightened up and continued with the news. In other news, as of midday 2 days ago, Dark Country Ryu has become the most widely used and most precious currency on the continent, surpassing Snow Ryu to become the leading currency on the continent. Naruto smiled ever so slightly at the news and tucked his chin down onto his white-haired wife's head, keeping his eyes and ears on the news broadcast. This development has come about at the fall in popularity of Fire Ryu and Konoha becoming 5th greatest hidden village. Lord Ozo Suzumabachi, deputy director of the Dark Country National Bank, has told reporters that this development in our national currency has increased the value of our goods and services traded to non-allies. The deputy director's quote rolled onto the larger headlines on the bottom of the screen. Compared to Fire Ryu, 1 Dark Ryu is equal to 600 Fire Ryu, and 1 Dark Ryu is equal to 150 Snow Ryu. The news couldn't have gotten better for Dark Country traders. Ani Kagaya proceeded. In a private meeting of 3 Wealth Nation daimyos in a secluded room of the Suna Beach Resort following Dark Ryu's climb to the top of the list, Lord Mifune of Iron Country and Lady Kamina of Hidden Chill forwarded a motion to re-evaluate the Wealth Nation's ranks. Lord Naruto was purposely not present during this meeting, as is the tradition for when a Wealth Nation is evaluated by other Wealth Nations. Naruto invisibly sat up and his ears perked. Lord Mifune and Lady Kamina have agreed to step back and that Dark Country is to move up the ranks to 2nd place. The Dark leader sat back and sighed in relief. Lord Doton opposed this shift in power, but the decision stands. On the right side of the screen, the newly arranged ranks slid down. 1st is Snow Country, 2nd is Dark Country, 3rd is Iron Country and 4th is Hidden Chill. The Merchants Guild in River Country erupted in rancorous celebration. Lady Kamina of Hidden Chill has commented to one of our reporters that Darkness would have ranked higher, if not for Lord Doton's objections. He has demanded entry into darkness to survey its development firsthand, as his condition before Snow could step back and allow darkness take the lead. Our sources in Snow have said that Lord Doton does not believe darkness should be a wealth nation and is taking steps to debunk any notion that Dark Country is appropriately prosperous. The blonde leader scoffed and rolled his eyes. Lord Mifune has refused to comment. Lord Naruto is currently unavailable to tell us his thoughts. Ani shuffled the papers on her desk a little, looking down for a short while to do so, and then looked up, continuing. Lady Wakono of Fire Country has voiced her intentions of seeking audience with Lord Naruto. She has emphasized that the meeting is not for an alliance, as she simply wishes to speak with Lord Naruto and share a cup of tea. She has expressed remorse on behalf of her father, the deposed daimyo-sei, on Fire Country's involvement in the Dark Civil War and wants for us all to move past those terrible events. More on that later. Naruto was well aware of Lady Wakano's intention to talk with him, as she had sent him a letter voicing her wish a handful of days ago. Naruto hadn't yet responded, but once he got the chance, he would like to meet with the Fire Lady, though not in darkness but in river. Allying with Fire Country was the very last thing Naruto wanted to do. His reason for wanting to meet Wakono was because she held resentment for Konoha. Naruto wanted to see if he could convince her to dissolve the Hidden Leaf Village, though to make sure to keep his name and influence out of the final decision. With a sharp rise in mission requests this winter and in anticipation for more mission requests during spring, next year, Lord Naruto's office has sent out a public notice to all shinobi of darkness, to come and collect more missions. Lord Naruto informed us that, as long as his shinobi rest, the more missions they collect, there will be a 10% increase in payments. Lord Naruto has also said that, with the abundance in mission requests and the oncoming snowstorm, he would personally look into promoting those that have stellar performance during missions, those that have recommendations from their superiors and those that are due to be promoted will also be considered by Lord Naruto and his staff. Any complaints and concerns should be left at the leader's tower, and it would be attended to as soon as possible. The leader hummed mutely to himself and calmly ran his hands up and down his sleeping wife's thigh. Lastly, the Defense Corps uncovered an infiltration attempt through the night forest last night, but the culprits, Kisame Hoshigaki and Minato Namikaze, did not leave the forest for the country. Kitsune scouts reported that they took a bone from inside the forest and left some hours later. The Defense Corps have endeavored to block this entry point and has promised that it wouldn't happen again. The Chief of Police, Aoi Kaisatu, encourages people of the country to notify any close-by shinobi or report it to any suspicious activity to the nearest police station or Defense Corps office. She arranged the papers on her desk, making sure not to look away from the camera. That concludes the news. Now on to the weather. The weatherman, standing before a projected image of Dark Country, enlightened the country of the decline in temperature and the presence of snow in the extreme southeastern reaches of the country. The forecast said that there would be high winds later in the day and that there would be a hailstorm near midnight that night. The weatherman further emphasized that the coming snowstorm was the strongest, coldest and overall worst they had ever seen, and people should stock up on essentials in preparation for the blizzard, as all shops, schools and pretty much general activities would forcefully grind to a halt, by order from the leader. The news channel then moved on to sports news, where the two newscasters, different from Ani Kagaya, the first newscaster, reported that the 7-month-old basketball team were on the verge of entering the quarter-finals in the Wave Country Sports Tournament. Their table tennis team had qualified for the semi-finals and their soccer team had qualified for the finals, against Kumo's team. The golf segment of the tournament had to be put on hold due to bad weather and the relay races were postponed. The TV station then showed highlights for the basketball match, and Naruto, though still confused about the rules and the sport itself, silently cheered as one of his players threw the ball from the half-court the court, hit the backboard and sank into the net. The next footage showed one of Naruto's soccer players punting the ball from the corner of the field, onto the waiting head of jumping player and into the post. The man wasted no time taking off his shirt, running to the stands and leaping into the deafeningly screaming Dark Country fans. Dark Country's various sports teams was years in the making, gathering experience and skill in competitions within the country and among allies. The Wave-hosted sports competition was their first foray into the outside world. The council had pushed for the establishment of those sports groups among the younger generations as measures to curb crime and prevent youth from being constantly bored and idle. The very first sports group Naruto had set up was for boxing, then after the martial arts tournament in Bear Country, he had added mixed martial arts into the wider umbrella of martial arts, of which boxing could be found under. Shirmara Kuma, Kushina's former teammate and ex-girlfriend, was the head of the boxing club, while another rising Kuma in the Shinobi Academy headed the boxing clubs in the civilian and shinobi schools. Naruto laughed at the wild celebrations of his soccer players, after each goal, savoring their joy and humming along with them as the fans waved Dark Country's flag. His ears twitched when he heard footsteps outside of his wife's hospital room stop before the door. He held Sueki closer to him, calming her down as she blearily made to stand up and prepare for the guest. She smiled peacefully in her teacher's arms and slipped back asleep as the person on the other side of the door rapped his fist on the hardwood thrice. "Come in," Naruto called, doing so carefully to not wake up the two beautiful women and his firstborn child in the room. Yugura, the Kage of Kirigakure no Sato, entered the room and immediately winced, his hand still on the doorknob. I didn't know they were sleeping. PSHH, don't worry about it, Yugura." He emphasized his name and the other man rolled his eyes. There was a whole thing where Naruto would constantly forget Yugura's name. This was when the Kiri shinobi hadn't been Kage yet and was still a student of Genjutsu Hozuki. The Mizukage then flicked his eyes to the child and Naruto nodded his head, prompting Yugura to quietly plod over to the incubated child, looking down at the tiny baby inside. Looking down at his friend's first child, the plain-faced Yugura felt a smile touch his lips. "You have a beautiful child, Naruto." "Thank you," he has his mother's eyes. The child didn't have much hair, though the Mizukage noticed that what little hair that was there was yellow, now Uzumaki red. Kamuri genes were said to be dominant, and offspring normally took after their Kamuri halves, proven by how Minato Namikaze still took after his Kamuri mother instead of his Hatake father. But the same could be said about Uzumaki genes. Yugura immediately assumed that Naruto meant that the Uzumaki genes were more dominant in baby Benimaru, but his eyebrows furrowed when the infant yawned, his eyes opening fractionally before closing again. The little he saw was more than enough. Benimaru had coal-black eyes and a glowing, bright orange, vertically slit pupils, reminiscent of when Kushina would summon the power of the nine-tailed fox. Yugura blurted out his next words before he could stop himself. "He is possessed by the QB." The blue-eyed man stared at his friend, long and hard, and his expression didn't change even when the Mizukage whirled around to him with apologetic eyes. Naruto cocked his head to the side and narrowed his eyes, saying in a low, dangerous voice, "Watch yourself, Yugura." His blue orbs briefly flicked down to the sleeping vampire on his lap, then to the slumbering Red Reaper on the hospital bed, muttering, "If either of them had heard you, even I won't be fast enough to salvage what's left of your corpse." The Mizukage couldn't help but gulp, flinching when Kushina smacked her lips, in the sweet delirium of sleep, and turned from her back to her side, facing her loving husband. The Kiri ninja stilled, waiting for the silent sounds of the room to return back to normal, not meeting Naruto's ill-intentioned glare. All light in the room dimmed and the shadows under Naruto's eyes covered his whole face, leaving his sky-blue eyes glinting brightly. Yugura felt the temperature dip and the sun set over the horizon. The television crackled loudly and the windows fogged up, gradually turning to ice. He heard a crow squawk, the sound of the Shinigami's animal jolted him, and his eyes widened when he noticed the two women seemingly stir. I'm very sorry, Naruto dash. Suddenly, light rushed back into the hospital room and warmth followed after it not too long after, warmth so refreshing that the Mizukage took in a deep breath and exhaled, more relieved than he had ever been in his life. Naruto's body disintegrated into smoke and he rose past the woman perched on his lap, leaving behind a smoke clone substitute for Sueki to sleep on, doing so without waking the white-haired woman up. The seamlessness and ease at which the Dark Leader had shifted his whole body into smoke, flowed around Sueki and left behind a clone before the vampire was any wiser took Yugura aback. The man still wasn't in his ceremonial clothes, but his normal ninja attire, and pressed his palms onto the abdomen of his jounin flak jacket, casually walking up to the Mizukage. He smirked widely when Yugura stood his ground, his blue eyes sparkling humorously behind his black-rimmed, rectangular glasses. "It's fine," he said once he got to his friend, genially patting the other man's back. "I get it, it just slipped out." Naruto then held up a hand when the Mizukage tried to apologize again. He then proceeded to explain in a low voice, placing a soft hand on top of his son's incubator and looking down at the sleeping infant. "The QB isn't a spirit and the QB doesn't have a soul. All tailed beasts have no soul, they are merely compacted clusters of sentient, living, self-aware and intelligent creatures, almost like normal animals but with the added perk of having corrupt chakra for a body. When a beast is sealed," he further explained, "his corrosive chakra is loosened up and broken down into sizable chunks, equally distributed throughout the chakra network of the Jinchuriki. Kushina's seal, the 12-shackle seal, serves this same function, except it also mutes the QB's emotions from affecting Kushina. When she was 15, maybe 16, Kushina mastered summoning the Nine Tails chakra." Yugura slowly nodded in understanding. Naruto then outright said, "Factual and honest." No tailed beast can possess the user, only influence them with their emotions and their chakra. What about all the times the 8 tails prompted the Jinchuriki to attack Kumo? The younger leader questioned. The beast was never in control, rather it was the corrupt chakra clouding the holder's mind. The man then lifted a lecturing finger and said, if you can recall correctly, both times the 8 tails attacked Kumo through its holder, the holder was still genin and under the age of 13. They haven't even mastered their own chakra, not to talk of their beast's chakra. The influence of the beast's voice and emotions cloud their judgment and it seems as if the whole village is against them, hence why they attacked Kumo indiscriminately. Yagura tapped his chin. Ah, I understand. Naruto looked down at his sleeping fox-eyed son, then back up to Yagura, and said in a strong, firm voice. My son isn't possessed by the Kyuubi. The circumstance that led up to my wife having to give birth prematurely is the reason for Benny's eyes being tainted by Kyuubi chakra. The man wanted to ask, and Naruto, suspecting what that question was, nodded encouragingly for his friend to speak. Is he blind? He asked, adding. Beast chakra is corrosive and poisonous to humans. Some of my shinobi have suffered from tailed beast chakra poisoning from the sanbai and have to lose the affected limbs in order to save their lives. He's not blind. It isn't impossible for a person to build a tolerance for tailed beast chakra. Naruto began. Benny was in contact with the Kyuubi's chakra in the later stages of Kushina's pregnancy, but being part Uzumaki, the child of an Uzumaki with unique chakra and also being born in dark country, Benny's chance of being poisoned by the tailed beast chakra is close to, if not, 0. He pushed his medicated glasses back up his nose. He has some of the Kyuubi's chakra in him, but it far from being poison. The 5-tailed horse had revealed to them long ago that Dark Country was the place the Kagaya Otsutsuki and the 10 tails had been defeated by Hagoromo and Hamura Otsutsuki, the Otsutsuki princess's children. Hamura, using his Byakugan and his special chakra, had sealed their mother into the moon and cast it into the sky while Hagoromo had split the 10 tails into 9 beasts, and each time the man divided the beast, extracted the chakra and gave it form, tainted black, smoky mass escaped and filled the land, mutating the animal and plant life. Hagoromo and Hamura were unaffected because of their jujitsu and the newly born, tailed beasts adapted to the darkness in a way that they could see clearly. Hamura left the area soon after he sealed up his mother and decades later, his descendants would form the Hyuga clan, while Hagoromo died some years after giving the beasts form and giving them some sort of intelligence. The demon horse wasn't sure how or when humans moved into the thick blackness blanketing the land, but darkness was the safer option, as compared to the unrest around the continent at that time. The demon horse also wasn't sure who Lord Yin-yang was or if he was truly an Otsutsuki, but the man walked onto the land and swept the darkness into the forest at the northwest, which would be called Night Forest. Due to the darkness being watered-down residue of tailed beast chakra and due to people learning to live inside dark country as said blackness was taken to Night Forest, people in the country were less likely to be fatally poisoned by tailed beasts, not so much that they had to cut off affected limbs, and seeing as young Benimaru was born from an Uzumaki with unique chakra, a father with volatile, uncontrollable chakra and inside of dark country, the child had less of a chance at being poisoned. Naruto didn't explain all of this to Yagura, just about how Kushina and his type of chakra effectively made it much harder for tailed beasts. Benimaru might have had the eyes of the Kyuubi but Naruto wasn't going to love him any less. The blue-eyed man looked at his friend from behind his glasses and lifted an eyebrow. You said you were having a problem? Yagura's eyes dimmed considerably and Naruto's forehead creased. Can we talk somewhere private? Without missing a beat, Naruto led Yagura out of the hospital room and both men roof jumped towards the leader's tower. Oh. Naruto's office. Leader's tower. Naruto waved his hand and the guards hidden in the corners of his office left. He had to jerk his head to the door for his assistants to do so as well. The leader of darkness motioned to the guest seat before his desk, while he sat down on the windowsill. The Mizukage cleared his throat and said, I? The Kiri ninja looked down, disgusted with himself. Have been having these thoughts. He sat forward and perched his elbows on his thighs, lacing his fingers together and placing them under his nose, over his mouth, though not muffling his words, as Naruto silently listened. These terrible, destructive, mutinous thoughts. He paused for a second, to shake his head, as if it would somehow throw away what he was thinking. Naruto didn't speak. He waited for Yagura to continue. My mind tells me that every bloodline holder in my village, every bloodline holder I know, family. He flicked his eyes up to Naruto and then down again, unable to maintain eye contact. Friends, that they are all evil and should be wiped out without mercy. That Kekai Genkai users are plotting my death and would throw Kiri into turmoil, that I am the only person clear-sighted enough to see their inherent treachery. He grit his teeth and closed his eyes, unlacing his fingers and clenching his hands into tight, white-knuckled fists. Somewhere in this filthy mind of mine, he jabbed his right pointer finger into the side of his temple and said in a harsh voice, "I think that you, Naruto, are the cause of Genjutsu-sensei's death. You connived with bloodline users from your country, my country, every country. You plan to usurp me and skewer me like a pig, scatter my corpse on the roads of my home and persecute everyone that makes the mistake of not having a bloodline." The corners of Naruto's eyes dipped down and he hummed mutely. But Yugura raised a finger and muttered. "The sensible, logical part of my mind tells me that you are innocent, that you would never do anything to harm me or my village. That I should seal the three tails into myself and use that power to murder every Kekai Genkai user I can get my hands on." He was on his feet now, pulling down the skin under his eyes. I have been fighting devilish thoughts in my head, these ones that want to turn me against my own people, my own family." He stopped and looked to Naruto again, saying in a low whisper, "My friends." He shook his head, hard enough to make Naruto worried he was going to wring his skull clean off his shoulders. "It wants to turn me into a monster, Naruto." "How long have you been thinking this, Yugura?" "Since Genjutsu Hozuki-sensei passed," was the short reply. "And you've never had these thoughts before?" "Never once, never before." Yugura shook his head again and laughed humorlessly. "Now they're all I can think about." Naruto crossed his arms, but visibly relaxed his body to show his non-threat, to keep Yugura from feeling in danger while they were in his office. Out of curiosity, he posed this question to the Mizukage. "If you've been having these dark thoughts for a year and 4 maybe 5 months now, what's been stopping you from lashing out and killing bloodline users in your village?" Here Yugura paused again, looking straight at Naruto with hard, unflinching eyes and a strong jaw. "There was something you told me 16 years ago." The bespectacled blonde raised an eyebrow. "What did I tell you? Any decent leader in my position would prioritize the lives of their people over all else." Naruto's words echoed through Yugura's mind ever since. Everything the Mizukage did, he did for his people. The glasses-wearing assassin tapped his chin, vaguely remembering that night he said those words, when he and Kushina were rounding up their day together and shopping for furniture, when the present Mizukage, then just a Kiri Jounin, approached Naruto while he shopped for kitchen tiles. "You remembered that, huh?" Naruto muttered and Yugura nodded. "I never forgot." He sighed heavily and fell back into his chair. "I'm tired of these traitorous thoughts, Naruto. Please, help me." Naruto stared at his friend for 2 long minutes, his eyebrows knitted together in thought and his blue orb spinning ever so slowly. He then said, "Come with me." The other man got out of his chair immediately, asking as he walked to the window the leader of Dark Country was standing on, ready to jump outside. He made sure his hook staff was properly positioned on his back. "Where are we going?" "Southeastern Port." Recognizing that places were ships going to and from Kiri to Darkness, and vice versa, Yugura jumped out of the window and ran atop the roofs of the buildings around the leader's tower, wondering in a loud voice to the man beside him, "Why are we going there?" "I'll tell you on the way." Naruto answered, a smiling twinkle in his eyes, then he unsealed a gray-white cloak from the storage seal on the back of his left hand, throwing it at Yugura. "Put that on." He tossed his own over himself and both men didn't look any different from Defense Corp officers wearing their winter cloaks, hopping from roof to roof and patrolling their portion of the dark capital. Given, Kiri wasn't the only place ships were coming in and going out from, Uzushio, to a lesser degree, used that port, though the southern port not southeastern port was more convenient for the island of Redheads. Those were the only 2 ports in Darkness, but Naruto had a fleet of ships and devoted crewmen working night and day to ensure life moved on normally on the waters and in the boats. Now, voyages into and out of the country were slowing down due to the oncoming winter, but it would pick up in earnest a week or 2 after New Year. Before people could enter those ports, there were DC checks to make sure they were authorized to enter, or if their entrance seal had expired, it could be renewed on the spot, for a price, else the person was sent back to wherever they had come from. Around both ports were fish markets and seafood restaurants, guest houses, hotels and apartments for rent, available for seafarers and fishers that preferred living by the sea. There was a DC office in the southern region and police stations within reach in every town and village. There were major roads that branched out into the country and easily identifiable roads that took people to Ghost Town or the country's capital, a common destination for people from Kiri but not the only one. Yugura chose not to get an apartment near the sea but instead in the eastern region because he had gotten his fill of living close to the ocean in Kiri. There was a community pool somewhere in the row of flats he was living on, a training ground a handful of miles away, constant electricity, hot water, bearable neighbors and his street, like any other street in the country, was accessible to food delivery, so he didn't have any complaints. Truly, he didn't have much to complain about when it came to dark country. The Mizukage was actively looking down at the few people walking around on the street, going about their day. There weren't that many people because the cold weather and the harsh winds were picking up. He saw a man carrying heaps of woolen sweaters in both of his arms. 3 children scampered after the man, wearing thick clothing and chattering about their day in school, and about how their exams were coming. The man and his children had a pair of triangular, midnight black ears atop their heads, their normal human ears blocked by their smooth, black hair and black tails swaying back and forth, sprouting out of their tailbones. Pansasenshi, Naruto said, interrupting his distracted thoughts. Shapeshifters. I hear they hardly ever get tired. Naruto laughed. It's why they agreed to be our delivery people. The 2 men's faces and physical features were hidden under their cloaks and they were largely ignored by those on the ground. In their panther forms, their body heat triples, so they can endure the cold better than other, but they also have this abnormally fascinating ability to regulate their core temperature, so when they're in the desert, they won't bake to death. Is that not a clan secret? The older shinobi scoffed. It isn't. We, those not in their clan, found about that last one before even they did. Naruto shrugged. And there really isn't much an enemy can do with that info. Am I an enemy? Of course not. The bespectacled blonde rolled his eyes. You were going to tell me why we're heading to the southeastern port? Naruto snapped his fingers. Ah yes. He leaped off the edge of a building and landed softly on the next, making sure not to make a sound. They weren't yet out of the capital. That problem you've had. He flicked his eyes to Yagura, then returned it back in front of him. I've seen it before. You have? The Mizukage questioned in an unintentionally frantic voice. Yes, much, much worse than yours. What do you mean by worse? I mean she acted out on her desires. Naruto sent out a Morse code message through his supreme commander of Black Tattoo to Sueki, who was awake by then and utterly miffed at the fact that it wasn't the real Naruto she had woken up on. The Black commander relayed the message and sent a tingling message to a member of Team 12 that was currently on his mandatory, off day. The man lived in a house in the southeastern port, coincidentally the same place Naruto and Yagura were heading to, and when he received the message, he wore his hastily Black uniform and flew out onto the roof of his house. His house was set on a high rise and so gave him a great view of the port market, ships sailing out and into the country, people hustling around in the market and haggling over fish, crayfish and crabs, some others relaxing in outdoor cafes. Those people took care to wear the appropriate clothing for the present weather and there were noticeably only a few children outside, only those that were hopping off carriages and coaches from school and walking the rest of the way back home. Komodo Dragon liked the sea port, southeast port. His sisters, his nieces and nephews and his father, his last family, made a living in the port market and just being able to live near them was enough for him. Back with Naruto, as they finally cleared out of the capital's borders and landed on the tarred black ground of the major road leading to the seaport, the leader of darkness continued to a shell-shocked Yagura. Chizuri Nagatiko is her name. Naruto mumbled audibly. She isn't from any clan but she is a birth citizen of this country. She used to work for a shipping company in Wave Country sometime before the Third War. She lost everyone in her family during the Civil War, father, mother, grandparents, husband, sisters and children, and so she moved out of the country to get over the pain of loss, even after the Civil War ended. She only came back to formally register her name, get her citizen seal and request financial support to make a living in Wave. She's a very loud woman, Naruto admitted with a wince. But she's nice when she wants to be. Yagura almost dreaded to ask. What happened to her? One day, 5 years ago, she marched into the country and went straight to the Suzumabachi clan, Wasp clan. She was wearing a bomb vest threaded with enough explosive tags to take out a quarter of the country. Some off-duty police officers from that clan noticed how jittery she was and knocked her out before she could detonate the vest. Did she say why she wanted to blow herself up? Naruto nodded with a terse frown. She had gotten it into her head that it was people from the Suzumabachi clan that had killed off her whole family. Meanwhile, the real cause of her family's death was Konoha ninjas poisoning water reserves while they were taking refuge in the Sakanomi branch family compound. That was also the time Sueki lost her clan. She was restrained and we discovered that she was under a genjutsu. Yagura's eyes widened. A genjutsu? Not just any genjutsu. Naruto said, ushering his friend to speak in a low voice as they leisurely sped along the road, making sure those riding the carts on the road and those walking on the sidewalks weren't hearing their conversation. He looked around and said in an even quieter voice. A Sharingan genjutsu. A really powerful one at that. That means. Yes, I think someone put a Sharingan Genjutsu on you, but not as strong as the one they placed on Chizuri. I want to check if it's the same person as the one that put the illusion on her." He lightly scratched his chin. "I have a theory." "Theory?" "Well," Naruto began. "If it's the same person, then it's possible that he used a stronger genjutsu with her because it is a once-in-a-while kind of genjutsu, one that can't just be thrown around. Since he used that up on her and failed, then he, or she, had no other option but to use a strong but not as strong genjutsu on you. What if it's the same Uchiha?" Naruto beamed widely. "Then I can finally have that pesky mastermind killed." Yagura's face turned into a question mark. "What?" The blonde waved flippantly. "Nothing. Never mind." Oh. Komodo Dragon was a clanless man and he didn't have any spectacular bloodlines to speak of. He was a taste sensor. His 3-foot-long tongue had hypersensitive taste buds that went further than knowing the exact ingredients in food to knowing the finer details of chakra in the air and on surfaces. The corners of his lips went all the way up to just under his ears, allowing him to unhinge his powerful jaws and snap it down, able to break limbs in one bite. His lips indeed looked normal and were normally positioned, though there was a slightly unseen line that went up to his ears from each corner. He should have been called crocodile or snapping turtle, but he insisted on Komodo Dragon. It sounded cooler. He also liked magic tricks and board games. He and Black Operative Phoenix of Team 11 were in an active competition to see who the better magician was. Komodo was winning, Phoenix was too clumsy to even know how to shuffle a deck of cards. The long-tongued man gave the dark-skinned, ham-fisted Kamuri woman props for not giving up. Komodo or KD, to his black operative's friends while on duty, was among the team that had investigated murder in Snow Country and used his taste sensor ability to find the Uchiha chakra in the bar, in Kisame's room and also in Kisame's bloodstream. Suikior Bat had reinforced his findings with her own bloodline, detecting the chakra in Kisame's blood. Yagura slashed his palm with a kunai and gave the blade to Komodo. The man pushed his mask up a little and his 3-foot-long tongue slithered out of his wide mouth and lapped at the blood once, curling back inwards. Komodo hummed. "It's a match for the Uchiha chakra that was in Kisame's blood, Leader Naruto." He bowed to the blue-eyed man. "There's no mistaking it." Yagura faced Naruto after hearing this. "How do we get it out?" Standing in Komodo's backyard, on cold hardened grass and provided the simple privacy of fences to prevent neighbors from looking in on the three men, Yagura posed this question to Naruto. "The same way we did for Chizuri, disrupting your chakra and dispelling it from your body. Since yours isn't as strong as hers, it'll be much quicker." He curled his left hand into a fist and jutted out his thumb, pointer, middle fingers, pointing it straight at Yagura's heart and holding a half-ram up to his own chest. "This is going to pinch a little." Before the Mizuki's warped mind could take the gesture as a threat, one that needed to be defended against without holding back, and before Yagura could find the wherewithal to leap away, the tip of Naruto's left gun hand glowed white and black, warbling like oil and water in a tiny, compact, violently spinning and eliciting an ear-piercing whistling noise. Naruto's chakra, formed and turning on the tip of his finger in less than a quarter of a second, screamed as it was pushed into Yagura's chest. Kai! Yagura's back arced excruciatingly as electricity coursed through his body. His eyes rolled up into the back of his head and his mouth opened, roaring soundlessly as Naruto's volatile violent chakra tightened his muscles, constricted his heart and squeezed his chakra coils, like a live earthworm being heartlessly baked by the scorching red sun. Komodo closed his right eye and stuck himself in place with his chakra as small shockwaves of Yagura's chakra rocked through the man and out of his feet, thudding in the ground, as if a boulder was being dropped out of the sky. Naruto wasn't an expert in genjutsu, he only knew enough to not get himself killed. Dispelling illusions from his own body was less catastrophic than helping a comrade with their own illusion problems. The bespectacled blonde's chakra alone made illusions nearly impossible to work, but on the occasion that one illusion was lucky enough to slip past his defenses, and he was aware of this soon after, he could simply cast the foreign chakra out of his mind and body, but when it came to doing so for a comrade it was different. The man was using his chaotic, black and white chakra to invade Yagura's body and wring out all his chakra, squeezing it all out and also taking with it the Uchiha's illusionary chakra. His chakra contained lightning affinity, potent enough to be a bloodline, and water affinity. Komodo rushed out of his backyard to inform the police officers coming over to his house to see what the problem was. This process took 2 minutes and 5 noise complaints later. The Mizuki slumped into Naruto and the masked man chuckled with a sweat drop on the side of his head as Yagura glared hatred and wrath at him. "What the hell, man? It's 4 less than what Chizuri had to endure." He helped Yagura onto the ground and dropped onto his but with a relieved huff, falling onto his back to admire the few puffy blue clouds in the light blue sky. He pushed his glasses back up his nose. Sueki wasn't able to completely filter the Uchiha chakra out of her body. Poor lady had to endure much worse, unfortunately. Yagura collapsed onto his back, like Naruto, and his DC winter cloak rustled in the wind. You mean, you had to do that to her 5 times? 5 times worse. Naruto corrected with a small frown. I'm just glad she didn't get brain damage. One junior AIM shinobi that had enlisted in the Akatsuki, back when Naruto was still an AIM shinobi, had been shocked so badly that he grew a terrible, debilitating stutter. Naruto had still been too young to know how to better control his chakra. Out of curiosity, Yagura breathed out, his chakra coils slowly unwinding and struggling to regenerate what he had lost, which was to say all of his usable chakra. His arms were spread out to his side and his eyebrows furrowed, watching a falcon soar through the sky with a twig in its beak. What happened to that woman? Chizuru, I mean. Naruto relaxed his body and placed his hands behind his head. She became too scared to leave the country on her own again. She hires not less than 5 of my jounin to accompany her and stay with her in Wave. Naruto hummed silently. She's now working as a foreman in some upcoming shipping company under some drug peddler called Gato. She's safe now, safer than she's ever been, and that's what matters. Chizuru Nagatiko was the reason Naruto set up a randomly rotating roster of shinobi that would check up on tourists, traders and merchants in non-allied countries. The ninjas would speak to them for as long as they wanted, subtly discern if they were under some sort of foul compulsion and ensure that any problem they were encountering that could be aptly fixed was fixed. What Naruto didn't tell the Mizukage, as the secret was under the secrecy seal of the Dark Leader, bound by Naruto himself, the Dark Council and the BLAK commander, was that Chizuru had revealed dangerous information while she was under the Sharingan illusion. To her, it was like her eyes had been blocked out by a blinding red light, while her ears were amplified. Her body wasn't hers but under the control of the person that placed the genjutsu. She wasn't able to identify him, though it was already a noted fact that the person was an Uchiha, and now that same person was the one that framed Kisame from murder in Snow and was also the same person that attempted to recruit Kisame in the Akatsuki years before the Snow murder. The man had appeared directly in front of her from an invisible whirlpool, and the woman had heard the jutsu as it was placed on her. Kato Ametsukami. The Uchiha man then ordered her to reveal her citizen seal so that he could copy it, but Chizuru couldn't do that because the seals had been drawn on using a special brew of Chueinku invisible ink that would only be revealed to Defense Corp officers at the border of Dark Country when they asked to see it. No matter how much he bellowed into her face, she simply couldn't perform the impossible and reveal the seal. Kato Ametsukami, as the Sharingan Genjutsu was called, not only controlled the body but placed the victim in a state where they couldn't lie or betray to the jutsu user. The Uchiha man then audibly wondered if he should send her in to buy some obsidian iron from the country, but that plan also fell apart when Chizuru told him that only shinobi of darkness were allowed to own and bear obsidian weapons, while unformed obsidian steel couldn't be bought as it was. The Gato and the Hogo clan were the 2 people that mined the cursed iron, as their bloodlines made it 10 times easier to endure the mental torment of mining the metal from the underground caves. The Gato and Hogo were also the ones that mainly populated the Defense Corp, as Chizuru later told the Uchiha man, and that the leader had outlawed obsidian from being bought or sold in its unmolded form. Genin that had graduated from the academy were given 2 full sets of obsidian kunai and shuriken as their graduation presents, even the transfer students, and they were at liberty to buy more kunai and shuriken, order for a ready-made or custom weapon altogether. It wasn't uncommon for ninjas to order for obsidian armor of some kind, but it was eye-wateringly expensive. They were responsible for the kunai and shuriken they left behind on missions. The upside was that the obsidian weapons couldn't be picked up or handled by anyone that wasn't the original owner, meaning the first person to channel their chakra into them once they were gifted them during the graduation, as that person would be permanently petrified and at worst would suffer a severe heart attack moments later. Having their chakra in their obsidian gear allowed them to track down their lost weapons. Chizuru was a civilian, so she couldn't buy them. The man seemed to already know this by the end of the woman's long ramble. He gave up on that angle and asked Chizuru for the identities of all the Dark Country Council members. This, the genjutsu coerced woman could do, spilling everything out before the man. The shinobi half of the council comprised of all the clan heads and 1 clanless. Some of the shinobi counselors held other positions in the country other than clan heads. Makoto Gato and Nanako Hogo were the North and South directors of the Defense Corp, Amara Chueinku as the director of the National Bank, Ginko Suzumabachi was the director of the Shinobi Academy, Daikiharu Pansasenshi was considered the foremost chef in the country, and Rimaru Kamuri, now late and replaced by Azura Kamuri, was the unofficial head of the blacksmiths. As of them, the Kurama weren't part of the clan, but now Umara Kurama overlooked the museum and other ancient relics. The last shinobi councilwoman, a clanless kunoichi, was Bobo Yamamoto. The civilian half consisted of Fukijima Anato, head of the medical department, Io Bueki, head of trade, and Kinzoku Zaiku, head of the inventors department. 10 people in the Dark Council, plus the supreme commander of Dark Country, Naruto, and the BLAK commander. The identity of his deputy director of the National Bank, Ozo Suzumabachi, being known was intentional and not too detrimental, but the identities of the other civilians being revealed was dangerous. Naruto had to increase their security any time they went out on functions out of the country and into non-allied nations. The ninjas of his council could take care of themselves, the blonde leader was confident of that. One of the reasons Naruto went to the conference of Wealth Nation daimyos was to find out if the information about the identities of his council and their functions had been leaked. It hadn't. The Uchiha man chose to keep it to himself for some reason. Did he not know how valuable that information would be to non-allies? Doton of Snow Country would pay billions to know the people in Naruto's Dark Council, to better know how to target them and force his way into the Dark Country by threatening their lives. Wealth Nation neutrality be damned. Or maybe other nations didn't want to get on Darkness's bad side, because being on Darkness's bad side meant they were on Naruto's bad side, and Suiki's bad side and River's bad side and Yuzushio's bad side and Kiri's bad side and Suna's bad side and so on. The Hermit Nation's network of connections among his non-allies, though massively secret and unknown, couldn't and wouldn't be trifled with. There had been suspicious watchers from time to time, but the sheer specialization of the ninjas Naruto assigned to protect the civilian council normally dissuaded any sane man. Seeing as he couldn't gain entry into the Hermit Nation and he could coerce her into stealing or buying something useful for him, he gave her a bomb vest and commanded her to blow up the Suzumabachi clan, warping her mind to think that the clan of wasp-eyed people had a hand in the murder of her family. The likely reason the Uchiha man had chosen the Suzumabachi clan was because of their near-overpowered eyesight, archery skills, mastery of their corrosively poisonous wasp colonies and their devotion to Naruto, much like the other clans and the whole country. Just because the Suzumabachi didn't commonly live together as a clan, rather scattering all around the country and living their own lives, mostly marrying outside of the clan, didn't mean that they didn't have a clan compound populated with many wasp users. Outsiders didn't know that the wasp users returned in droves with their children at least twice a month to train them on how to trust and control their colonies. Cutting down their numbers would greatly weaken Darkness. In the end, Naruto wasn't sure what reason the Uchiha man had for wanting to bomb that clan. Chizuri was caught and pinned down before she could unwillingly bring about devastation. Bringing these clues together, Naruto identified the masked man Kisame had spoken to in the Kiri graveyard as an Uchiha, and also as the one that had helped frame Kisame for the murder, alongside a puppet master. The glasses-wearing man closed his eyes as Komodo dropped down beside him, finished speaking with the police officers coming to check on the cause of the small earthquake. His mind searched for the smoke seed he had instructed Kisame to feed Samahata. Oh. Amikage's tower. Amigekure no Sato. You're your own person, Conan. Kisame rumbled lowly, walking next to the petite origami angel in a long tunnel sloping downwards into the dungeons, where Orochimaru's lab was located. He spared a quick look to the plain-faced woman, who didn't meet his eyes but shuffled with a small, invisible frown on her face. Do whatever you want. But, she said quietly, afraid her voice was echo. He is our leader, is he not? He is, but didn't you say you don't like what he's doing with Akatsuki? Kisame replied, unafraid of being heard and rightfully so, seeing as Samahata was telling him that there wasn't any person close enough to them. Their feet reverberated mutely with each step. Stand up for yourself and what you believe in, Conan. She looked up at the tall shark man, her dark brown eyes wide and imploring. It's not that easy, Kisame dash. No, he cut her off with a deep frown. If you're against what leader is doing, then do what Naruto and Suiki did and walk away. It's not that easy, Kisame. She repeated, looking back down with an empty expression. She had discarded any self-care and threw her heart out there, confiding in the person that was close to her former best friend, Naruto. Kisame's words bit as hard as she remembered Naruto's own to be, for the blonde was as blunt as a sledgehammer. It brought a slight glaze to her eyes at the memory of Naruto laying in on her, not caring for her feelings. He had a bad crush on her that time, or so Nagato told her years ago, but he didn't spare her from his scathing words. Sure, Naruto might now have a bit more tact, but he was still brutally honest when the occasion demanded it. Conan told Kisame of her wretched life. All of it. There was no blood contract or ring back when Naruto and Suiki left. She said gently, weakly. Even if I did know a way around the blood contract dash. Let's stop lying to ourselves, Conan. Kisame snapped silently, not stopping in his stride. You know a way around the blood contract, and as for the ring. He trailed off, allowing her mind to reach its own conclusion. The ring didn't come off once fitted on the finger. Unless. Stop all this useless self-pity, your life is yours, Conan. The former dark ninja sighed, finally stopping as they got to the end of the tunnel. He towered over the purple-haired woman, crossed his arms and his lips screwed to the side as she pointedly didn't look back up at him, staring straight at his chest. He went on. You're nobody's prisoner. You can think your own thoughts, make your own choices and walk your own path. Swakey had told him that, after they left the Snow Country bar he had gotten shit-faced in. When he was conflicted on if he should just cede his life to his leader as an apology for doubting him. Yes, there might be consequences for your decisions, but they're your consequences. He spoke in a hushed voice, so Orochimaru didn't hear him. It's about time you stood up for yourself. Conan's head dipped and her eyebrows creased lightly. Kisame stood still for a moment, allowing his words to sink in and sparing a careful ear to the low-frequency vibrations the wrapped bundle of sentient life on his back was transmitting, straight from the man that had tasked him with this important mission. The masked man. Uchiha. Fire affinity. Find him. Kill him. The order couldn't have been any clearer, but there was a slight problem with executing it. Kisame hadn't seen the masked man since he got inducted into the criminal organization. It was an IWA missing ninja and a Suna missing ninja that recruited him. The Mad Bomber Daidara and Sasori of the Red Sanzan. It was the latter of the two that Samahata confirmed it had sensed way back in the Kiri graveyard. Any meeting they had, the masked man wouldn't be present, even when everyone was there: Pain, Conan, Haiden, Sasori, Daidara, Orochimaru, and himself. The masked man might be busy doing his own, separate thing, or he didn't trust Kisame, or someone in the organization. That wouldn't be a problem. Kisame would find a way. Maybe convincing Conan to defect would lure him out into the light so he could shave off his whole upper body and be done with this Kami Dam mission. If Conan survived and he encountered her later on, he would have to apologize for using her. It was for the sake of the mission. Naruto would be pleased. Thank you, Kisame. The purple-haired Kunoichi bowed slightly, humbly. The man nodded once to the grateful angel and motioned into the laboratory. After you. Conan bowed again, appreciative, and proceeded into the lab. Orochimaru watched them enter, an intrigued eyebrow was raised and a more than amused smirk tickling his lips. The Angel of Aim then asked in a soft, but audible, voice. Were you able to extract Kakuzu's Jiangu? The man hissed quietly and his lips stretched into a wide, chilling smile. I've only had a few hours since you gave me Kakuzu's bone. He laughed lowly at the silent glare Kisame sent him over Conan's head, standing a respectable distance away from the Kunoichi and with his arms tightly crossed. Orochimaru bowed graciously and said, I am a genius, Lady Conan, of course I have Kakuzu's Jiangu. He hacked into his fist and swept his right hand to 5-foot-tall glass cylinder standing on the ground. There was a black, wriggling mass of strings inside the cylinder, thrashing about inside the stationary cylinder. It was only a simple matter of collecting the trace amounts of dead tissue inside the bone, separating the animal saliva and Kakuzu's bone marrow, and replicating the Jiangu. The snake sage smiled gleefully. The cure for this accursed sickness will soon be ready. Chapter 30. 4:23 a.m. Leader's residence. Dark capital. Dark country. Naruto's eyes snapped open with a sharp exhale. He sat up and ran a hand through his unruly blonde hair, closing his eyes to center himself once again. He looked around once he had calmed down and recalled that he was back home with the two women in his life. The man breathed out and looked to his sides, to the two beautiful women, unaware that he had risen up and had their legs curled around each of his own. Naruto reached over Swakey's sleeping form and picked up his half-mask from the bedside stand, clicking it onto his face. He stroked Kushina's head and the woman purred, stretching like a cat, and Naruto used that chance to retrieve his leg, pushing a pillow into her embrace. He did the same thing with his vampire student and the reaction, though somewhat slower, was exactly as the man predicted. It surprised even him how much he knew them. The man flipped out of the bed and landed with a silent crouch, looking back and tossing a warm blanket over the two women before they were roused from their sleep at the shift in weight on the bed. The weather was lowering and the thermostat in the house was at full blast, making sure that those inside the house didn't notice the drastic dip in the temperature outside. Besides, nothing could replace snuggling under a blanket. The man crept to the corner of his room, to where his, Swakey's and Kushina's wardrobe was, and he slipped on a plain gray t-shirt and a pair of equally gray sweatpants with white flip-flops, patting down his stomach with a relieved sigh as soon as the soft material washed warmth over his body. Their casual clothing weren't seal-reinforced like their shinobi clothing, though if the right material was used and it was made into the right size, then it would be a comfortable addition to the mutely humming thermostat flooding heat into the house while the inhabitants slept. Naruto normally only slept in a pair of boxers because Sueki, though being a vampire, purposely increased her body temperature as she slept, especially during winter. Now that Kushina had packed into their room after their return from snow 7 or 8 months before, the redhead added her bonfire-like body heat to the mix. Naruto had to order for a builder to make adjustments to the house's ventilation so that none of them baked to death. There were vents sweeping air out of the room and out to the house, as heat from the thermostat seal circulated warmth around the house from downstairs and filled the bedrooms ever so gradually. Though thin sheets of snow fell in the southeastern part of Dark Country and the weather was dropping by the day in the whole country, the blizzard wasn't due to strike for another 3 weeks or so. People were still able to go about their day but under thick clothing, appropriate for the season. Very soon, Naruto's son would be moved into the house. The boy spent most of the day fast asleep, and if he wasn't sleeping, he was animatedly watching the people walking about around him with unfocused vulpine eyes. Naruto knew it wasn't true, but he always felt like his fox-eyed child seemed to be well aware of his environment, despite being only a week old and born 2 months premature. Benimaru was still at the hospital, in the maternity ward where prematurely born children were being kept for careful observation. Yuma Nakamura, Naruto's family doctor, and his people at the hospital were watching the child's system so that they didn't take Benimaru out of the incubator too early or too late. A problem came to Naruto's mind as he left the room, closing the door after him and briskly walking to the bathroom. Their humble home in the capital's suburbs might be getting too cramped for them. As the dark leader took off his mask and turned on the tap of his sink, he stared at his grisly reflection with a contemplative look in his blue orbs. He dropped his mask on the edge of the sink. The contractor that had helped build the leader's tower had submitted an alteration to the initial blueprint midway through the building of the tower, providing accurate details for a building behind the tower, nestled in a copse of trees and plants but within the general vicinity of the tower, where Naruto and his family would live in. This building was crafted with the purpose of making the trip to and from the leader's tower less stressful for Naruto. Sueki had ironically named the place Haunted House, seeping into Naruto's infamy as the ghost and at how massive the place was. Naruto splashed water on his face and fished out his toothbrush from a plastic cup on the sink, squeezing out toothpaste onto it and passing it under the tap before he scrubbed his serrated maw. He was skeptical of whether or not he would need a place that big to live in. He had been swayed when Sueki and Kushina told him that when their family became bigger and their friends too brought their own children to visit or to have sleepovers, they would need more rooms, more bathrooms, a larger kitchen and a more spacious living room to accommodate all of them. The Kazekage's wife was expecting to give birth to their first child in 6 months, give or take a few weeks, and Naruto wasn't going to restrain his children from making as many friends as they wanted, just as long as they weren't flippantly throwing about their trust. Sabaku no Raza, the Kazekage, was going to be Benimaru's godfather and Naruto was going to be Raza's first child's godfather. Kushina wanted Shirmara, her former teammate, to the godmother. The default choice for the godfather of Naruto's other children was Raza, the same being with any other children Raza and his wife had. Naruto noted to himself to begin packing up their things once their doctor gave them the green light to take Benimaru home. He spat into the sink, a hard task to do when he didn't have lips, and rinsed out of his mouth, dropping his brush back into the plastic cup, where 2 other toothbrushes were assembled, and he rubbed his eyes, splashing water onto his face again and rubbing his face down with a hand towel that had been neatly folded on the edge of the bathtub. He folded it and put it back, clicking his mask back onto his face and leaving the bathroom for his kitchen. The blonde man briefly branched back into his bedroom and snagged his glasses, fixing them on, and also a dark, zipperless hoodie, in case he wanted to leave the house in his plain clothes. There were already shoes arranged by the entrance of the house. Once again, he left the bedroom, slinging the hoodie over his shoulder. He carefully stomped down the stairs and turned into the kitchen, flicking on the light and haphazardly dropping his hoodie onto the counter, making his way to the cabinet above the stove. He retrieved a sealed cup of ramen and a pair of chopsticks. He then dropped them onto the counter and pulled out a kettle from a separate cabinet under the counter, different from the place they stored their non-perishables. He went to the sink and let the water rush into the kettle till it was half full before he clicked the knob of the gas stove twice and set the kettle onto the blue flame. The blonde rubbed his eyes and silently watched the kettle, his cerulean orbs turning in thought. Naruto was a simple man. He wasn't extravagant and he didn't throw about his uncountable infamy to ensure people complied with his demands. In his solemn moment of self-reflection, the world's fastest man sighed tiredly. There was a certain image people had of him, people that weren't allied to his country and had grown up hearing ghost stories. They imagined him to be 10 feet tall with fangs for teeth, blood-crazed eyes and a constant thirst for the insanity of war. Some were somewhat nicer to him by retelling with just a few alterations his calmer adventures while he was undergoing personal training outside of Amigakure. Naruto purposely didn't think much of these assumptions, let people think what they wanted to think. He couldn't and wouldn't control their thoughts or their words, and it was primarily his fault for being so ruthless on the battlefield. Well, for that one, he didn't regret. Uncalculated mercy on the battlefield meant certain death in the future. People chose not to think of the few people Naruto had allowed keep their lives, because that wasn't what they assumed the ghost would do. Mifune, for example, wasn't decapitated just because Naruto didn't want the cycle of hatred and resentment to continue after the man had fallen. Samurai were fickle and entitled, from Naruto's past experiences, and the nation of samurai would feel like their pride and honor has been attacked if Naruto had decided to kill their leader, whether or not it was Mifune that demanded the duel for the honor of hundreds of samurai Suiki had killed when she was a teenager. Messing up Mifune's face was out of the question. The old samurai should be glad he only got away with a crushed nose and a small handful of swallowed teeth. One instance of people assuming the worst of Naruto was during his dinner with the Bear Country daimyo, hours after the martial arts competition, of which Shimara Kuma, a boxer, had taken second place. The Bear daimyo served Naruto raw, blood-soaked buffalo meat. The man had even sincerely apologized for having not served raw human meat. Humoring the man, Naruto had spat at the bloody meat and made to swipe off the daimyo's arm in compensation for not having human meat to eat. Thankfully, the confusion was cleared up promptly and Naruto had to patiently explain that he preferred cooked animal meat. If possible, edible animal meat. Alcohol wasn't even a factor, as Naruto hadn't had a drop of alcohol in 27 years, and he didn't plan on having some anytime soon. Sake and other alcoholic drinks didn't work with Naruto's rigorous metabolism, as his stomach acids would dissolve them before they could even settle in his stomach, but the blonde didn't like the person he became during his time in Kiri. The bespectacled blonde jumped when the kettle whistled shrilly. He picked it up, tore off half of the sealed top of the cup ramen and sealed it back up completely once. He took his time dropping the kettle back on the stove, turning the stove off and taking his cup ramen and chopsticks to the counter, leaning against it and looking straight out into the early morning. The sun wasn't yet up and it was mostly dark outside, besides the streetlights. He suspected that the only people outside at this time and in this cold weather were DC officers stationed in the capital doing their morning rounds. Those shinobi usually did those rounds while they did their morning jog, getting a healthy circulation of heat while still vigilantly looking about them for anyone that needed help. The police, in the capital or in their respective regions, patrolled around and inside the marketplaces, dissuading thieves and pickpockets with their presence. Naruto tore off the sealed lid of the cup ramen and swirled his chopsticks in the broth, snagging a few strands of noodles and lifting the cup close to his mask. He blew at it and took them into his mouth, oddly bypassing the solid black half mask and into his lipless mouth. Naruto's normal ninjas, that is shinobi and kunoichi that weren't in the police force, the Dark Sand Joint Task Force, the Defense Corp or BLAK operatives had reported to him that while they were on missions in Fire Country, they had caught sight of a group of Uchiha coming from Konoha's direction and leading them was Fugaku Uchiha, the supposed head of the clan. Out of morbid curiosity, the Dark Leader had some of those normal ninjas watch to see what the Uchiha were up to. Those dark ninjas stealthily followed the Uchiha through Fire Country, keeping their distance and warily remaining out of detection, and surveyed those Konoha ninjas as they switched direction from north of Fire Country to southeast, as if they were heading south of Sunagakure. There, they came across one of the freeways going back and forth from Suna to Darkness, and they had trouble convincing the normal shinobi station to watch that road to allow them to cross it to pass into Suna. Their papers weren't in order, and no matter how much Fugaku roared that he was the clan head, Uchiha clan head no less, they barred them from entry unless they paid the standard fee to get new passports and to sort out their reason for visiting Suna among themselves. Just passing through wasn't going to cut it, Konoha's ally or not. Needless to say, Suna's relationship with Konoha had become stricter and more formal ever since the millions in Dark Ryu loan the Leaf had taken out. The contract before the money and the supplies was even lent out was so in-depth that it detailed what would happen if Leaf was dissolved before they could repay their loan. There would be a 5% interest added to the 5% interest and it would be passed on to the Fire Daimyo, Lady Wakono. For straight days of arguing and threatening war didn't faze the normal ninja Suna and Dark Country Chunin, from what the report said, until Fugaku gave up and registered himself and his band of clan mates. There were 20 Uchiha in total, plus Fugaku 21, and they were permitted to tread the road into Suna, but the money they had on them was only enough to allow them stay in Suna for a measly 1 month. The reports then detailed how Fugaku and the Uchiha stalked through Suna to the outermost southwestern areas of the sandy village, in the direction of Hidden Mountain. Curiosity struck Naruto again and he sent a few more normal ninjas to go to Konoha and investigate the reason for the Uchiha to leave. Some hours later, they communicated to him that those Uchiha had defected. Branded as missing ninjas, had their Uchiha names and entitlement stripped of them by Mikoto Uchiha, the clan head. The reason for this was when Fugaku had informed his wife of his intentions to track down Minato, now that he had gotten a lead. A shaky, mildly suspicious lead, but a lead nonetheless. Mikoto wasn't brave enough to face Minato and she didn't stop those Uchiha men and women Minato had convinced to follow him to hunt down Minato in Hidden Mountain. Matter of fact, she encouraged people to go with them, at the cost of being cast out of the clan, have their properties and wealth seized by the clan and have their Uchiha names worthless in the outside world, which would partly explain why the Suna and Dark Ninjas weren't in the least bit concerned when Fugaku tried to use his Uchiha name to coerce his way into Suna. Another reason they weren't afraid was simply that they weren't afraid. If they were attacked, then they had all right to retaliate, and they knew that their leaders, Naruto and Raza, would rain fire and brimstone down on the leaf. Strangely enough, those Chunin guarding the freeway had gotten wind of the renegade Uchiha losing their names and the file for this report was deep under a pile of more important things. Naruto didn't give a pigeon's fart if a few Uchiha were stripped of their entitlement, and his office assistants knew that. Tsunade stamped them as defectors and Mikoto seized all of their property, that is, their money, any clothes they weren't wearing, their houses, their land, their titles, everything. If they wanted to walk to their death by Minato's hand, their things would be of better use in reviving their village. The only reason Fugaku and his band of merry men had been able to afford a month of stay in Suna for all 21 of them was from going back into Fire Country and doing odd jobs, coming back 2 days later to pay for the passports and continue their journey, which had now reached 6 days. Their journey would have taken 2 days max if they had the papers to use dark Suna roads and the money to have a horse-drawn carriage take them to a town a handful of miles into Hidden Mountain from Suna. Fugaku and his people were presently to reach Clover Mountain, which Minato and Tsume had made their home on, in approximately 10 hours, given they were taking their time and conserving their energy and that they had to cross several miles of mountain ranges before they could get to where Minato was. Right about sunset, yesterday, after back-to-back council meetings and scheduled appointments, Naruto had phoned the ringmaster of a traveling circus from River Country that was closer to Clover Mountain than Fugaku. The blonde told the ringmaster to find Minato and warn him of Fugaku's coming. Hopefully the message had gotten to Minato in time. The man tipped the broth into his mouth and wiped his mask with the back of his hand. He tossed the empty cup into the dustbin and took a few seconds to aim properly to do the same with his chopsticks, pumping his fist to the side when it swished in. He exhaled and tapped his fingers on the counter. Antsy, that's how he felt. That dream made him uneasy. He couldn't remember what he had dreamt, but he just didn't like it. He couldn't sleep anymore. His eyes looked to the clock hanging on the wall over the entrance to the kitchen, 4:51 a.m. Naruto then straightened up and murmured to himself, "I need some fresh air." He stalked to the fridge and pulled out a pen from the seal in his pocket, scribbling on a yellow note that he was going out for a walk, he would be back whenever. He fastened it to the fridge with a magnet and turned around, picked up his hoodie, throwing it on and pulling his sleeves back a little to check the storage seals on the back of his hands. He unsealed his wallet, confirmed that he had enough money inside and checked for his ninjato. When he was sure he had what he needed, he slid his feet into a pair of black sneakers with white soles, bending down to tie the laces. He turned to the waist-height table the landline was placed on and looked up onto the wall, tapping his finger on the white circular knob on the wall. The knob, the thermostat seal, beeped thrice at the short pulse of chakra from the man to keep it on for the better part of that day. Naruto flipped up his hoodie and opened the door, closing it after him. The leader immediately encountered the harsh cold morning of Dark Country, and he tucked his hands into the pockets at the front of his hoodie, lowering his head and walking up the straight, to wherever his feet took him. The wind howled and the chill bit at the corners of his hidden face. No snow just yet, but the cold was bone deep. Naruto appreciated the distraction. He wasn't sure why his unknown dream had affected him this much. He wondered if he had died in the dream. The hooded blonde shook his head. He wasn't afraid of death. Partly because that the total number of times he had encountered death, and summarily overcame it, had desensitized him from feeling the panic that normally hit a person before death arrived. During his days before Orochimaru had taken him under his wing and taught him how to defend himself, Naruto had seen plenty of things and had endured plenty of strokes with death to base a movie off of. His very first kill was when he was 7, a raggedy old man had snuck into their hiding spot and kidnapped Nagato, while the Rinnegan holder was still in his catatonic state. Yahiko, Konan and Sueki too were unresponsive, unable to come to terms with the death of their parents and the way their lives had fallen apart. Naruto, forcing himself to not fester in the pain of loss over his parents by looking after his friends, chased the man. He hadn't eaten in 4 days, he could remember exactly how much his stomach gnawed on itself. Every morsel of food he found, or stole from Iwa or Kumo Kamsan was summarily flogged and released if he was caught. He hand-fed his friends and left nothing for himself. Naruto was less than 5% as he chased the also starved man. The man might have wanted to sell Nagato as a slave to the enemy or sell parts of the child to those in the front lines that needed spare organs. Or eat him. War and hunger brought out the primal desperation in humanity. Anything to survive. Regret was for later, now was to find a way to keep body and soul together. To conserve the little energy Naruto had, he maintained a firm, steady jog while the tired, weak man was weighed down by Nagato's 7-year-old, semi-starved weight. When the man finally collapsed out of exhaustion and made to tear off flesh from Nagato's stomach, Naruto rushed to him and bashed his head in with a rock. The 7-year-old blonde didn't stop smashing the man's head until there was nothing but cracked pieces of his skull and brain matter all over the rocky ground, all over Naruto's body and splattered on Nagato. The things Naruto did to protect them, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato and Sueki. The world of pain and torture he had to endure. He couldn't take it back and he wouldn't take it back. They were his friends. They were all he had. Sueki pulled out of her depression, using her teacher as her only anchor and her entire reason for not simply killing herself. Yahiko and Konan followed after, and Nagato was the last to think of self-preservation over the death of his parents. The Sannin came. Akatsuki was formed. The rest is history. For years now, his affairs had been in order. On the occasion he had abruptly died, then Sueki was to take over as leader in his stead, though if the vampire was adamant in her promise to die with him then Kushina would take the reins of leadership. The Dark Council will support her until they were certain she could properly rule with absolute centralized power. There shouldn't be a big national mourning for him. Naruto didn't want anyone crying for him, though some days he felt like this would be the only last order that his people would defy. Halfway through the Civil War, when the rebels of Dark Country had found out of one of their own in aim ripping holes through Konoha shinobi, they used him the ghost, Naruto as a rallying cry to reinvigorate their fighting spirit to overcome their oppressors. Naruto was the leader of Dark Country before he even entered the country. To put it bluntly, Naruto had been ready to die since the moment he lost his parents. His one condition before he could allow himself to die was to do it for his friends. Naruto loved the life he lived and he couldn't hope to have surrounded himself with better friends and family, but he wouldn't hesitate in the least to throw his life away to protect them. His blue eyes flicked up when a pair of joggers entered his line of sight. Naruto flicked his left hand into the Kurono hand sign and both of the winter cloak wearing DC officers flashed the country's hand sign back to the hooded man. There was no ill will or killer intent coming from the hooded man and no alert was going round to capture him, so they passed by him. Naruto didn't know when 40 minutes rushed by him and he was well out of the capital and in the snowy southeastern areas of his country. His feet left tracks in the thin blanket of snow as he tread down a shinobi stop street, buying himself 10 sticks of dango and chomping on them with gusto. The country was gradually waking up, as dim beams of orange light shone from the horizon and bathed darkness in early sunlight. Naruto stood and watched the light shine from the top of a roof, cushioning his feet with chakra to stay silent and not disturb the occupants of the residential house beneath him. Like clockwork, Shinobi Genin, Chunin and Jounin crept out in the dim lighting and sluggishly went to the different stands in the Shinobi Stop Street, buying takeout food from the vendors. Shinobi Stop was appropriately named to a custom for the fast-paced lifestyle of ninjas. There weren't like restaurants and cafes that had seats about but more like portable shops with about 5 cooks tending to customers, among the numerous other cooks in the numerous other vendors' stands. There was a stand for anything, vegetarians, carnivores and those that want a little bit of both. Ninjas that weren't patient enough to eat from home, came by and bought what they wanted, eating it on their way to the leader's tower to get mission requests. They were smart enough not to stuff themselves, else risk a cramp or bellyache while out on the field, and they were also smart enough to not starve themselves, else collapse and leave themselves defenseless. Dar Ryu was the only currency used in Dark Country and with the abundance and availability of missions, there were more opportunities to earn their pay while at the same time adding to their mission quota to rank up. That week was Naruto's day off from work. His 2 office assistants could handle paperwork that didn't need his urgent attention and those that did need his immediate attention had already been taken care of by Naruto. The Chunin that distributed the mission requests on the ground floor of the tower could handle their assigned roles well enough, maintaining a steady stream of pending missions to those that requested it and confirmed missions to those that had completed theirs. 5:42 a.m. Naruto idly twirled a dango stick in his left hand as he tramped down the snowy roads, hiding his presence from the ninjas making their orders to the stands at the shinobi stop. They weren't many at that moment, but more were coming. Jinny. Naruto's eyebrows shot up into his hairline when he heard the call. Jinny. Where are you? He turned towards the voice, just as two more people added their own calls. Here, Jinny, Jinny, Jinny. Here boy. The hooded leader walked to the young teenagers. Two boys and a girl, and they were wearing forehead protectors and bearing the holstered standard shinobi weapons kunai and shuriken. One boy turned to the girl, who was apparently the squad leader. We should tell Sensei Dash. No, we can handle this. What seems to be the problem? Naruto asked as he stopped before the three genin. The three junior ninjas warily looked up at the tall, hood-wearing, masked man, and Naruto sweat dropped at how sketchy he might look at that moment, so he flipped off his hood and smiled genially. He looked familiar? Could he be? Nah. He has better things to do than to be talking to them, their minds collectively summarized. The girl, still wary of him, slowly supplied. We're looking for a dog, Jin. We were walking him but Kato. She snapped a hard glare to the other boy, and said boy looked away and whistled nonchalantly, making Naruto chuckle. Thought it would be a good idea to let him off his leash. Jin spotted a cat and... Ah? Naruto waved his hand flippantly. I understand. He looked to the ground, his hands perched on his knees. Is this the place you lost Jin? The other boy, the one that wanted to call their Jounin sensei, bobbed his head. Yes, sir. Naruto fixed the last speaker with a curious look, then he asked. You're from the Panther clan, right? The yellow-eyed boy seemed surprised at the guess. I am. Why don't you use your nose? The wind's blowin' Jin sent. I can't. Naruto then looked to the other boy. Suzumabachi, the blonde man laughed lightly at the hesitant back step from the boy. Your glasses, and you're buzzing. He finally jutted his chin to the girl. I know your uncle, Komodo. Why you're creeping us out, sir? Komodo Dragon's knee stuttered, taking her own step back and slowly reaching for her kunai. Who are you? Naruto's smile brightened and he looked back down, ignoring her question. Let's look for your dog. His eyes sparked and he pointed to the shallow snow. Prince. The dark glasses-wearing boy from the Wasp clan spared a look to the ground. He's right. Since your dog was chasing a cat, I doubt he was running in a straight direction. The genin nodded to that logic, albeit slowly as the gears in their heads turned. And since it was a cat Jin was chasing, it probably ran into where there's a high perch to get it off the ground, or at least high enough from the dog. Naruto spoke to the Suzumabachi boy. Your eyes can see the footprints clearer. You could use them. He straightened up and dusted the knees of his sweatpants, pointing to the side of a store. Drowned out by the gradually increasing buzz of the ninjas in the shinobi stop, the dog the three genin had been walking was barking at a black cat hissing down from the top of a trash can. Dogs might have heightened hearing and he might have heard you lot calling him, but all he cares about is getting that cat. He flipped his hoodie back on and stuffed his hands into the front pockets, saying, Next time, don't panic. Oh, the genin muttered in unison. The taste sensor girl then bowed appreciatively. Thank you, mister. Hey, are you a ninja or something? The panther boy asked, as the Suzumabachi ran and tackled the dog before it could escape. The children lowered their apprehension, only just a little. Naruto flicked their foreheads and smiled invisibly. Or something. He backtracked and waved. Tell your teacher I said hi. Just as Naruto said that, and just as the man turned a corner onto another street, the three genins Jounin sensei dropped down from the roof and looked at his students questionably. Yuma and Yumi Nakamura's older brother folded his arms and asked, Where's Jin? The older sibling of Naruto's family doctor and Kushina's former academy teacher smirked when the Komodo girl presented Jin to him, a dark brown sausage dog that wiggled in her grasp. Well done. Time to give Madame Kincho her dog and head back to the tower for another mission, don't you think? Meanwhile, Naruto squinted his eyes up onto a street lamp as it dimmed and turned off, staring straight at the masked kunoichi perched atop it. Sure bear. He said with a slight smirk, leaning back to fully see the dark-clothed, animal mask-wearing Kuma boxer. I see you finally made it into BLAK. The black operative sat down on the street lamp and tumbled backwards, neatly landing on her feet. She pushed up her red panda mask and smiled brightly to her ex-girlfriend's husband. Finally. He patted her shoulder. Congratulations. He walked past her and she joined him. What team are you on? BLAK Team 91, sir. She tapped her fingers together and muttered. My squad captain is a hard-ass though. Nothing you can't get through, sure bear. Naruto familiarly ruffled her dark brown locks and the young woman laughed, pushing his hand away. She laced her hands behind her back and her black boots crushed the snow underfoot with each solid step. The bespectacled blonde gave her another brief smile. 7 years of trying finally paid off. I'm proud of you, kid. PSHHH, I'm just stubborn is all. She took off the mask on the top of her head, at his beckoning, and handed it to him. I chose the mask. I'm kinda surprised no one picked Red Panda yet. The man looked at the Red Panda BLAK mask. He gave it back to her and she took it with both hands. Wear it with pride, kid. Yes, sir. I will. Naruto was glad that him marrying Kushina, Shimara's ex, didn't put a dent in their friendship, whether it was between Kushina and Shimara or Naruto and Shimara. The Kuma was a nice girl and Naruto had watched her grow up, spending countless times having sleepovers in Kushina's bedroom, and if Ran Tomo or Epic Mist was to sleep over as well, they would do so in the public space of the parlor. Since she had gotten her Chunin vest, she had been training long and hard to become a dark country black operative. Every time she would apply, she would be sent back soon after with demands to develop her skills. BLAK were the elite shinobi of the country, they had a high standard to set. It was when Shimara Kuma had fine-tuned her Fuinjutsu skills and mastered her hand-to-hand that the operative in charge of the Eastern Region's BLAK recruitment exercise, Captain Octopus, gave her the green light to begin the intensive BLAK training that would take place in the headquarters in the Night Forest. Captain Squid said that he was going hard on me 'cause I was close to you. Is that so? The Dark Leader mumbled. He said that, since I'm close to you, then I'm in a better position to protect you, Nana and Lady Sue when the time comes. Did you tell them that we can take care of ourselves? I told him that's the whole reason I wanted to join BLAK, so I can become the best and protect you guys. Look at you. Being so serious. He tousled her hair again and she shoved him away with a wide smile. I'm not always serious. She rolled her eyes, watching as her leader folded his hands behind his head and their feet took them northwards, towards the northern region, which would be roughly 4 hours away if they continued at that leisurely pace and an hour if they ran or took a carriage. I'm seeing someone now. Naruto looked to her with a larger-than-life smirk. Oh really? Yeah. Shimara scratched the back of her head, nervous. I met her at a mixer last month. She writes children's stories and she wants to open a publishing company in the country. Naruto waggled his eyebrows at her. Any plans to get married? Kids? Her exasperated groan was music to his ears. He shrugged. I'm just saying, you're at that age now. Ugh, don't even start. I hear enough of that from my mom. The man hummed out a pleased laugh. I'm joking, Sherbert. Lighten up, she huffed. You're 22, you've still got your whole life ahead of you. Don't forget to have fun. I won't, sir. The man looked down as the crunch of snow was replaced by the crunch of gravel. They were inching upwards, away from the harsher cold. I want to go and see someone. The place I'm going isn't far from here. He pointed up the wide road going up from the southeastern area to the eastern region proper. Some distance away were houses constructed on plateaus and hills, and a great distance from the Chueinku's main clan compound. On that hill over there. You want me to accompany you? The boxer asked. Unless you have somewhere you have to go. No, I'm off duty for now, till the blizzard anyway. She sealed her mask into her pitch-black Jounin flak jacket. Naruto kept walking with a lazy lean and his hands behind his head, his hood was down to show his radiant blonde hair and his sky-blue eyes sparkled pleasantly in the orange sunrise. Are we visiting someone? It won't take long. They walked off the road and treaded up the hill, having to use the stone staircase that shot straight up to the top. On the top of the hill was a familiar face. Suki, hey! Naruto waved. The Kurama woman jumped in surprise and whipped around, almost toppling her painting canvas and nearly pouring away her palette. She hastily dropped the palette onto the ground, close to some different-colored paint cans and undid her color-stained apron, rushing to Naruto and diving at him with an unrestrained hug. She grinned. Hey! The man chuckled and patted her back. What are you up to? She grabbed his hand, purposely ignoring how paint-stained her fingers were, and dragged him to the canvas. The constructed stone top of the hill, done so for the holder of mania, gave the slipper-wearing woman traction to not trip over. I was busy with this piece. On the canvas were blue-roofed houses built atop hills and plateaus as far as the eye could see. The colors she used didn't match the real image, as she deliberately used only the colors red, blue and black. What do you think, Lord Naruto? It looks great. He gave her a thumb up and Suki puffed out her chest proudly, threading the fingers of her left hand with his right, holding it up to her nose. Naruto sweat dropped and coughed into his free hand, motioning to the BLAK non-mask-wearing operative. This is Shimara Kuma. Suki only spared the Kuma girl a short look. Sup. Nice to meet you. Shimara contemplated going in for a handshake but rightly judged that the ditzy painter wouldn't release Naruto's hand to reciprocate. "That's a really nice painting, Suki." "I know, Lord Naruto already said it was great," Suki replied factly, lowering her eyebrows as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. "You didn't hear him? Sorry, kid." The man turned to Shimara apologetically, saying, "She's like this with everyone. I want her to have more friends, you see." Suki was affronted by this, holding Naruto's hand to her chest and standing on her toes to match Naruto's height as much as she could. "I have lots of friends dash. Name one." The man challenged, lifting a finger and dropping it before she could grab onto it. "Except me and your mom." The ditzy Kurama deflated. "No fair." Naruto smiled brightly, petting her head. "The first step to making friends is to admit you're a loser." Shimara cracked a smile and hid her tittering laugh behind her hand when the blonde leader almost literally, and mockingly, looked down on the Kurama painter. The leader of Dark Country swept his hand over the scene Suki was painting, indicating the houses, the towns and the villages all over the country. "There are millions of people in this country, Suki, and now that you're out of Konoha and there are so many places to see, you have every chance to make friends." The Kurama curse couldn't be blamed anymore. The Uzushiogakure Fuinjutsu research facility partnered up with prominent seal masters from the Chueinku clan to devise a way to make the Kurama curse a non-factor. 3 months of studying and experimenting and the Uzumakis and the Chueinku came up with a huge loophole in the condition to keep mania from breaking out of Suki, or any future holder. The previous assumption was that there had to be a majority of the clan around the mania holder at all times, to keep the beast awake, but the reality was that the only thing they needed was enough Kurama chakra surrounding the seal to simulate a living person. The seal looked simple but was actually 1,000 different seals stacked over each other to form a complex seal. This seal was applied over the mania holding seal on Suki's upper back, and that seal would cover the seal that housed mania with a constant stream of Kurama chakra, which in turn would be replenished over month, just to be safe. A layer of 50 seals in the 1,000 seal acted as a countermeasure to shroud Suki with Kurama chakra if on the rare occasion the seal wasn't refilled. The seal itself acted as a force field over the mania holding seal, providing a 2-inch gap between the Kurama chakra and the holding seal, so that the condition for no Kurama contact was fulfilled. Unfortunately, Kurama people still couldn't touch Suki, though that didn't mean she had to have them around her at all times. Like now, she was hundreds of miles away from the nearest Kurama, and that family of Kurama were in the distance on a hill, preparing for breakfast in their house. Not nearly enough people to prevent mania from breaking out. It was surprising that no one had thought of the seal before. Suki puffed out her cheeks and silently played with Naruto's larger hand. "You're being mean, Lord Naruto," she said with a dour pout, then her attention went back to his hands. The man laughed nostalgically when her weirdness drove her to drag her tongue up from the base of his palm to his ring finger, taking half of that finger into her mouth and mumbling. "You ate dango recently, didn't you?" Shimara suddenly felt uncomfortable at the innocent radiance in the Kurama woman's eyes and the uneasy chuckle from the more than uncomfortable leader. He gathered himself and looked at her, half stern, half shaky. "Now, Suki, what have I told you about licking other people's hands?" "It's rude," she replied slowly, sucking on his finger. But I only lick your hand, so it's fine. It can make people misunderstanding. But your hand is sweet, and soft." The man palmed his face and motioned to Shimara, who didn't know where to look at that point. "You're making Shimara very uncomfortable." "She's not complaining." "Besides," Suki said with a casual shrug. She took his finger out of her mouth, a thin string of saliva connected it to her lips. "I'm not hurting anybody. Am I, Lord Naruto?" Naruto didn't know what else to say, to get out of this situation. He wasn't a religious man, but at that moment, he prayed for something, anything, to happen. The bespectacled blonde's knees almost buckled in relief when a DC officer from the southern region ran up the hill and promptly fell onto his before him. "My Lord Naruto." "What is it?" "There are 2 people at the western gate that want to see you." Naruto raised an eyebrow. He shivered when Suki licked his pointer and middle finger next, doing so tortuously slowly and with her pure eyes wide with guiltlessness. He gently pulling his fingers out of her mouth, though unluckily not out of her hands, and asked the kneeling man. "Who are they?" "They say their names are Konan and Tsum Inuzuka." Naruto's heart stopped for a fraction of a second. The man looked up when he was met with silence. "My lord." "Tell them, I'll be there in a minute." Pomf. His disappeared in a burst of smoke and reappeared before his house. Oh. Defense Corps Refugee Protection Unit Command Center. Outside of the northern region, within Dark Country territory. Dark Country. Naruto was greeted with the hushed, anxious murmuring of the refugees under his protection. The glasses-wearing leader took his first step into the camp, the first one he had ever taken, and a force of roughly 50 dark brown and white-cloaked shinobi and kunoichi rushed up before him and created a path for their leader, snapping into crisp salutes and keeping the nervous refugees behind them. There were refugees from as far as Snow Country to as close as Hidden Mountain. In the beginning, when Naruto's conscience permitted him to allow refugees onto his lands but not through the gates of his great country, there used to be 2 refugee camps that was built to accommodate the thousands that flocked over from their war-torn villages and countries for safety. Their number had gone down from about 14,000 to 8,000 by the resolution of the war due to the wealth nation signing an all-binding neutrality pact that will and has been affecting the manner of relations on the continent for months now. The neutrality pact of the wealth nation daimyos was meant to reinforce the non-aggression agreement of the 5 Kage in the Kage summit, but the neutrality pact had taken point for the undeniable widespread effect it had on smaller, less wealthy nations, thus all over the continent. There was a considerable amount of spending going into the refugee camp from the National Bank, signed off by Naruto himself, and this was gradually used to develop the camp, making it so that tents and tarps were replaced by quaint, 2-bedroom houses and boarding houses. There was a clinic to tend to the sick and basic education was provided by volunteers from Darkness. They were at liberty to make mission requests to Darkness, but at a price, and they were also free to rebuild their lives inside the refugee camp. The marketplace in the refugee camp, though smaller and less visited than the ones in Ghost Town or the Dark Capital, was a good source of income for some refugees that were brave enough to venture out and bring in goods. The one condition that would ensure refugees lived relatively happy, prosperous lives in the developing refugee camp, and that was they were not to dare try to enter Dark Country. They would be caught and kicked out, and at worst they would be shipped off to the super maximum security prison in Kirigakure. Darkness was synonymous with secrecy. Darkness valued its privacy. As long as they followed that rule and lived their lives as decent human beings, Naruto was more than happy to have his defense corps safeguard the lives and livelihood of the refugees. For that, they couldn't complain. Those people stared at the man that had been so kind to him with respectful silence, looking over the shoulders of the DC officers keeping them back. Naruto wasn't wearing his white with black trimmed leader's robe or his wide-brimmed hat. Rather, he was in a dark, short-sleeved shirt and black pants that stopped at his ankles with a pair of black sandals with clean white soles. The short sleeves of his shirt showed off the black line tattoo that had appeared on his body when he first activated his smoke release, the storage seals drawn on the back of his hands and the mysterious-looking ink art etched onto his inner left forearm. He wore a pair of dark-rimmed rectangular glasses and a plain black half-mask, both of which made his sky-blue orb sparkle with silent laughter and showed the crinkle of time on the corners of his eyes. He had turned 40, they had heard from the Defense Corps officers they were friends with, and one of his 2 wives had given birth to his first child an hour after his birthday. Naruto was young, by shinobi standards, but after all he had done for Dark Country as a whole and the refugee camp, he was a certified old man. Not that many people could do what he did, and yet the blonde leader didn't claim all the credit. The people that executed his commands to the letter and without faltering took the majority of Naruto's acknowledgement. Everyone kami-fearing person was grateful to be connected to Dark Country in some way, whether as one of Darkness's only 4 allies or as a non-ally merchant in a remote village that regularly resold dark products after purchasing them from a dark trader or non-allies that had submitted mission requests and had gotten what they wanted right down the finer details. Naruto's spiky, radiant yellow hair tousled with the light wind and the leader walked with his hands in his pockets, following the cleared path to the command center. The stiff-backed DC officers didn't dare look Naruto in the eyes, keeping their eyes straight ahead and their sharp salutes unshaking. At the end of the path, Makoto Gato, the director of the Northern Defense Corps, took one smooth step out of the ranks and stood before Naruto, stamped his left foot on the ground and threw up a respectful salute. The scarred clay man snapped his hand down to his side when Naruto smiled lightly at him, standing about 4 feet away from his subordinate, and Makoto bowed deeply. "Lord Naruto, sir," he shouted, and the other Defense Corps officers brought down their hands in unison, but didn't break ranks or shift out of their stiff-backed attention stand. Makoto continued. "Welcome to the Refugee Protection Unit. I am honored to be the one to welcome you. No need to be so formal, Makoto." Luck had been on the Gato side, as it was during his shift to oversee the Refugee Protection Unit of the Defense Corps that Naruto had arrived on. The clay release user made a mental note to thank his ancestors later when he returned back home. "I heard I have visitors." "My apologies, my lord, I could not bring them into the country dash." "No apologies needed, old friend. They're neither citizens nor allies, they have no right to enter Darkness." the masked assassin said casually, without feeling for the refugees hearing their conversation, as they too one day dreamed to enter the great country that was darkness. You have performed excellently. Makoto bowed forward once again, deeply humbled by Naruto's words and hiding his proud smirk under several layers of professionalism. I am grateful, my lord. He stood up straight again and turned to the side, moving his hand to the entrance of the command center, and Naruto nodded appreciatively, entering the building, and Makoto followed after, treading a step behind his supreme commander. The receptionist area was empty for the most part, except for the female Defense Corps receptionist that rose off her high stool and dropped onto her left knee, bowing her head and placing her right hand over her heart. Naruto, making an accurate guess, that he was supposed to go through the doorway directly behind the receptionist. Makoto reported as they walked through the hall of doors and up a few flights of stairs. Their names are Konan and Inuzuka-tsum. He began. My female officers have searched them and stripped them of their weapons and belongings. The one called Konan reported that she had come in a rush, and so was unable to pack more than the bare essentials, spare clothing, ration packs, water and bandages. Tsum informed us that Minato Namikaze helped seal all of their things into a large-sized sealing scroll. We are currently searching it for traps. There are no traps on their person, and all the money they have on them is 60,505 snow ryu, 60,550 snow ryu. Okay, Naruto mumbled as he opened the door to a room that simply had the numbers 07 foot nailed onto the door with a bronze plaque. Inside was a room about the same size as the guest bedroom of a residential building, though this one had a steel table bolted to the ground and 3 chairs made out of the same iron as the table, 1 chair on one side and 2 on the other. There was also a pair of surveillance cameras positioned in 2 corners of the room and a pitch black, one-way glass behind the single chair, facing the 2 chairs on the other side of the table. This was the room they interrogated refugees from relatively affluent countries and villages to make sure they weren't spies or shinobi wanted for war crimes. By interrogate, one didn't mean torture, as refugees have already suffered enough, whether or not they were from richer nations or poorer nations, but rather, there were experts in the DC that could analyze micro-expressions and discern truth and lies. Naruto sat down on the single chair on one side of the bolted-down table and crossed his right ankle over his left knee, relaxing as Makoto rounded up his report. They are currently in separate holding cells. Naruto turned his head to Makoto, and the man felt the impulse to fall onto his left knee and bow his head. You are aware that Tsum Inuzuka is expecting, right? She is with child. Yes, sir. We made sure to move Tsum Inuzuka to the holding cell for expecting mothers. It was much more common than one would want to acknowledge. About half of the refugees that fled to Dark Country's protection were comprised of pregnant mothers or mothers of very young children. The few fathers, or men, that came with them had run away compulsory conscription by way of being too weak to hold a weapon. Given that some of the women that begged to be allowed into Naruto's protection were pregnant, there had to be dozens of remodeled holding cells to humanely cater for them, fresh air, plenty of sunlight, a medic on standby within earshot of their cells, and the privilege of not being separated from their children, if they had children. The purpose of the interrogation or questioning was, as said before, to prevent spies and war criminals from seeking asylum. The Defense Corps, whether it was during Makoto Gato's shift or Nanako Hogo's shift, had captured more than their fair share of shinobi that had tried to capitalize on Darkness's patronage to sneak into the country and gather information. This wasn't even paranoia. It had happened before. Among the first 200 asylum seekers that came into Naruto's lands, about 60 of them were spies and 10 had committed some sort of heinous crime during the Third War, wherever it was they were coming from. Pregnant women, young teenagers, crippled old men, basically anyone you would least expect. Half of the credit went to IWA, some to Snow, some to Konoha, and the rest from small, lesser-known villages that had a bone to pick with Naruto, or Sueki, for whatever reason. One spy from Snow had even admitted that Doton had had a small chunk of his kunoichi impregnated and sent to Darkness to beg for entry. Little wonder why Snow had suffered great losses during the Third War, despite being the first wealthiest nation. Women that didn't want to be forcefully impregnated fled the country, and men that didn't like this treatment, and thinking that their family members were next to be targeted by their daimyo, took their families and left the country. There was widespread discontent in Snow, and 3 years into this practice of making women pregnant, insemination or otherwise, Doton wisely stopped, as that tactic didn't work on Darkness. Appealing to Dark Country's humanity by having heavily pregnant women seek asylum didn't work, and worse still, those that had been impregnated and turned away from Darkness refused to return to Snow, reducing Snow's general population and weakening its place among the wealth nations. Suna and River though was willing to welcome them in Dark Country's stead, and so Naruto sent those women and mothers to his allies. It would only be during the tenure of the next leader of darkness, long after Naruto had died, that those refugees that had peacefully camped and settled outside of Dark Country's borders but within its lands would be acknowledged and welcomed wholly into the country, where they would live their lives with the same privileges of Dark citizens. Naruto waved once. "Bring them in." "As you wish, sir." Oh. The first person to be led in was Konan. She had come in without any shackles, handcuffs, chains or any restraint of any kind, but the woman's steps were slow and tired. She was in a sleeveless purple dress that reached her knees, tight black pants and a long-sleeved black turtleneck shirt underneath to hide her ghostly pale arms and neck. Lastly, she had on a pair of blue shinobi heels. Konan also wore a white origami rose on the top side of her head, complementing the look Naruto had known since he was a kid. The sides of her heels had stray blades of grass and woman's hands looked like she had washed them recently. One of the two female DC officers pulled out Conan's chair for her and the paper angel clasped her hands together on her lap and lowered her eyes, pointedly looking at a spot on the table and avoiding eye contact with the blonde man. Naruto sat forward on his seat and placed his forearms onto the table, lacing his fingers together and leaning into the bolted-down table ever so slightly. The two officers left the room soon after. He stared at the woman with an even expression. He didn't say anything and she didn't opt to speak either. His blue orbs churned at the submissive, weak appearance of the purple-haired lady. 2 minutes of this stark, nearly unbearable silence later and the door buzzed open again, and two different female officers escorted Tsume into the interrogation room. Naruto didn't take his eyes off Konan. The Inuzuka was helped into her seat and Naruto flicked his right hand over his shoulder. The two officers saluted and left the room. Those watching from the one-way glass behind Naruto also left and finally, the red, blinking lights on the surveillance cameras clicked off, effectively deactivated. Tsume felt panic rise up in her gut as she noticed that they were completely alone with the most feared man on the planet, without the false protection of Minato's sword or a majority of Conan's paper bombs. Her nose told her that the nearest person in the entire building were the officers on the ground floor, 6 floors beneath them, seeing as those in the holding cells on their floor the top floor were few and far in between. The bespectacled blonde then pushed his glasses up his nose and placed his hands flat on the table, an unspoken shinobi way of telling them he meant no harm. He smiled gently and looked at Tsume. "I have to apologize for the harsh treatment. You can't be too careful these days, you know." The 7 months heavy Inuzuka's lips were in a straight line, unsure of how to respond to the sincere statement. Konan responded on their behalf, her face still lowered in dour expressionlessness. "I understand, you don't trust us, me." Naruto looked to her and placed his chin on his right palm, saying, "No, Konan, I don't trust you." The purple-haired woman frowned invisibly and her shoulders sank further. "Your honesty is as refreshing as ever, Naruto. I take it you don't trust me either." It was Tsume's turn for Naruto to face, and he said, "Frankly, I don't trust anyone that crawls out of Konoha. You should have been killed the moment you stepped foot on my lands. But..." He sat back in his chair and crossed his arms. "The reason neither of you are dead is because of Minato." Tsume cleared her throat and asked in a low voice, "You're afraid of Minato?" Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "Oh, no, he has already seen his own fair share of suffering. You, Tsume Inuzuka, are Minato's weakness and I don't see the use in killing his weakness. So you do have a conscience," the heavy woman said with a sharp smirk. "Don't misunderstand me, Tsume Inuzuka," Naruto then said as he leaned forward on his forearms. He closed his eyes and the corners of his eyes turned up gingerly. "Make any sudden moves and I will kill you." He opened his eyes and the sheer darkness and maliciousness warbling beneath the surface drove chills down the dog woman's spine. It was Naruto's turn to smirk sharply. "Cool?" Tsume grit her teeth, hating how much she was afraid at that moment. She lowered her head and nodded. "I understand." The masked man then looked back to the silent angel of aim and said, "Let me see your hands, Konan." The woman's lips screwed to the side and under the table her hands closed into tight fists. "Why? You being here and not in aim with Nagato can only mean one thing. I want to confirm it." He hummed and motioned to her. "Let me see those hands, Konan." Konan sighed. "Fine." She placed the back of her hands onto the table and Naruto scoffed when he saw what he guessed he would see. There. Conan's right ring finger was missing, cut to a stump. She also didn't have on any of her piercings. "Huh?" the man murmured, his smirk struggling not to show. "Defected from Akatsuki, Nagato's not gonna be happy." "He isn't." She looked to his own right hand and her eyebrows slightly furrowed when she noticed that his ring finger was well intact. "What did you do to get your ring off?" "It's quite simple really, my chakra burnt it off." The purple-haired Kunoichi's eyebrows lowered. "Of course." Naruto then said, entering the thick of the matter. Another guess is that the Akatsuki are after you and that the river circus ringmaster delivered the message that Fugaku and his shinobi are close to Clover Mountain. He chuckled again, amused. What a mess, huh? We need your help, Naruto. Oh, and what do you need my help for, Conan? The man asked with a raised eyebrow. Are you not the Angel of Aim? I'm sure you can take care of the Akatsuki by yourself. 1 or 2 S ranks, I can handle, but there are 5 people plus Nagato dash, making 11 with his paths. Are tracking us down. Conan and Tsume had flown a fair portion of their journey to darkness, keeping low and away from detection and at time having to walk on foot to reduce their chakra print in the environment. This alternating between flying and walking, as well as coming directly to darkness, instead of entering Suna, before darkness, cut the time of their journey by dozens of hours. He, as in Nagato, probably thinks that you and Tsume know too much. The man made a flippant hand motion. If you're looking for protection here, then I'd be willing to accept, as long you neither of you even dream of entering the country, he smiled gently. My border seals are capable of handling those upstart S ranks, however many they may be, and I'm confident my shinobi can keep you two safe. Thank you, Naruto. I'm happy you're willing to protect us, after all these years. The purple-haired woman's eyes ventured up and they were glazed over with unwept tears, then she quickly looked back down when she didn't find the kindness in Naruto's eyes, the one she was used to seeing. What she saw was staunch indifference. But, I promised Minato I would safely get Tsume to the Fire Lady. They have a long-standing friendship. And where is Minato now? He stayed back. Tsume bit to herself. Dumb blonde wants to take them all by himself. Why didn't he just flash you to Wakono? Naruto directed this question to the angrily mumbling Inuzuka. He said teleportation isn't good for me in my state. Naruto shrugged. Inconvenient, but he's the expert, I guess. He pointedly looked at Conan. You want me to help you escort Tsume to the fire capital? Conan hastily said, her eyes frantically wide. Why you don't have to go yourself. Just a few of your ninjas will be fine dash. I never said I'd go with you. He watched as the woman visibly and emotionally deflated, her eyes losing what little light they had left and her soul sinking to new depths of depression. I am bored though. I'll use this chance to stretch my legs. He shrugged nonchalantly. I might even see how I'll fare against the S ranks of these days. Conan placed her hands onto the table and bowed deep, so much so her forehead touched the table. I can't thank you enough, Naruto. Naruto's only reply was a small nod. Conan sat up and, more bravely, looked up to the blonde leader. Where is Suiki? She's on her way. Unlike Naruto, who Nagato and Conan had known were leaving, Suiki following her teacher was something they didn't expect. They could have guessed the wide-eyed vampire girl would follow her idol, wherever he was going, but the girl had not even informed them of her departure. Suiki simply left. No goodbyes. Is she, well? She's okay. I mean, are you too? We're together, if that's what you're asking. Naruto answered. Tsume looked between the two former friends, confused but wisely kept out of the conversation. I'm with Kushina too, just so you know. Oh. A sad smile came onto Conan's face. I see you finally got that harem you've always been dreaming of. Naruto smirked a little. I don't think 2 women can make it a harem, Conan. Naruto, she opened her mouth to continue but closed it, unable to say anything. She frowned at her traitorous emotions, threatening to spill out of her, threatening to make her jump over the table and tackle the man before her in a tight hug, threatening to make the tears swimming in her eyes rush down for not acknowledging his feelings for her all those years ago. And Naruto, I'm sorry, for everything I've done. The man silently crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. I led you on, I took advantage of your kindness and I took you for granted. Her lips trembled and her eyes shook. You had my back, our back, and we didn't even know. I was a bad friend, Naruto. I'm sorry. You never know what you have until you lose it. A memory surfaced in their minds. A 9-year-old Conan walked around the corner of a lone wall, what was left of a building, and gasped in horror as the boy she was searching for took off his shirt to allow the Amigakure rain wash off the dirt and grime from his body. She made to apologize, but her pale face paled even more and her blood ran cold as she saw all the angry, violent, purple, yellow, red and blue slash that crisscrossed over Naruto's bony back. They looked new. They looked like they had been dealt 30 minutes ago. The mask-wearing blonde looked over his shoulder, pausing in his action and his face reddened with morbid embarrassment. What the hell, Conan? I am sorry. He quickly put his tattered shirt back on and faced forward, where there only lay a high pile of rocks from the house that used to stand before him. He spoke without looking back at her, keeping his masked face neutral and his voice even. I gave Sue something to do. Can you help me watch her? I'll be done in a minute. A bomb went off close by, though not close enough to take them off their feet, and certainly not close enough to alarm Naruto. Conan's mouth flapped voicelessly. Her hands went up to her heart as the image of bloody slashes went through her head. It's nothing. Some minutes ago, Naruto had returned with a whole goat's leg and he was making preparations to smoke it so they could have food for the next 4 days or so, if they conserved it well. The purple-haired child bobbed her head quickly and covered her eyes, running away with a deep blush. The image of horror on her friend's back was replaced with the embarrassment of almost seeing him naked. The dark leader still didn't speak. I know things will never go back to the way they used to be, between me, you and B, but please, Naruto, will you ever forgive me? The woman sobbed mutely. A single tear drop landed on the table. Naruto was Conan's emotional buffer and his departure from AIM also resulted in the departure of her emotions. Conan then closed her mouth and averted her eyes. When do you two plan on leaving for the fire capital? Conan's heart shattered. Tsume, noticing that Conan wasn't in the right presence of mind to answer, said, Now, if you can. Me and Sueki will go. Tsume visibly brightened up at Naruto's statement. 2 legend-class ninjas Naruto and Suekian and S-rank Kunoichi Conan would be more than enough firepower against any threat. Who knows, maybe Minato would get impatient, meet Fugaku, take him out and then meet them in the capital. The bearded Namikaze had given her Raijin no Ken to defend herself with, but Tsume wasn't too worried about Minato's chances against Fugaku and his group. This is more than I can ask for. Thank you so much. It's nothing, don't worry about it. He rose onto his feet, saying. You both must be hungry, right? I'll send for food. Eat and rest up, we'll move out in 30 minutes. He was about to leave through the door again but halted when he finally noticed something amiss. He snapped his fingers and asked Tsume, who jumped in her chair at the attention. What happened to Kuramaru, your Nin Ken? He's in Konoha showing the new clan head the ropes. I told him to stay. Oh. Flashback, 30 minutes earlier. Conan has betrayed us. Pain stated darkly, seated on his throne at the head of the meeting room. His Rinnegan eyes glowed ominously, with shaded grief and pronounced anger as he turned a single finger in his right hand, which glinted with a simple silver band. The crippled Kage clenched the seats of his throne and said, his tone deep and foreboding. She bypassed the blood contract and cut off her finger. Our plans are now at risk of falling apart. The gathered members of the Red Cloud organization looked across at each other, and one of the 2 less than intimidated shinobi among them raised his head and asked with a slight hiss. What do you propose we do, Lord Pain? The man was silent for a moment, reflecting on how he had indirectly caused his last childhood friend from leaving his side. If he had not crossed the unsaid line and painted a target on Minato, Tsume and their unborn child, the woman would have been as obedient as she had ever been. Pain frowned, saying, We move on to Plan B. The god of AIM moved his eyes to the second less than intimidated person in the room and Toby spoke up. We at first wanted to gather the beasts one at a time, starting next month, but now that people will be made aware of Akatsuki if Minato, Tsume and Conan escape, we will have to take out prominent shinobi on the continent so that there is no possible threat and hidden villages that have tailed beasts would be weaker. Then we gather the bijou. What do we do about Conan? Sasori ventured to ask. She dies. Minato will no doubt be with her. He will be too preoccupied with Fugaku. Orochimaru said with a sinister smirk. While he was in Suna, I had Kabuto slip something into his drink. Deidara didn't appreciate the Sanin's cryptic words. The hell does that mean, It means that Minato will have a harder than normal time against his old friend. Kisame snapped shortly, facing the mad bomber and the corners of his lips curled up into a similarly evil smirk, turning his head to his right, to the orange mask wearing S-rank to his side. Possibly even kill him for us. Fucking sucks. Haydn spat with disdain. That stupid-ass blonde fag gets on my fucking nerves, thinking he gets to fucking come and fucking go as he fucking well pleases while we bust our fucking asses to keep this hellhole running dash. Mind your mouth, priest. Toby muttered, facing the man with his lone, coal-black eye. This isn't the time. She will run to Naruto for help. Pain said, commanding silence as he reintroduced himself at the head of the meeting. The Conan he knew, the Conan he grew up with, always first ran to Naruto for help. He envied Naruto on how much Conan depended on him. He envied him. He envied how reliable Naruto was. Oh, how he envied Naruto. Wherever Naruto is, Sueki isn't far behind. He finished grimly. Sasori spoke up. That means we have a problem dash. No, leave Naruto to me. What about the vampire? Orochimaru asked eagerly. You need her heart to acquire her immortality, correct? It might have sounded like a question but it was a direct statement. Orochimaru had implanted Kakuzu's Jiangu into his own body, amplifying the black threads with his sage chakra and his snake summons. The scientist had also harvested roughly 50 different hearts from unfortunate civilians and shinobi outside of AIM, and surgically reduced their sizes to that of a golf ball. Jiangu took those 50 hearts and arranged them in Orochimaru's gut. The snake sage might as well be immortal already. Though Naruto's volatile remained in his chakra network, ever eroding his lungs and his unnatural snake heart. Those 50 hearts only elongated his time on Earth. Acquiring Suiki's heart would evidently purge Naruto's chakra from his body. I work alone. Orochimaru reminded the man, and Pain hummed to himself, tapping his chin reflectively. Allow me to get it myself. Do so. A broad grin stretched on the man's pale cheeks and he bowed appreciatively. Sasori and Deidara, you two take care of Konan. Hiriko's hulking frame rumbled and the puppet master inside settled back. The chakra springs sprouting from his fingers controlled the puppet shell to bob its head once. All right, Lord Pain. I will take the fight to Fire Country, seeing as the fortress that was darkness couldn't be infiltrated to be used as a battleground. While you three, Haiden, Tobi and Kisame, the leader of the Akatsuki said, pointedly looking at the two men. Draw the dark forces away from us and into Suna. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. Haiden only giggled evilly. Kisame didn't reply to the order, but Tobi nodded silently. Oh. Present time. 30 miles from dark country marked border, and inside of Fire Countryside, stood 6 people in a large, uninhabited field of ankle-length, cold-hardened grass. The paths of pain. They emotionlessly stared at the people standing a fair distance away from them, calmly feeling the wind blowing against their Akatsuki cloaks. Tsume stayed behind Naruto, by his silent command and rigid hand gesture once they had seen the 6 paths, but Suiki and Konan were at Naruto's side. Konan and Tsume had only bathed and freshened up, their clothes slightly rumpled but more presentable, while Suiki was in a dark red, long-sleeved shirt, black combat pants and red shinobi sandals. She had on a pair of black gloves, her black with white design jounin flak jacket laid neatly on her torso and her dark country forehead protector glistened on her head. Her waist-length white hair was tied up into a loose ponytail, thrown over her left shoulder. Unlike her teacher, she visibly carried the basic shinobi weapons on her person, a kunai holster on her right thigh and a shuriken holster on her left hip. The last article of clothing on her was a black bandana around her neck, though it didn't reach her ruby-red lips it did cover her chin. This bandana was an echo from the past, from the time she was a young child and started tying her hair around her mouth when she first met, then she upgraded to a tattered, hole-ridden scarf when their lives fell apart and finally she settled on a featureless black bandana when she was 13 and inducted into the Akatsuki by her teacher. As of when she arrived in darkness with Naruto, she no longer covered her lower face. The corners of Naruto's eyes dipped down a little and he barely turned his head to Konan. Take Tsume and fly to Fire Country. Suiki will protect you too. His head swiveled to the vampire and he said with grit teeth. Don't argue. The pale vampire ground her teeth defiantly, meaning to open her mouth and snap right back at her husband that she wasn't ever going to leave his side, but the man smiled at her, soft enough to deflate her rising fists. Don't worry about me. His smile brightened and he placed a hand on her shoulder. I can handle myself. The woman mutely stared at the blonde. Her will to defy him reduced to nothing and her stoic mask broke into a frustrated sigh. I'll drop them off and come right back, okay? Naruto laughed quietly. Sure. The white-haired beauty grabbed Naruto by his jounin vest and stood up on her toes, planting a kiss on his mask. Konan turned away, hiding her jealousy. She summoned a swarm of white sheets of paper from her arms, forming a blanket of paper that levitated off the ground. She hopped onto the paper, held out a hand for the pregnant Inuzuka and then took off into the sky, taking a route to the capital that widely went around the Rinnegan-bearing paths, just as Suiki finally separated from her teacher and sped after the paper angel and Minato's weakness. Naruto and the paths watched them leave, then the Deva path said. Suiki won't live long enough to make it to the capital. Naruto smirked invisibly. You don't give her enough credit. Ketsueki Sakanomi was his student. It would do well not underestimate Blood, the vampire empress. Perhaps not. The Deva path, formerly Yahiko, admitted. You understand what is about to happen now, right, Naruto? Trust me, Nagato, Naruto warned with a small shake of his head, holding his hands as if to surrender. You don't want to do this. Not with me. You talk too much, Naruto. The blonde closed his eyes, inhaled deeply and then slowly exhaled through his nose, opening them again. There was a white flash that glinted over his cerulean blue orbs, vanishing as quickly as it had been seen. The blonde's eyes darkened and the shadows beneath his eyes covered his face, illuminating his cerulean blue eyes even more. His right arm snapped to his side and night terror appeared in his hands, ebbing dangerous black smoke. He held the lethally sharp blade laxly, pointed downwards to the ground. 6 long tentacles made out of smoky blackness slithered out of his back and shoulders, fluidly passing through the seams of his shirt and his vest without tearing the material, and waving about him hypnotically, as if they had a mind of their own. He didn't lower himself into a stance, standing upright with his ninjato pointed downwards and his long smoke tentacles swaying about him. The extreme tips of those 10 black tentacles crackled and glowed with white electricity. A deadly union between Naruto's lightning release bloodline and his smoke release bloodline. A bright spark passed over Naruto's blue eyes, then they ignited with white energy, turning his blue orbs an angry, blazing shade of white and expanding his ocular sensitivity. The 6 paths of pain watched Naruto become the ghost. Nagato, when he was much younger, had sparred with Naruto while the blonde was in this form white eyes, electricity-tipped smoke tentacles and with a face devoid of care and emotion, but the Rinnegan god was wise enough to know not to compare any spar they had ever had in their youth to now. This fight would dwarf any fight they had when they were kids. The sky light blue became darker, turning dark red. Black clouds slowly populated the heavens and the wind became stronger against both men. The 2 men expelled chakra from their bodies, Nagato doing so from all his paths, and a light shower of rain drizzled down on both men and the black clouds covering the sun crackled with white lightning, threading visibly through the clouds. Then and there, under the blood-red sky, the pitch-black clouds that blocked the bright yellow sun, the light shower of Nagato's chakra rain and the crackle of Naruto's white lightning, Naruto made a vow to the 6 paths of pain. After this, I'm coming for you, Naga. The crippled Kage, all the way back in aim, coolly faced his glowing purple-ringed eyes out of the window of his office, watching the rain of his village pitter-patter against the cold glass and the people at the bottom, unaware of the earth-shattering battle that will soon take place. The Rinnegan god felt a ghost of a smile slide up his face and he bowed his head. You can try, Naru. 2 aim orphans. 2 childhood friends. The ghost and the 6 paths of pain. The ghost lifted his sword-bearing arm and pointed night terror at the Rinnegan puppets. The Deva path lowered his center of gravity, flattening his feet on the ground as the other paths got into their own preparatory stances, ready to attack with all their might. There would be no holding back. No history book or storyteller could possibly describe that battle, the one that reshaped history forever.